All right. How's everyone doing? It is Thursday night. And sorry that we're running a bit late, but better late than never, I always say. And here we are, the Thursday before E3. And I
E3
gotta say,
Eve, kind of.
E3 Eve, I gotta say, I'm trying my best to get hype. Pong is here on this side.
Yes.
And Dreadp00l is here on the other side, even though his camera's not working tonight. I got to get a picture of him up there. I will in a few minutes.
He shaved the beard.
He shaved the beard and it
He's
broke
on
his
there.
camera.
Stop. I'm trying
So
to
he's
go
really
back to
naked,
go.
and that's not appropriate before 10.
And
Hey, you heard of the naked drummer? I'm the naked podcaster.
Okay, we're gonna stop that right there. We're gonna stop that right there. Oh my God, it's been an evening, gentlemen, from a personal standpoint. So I am ready to get in here and talk some games. I need Pong and Dread, and I need Peter and Chris to hype me up on E3, and so I got the right crew to do it. Everybody, welcome to the NLG show. Everybody seems to be piling in. I'm gonna and oh wow, and we've got some new folks that are coming in already. Pure Flack Monkey, welcome. Let me just go through the list real quick because I don't want to lose anybody. We got people who I haven't seen in a while, and I'm glad that they're here too. So we got Dinero, who's in from the start, guys. Dinero's here from the start again, twice in a row. That's what I'm talking about. Back from the Dead's in the house. Yes. Boogeyman's in the house. Back from the Dead's in the house. Daddy J is here. Matt Byrnes, my brother Matt Byrnes. Welcome, sir. I'm glad that you're here tonight. I know he's only here because Dread and Pong are here, but that's okay. He's still a Friends of NLG member, so I'm okay with that. My dear sister Loop is here. Brother Mav, I'm gonna talk about Brother Mav in a minute because we got to shout him out in the most serious way for what he did this week, and we're gonna do that in a minute. But I want to get to everybody else who's here. Jeff Rule is in the house. Brother Jeff is here, and let's see if we missed anybody. Brother DeBlue. Who has been popping into our Xbox Live parties, and I appreciate that. Indy, dude, hardest work, one of the hardest working men this week too. Man, there is no lack of coverage for E3 from any of the Gamers United Guild, man. We got Mav, we got Indy, we got Lemon, we got and I know even some of the non-GUG guys. I know I saw a little bit of living split screen going on.
Split screen.
Now, Sister Caitlin popped in the house. There she is. Monkey Punch, brother Monkey Punch is here. Caitlin says friggin' Pong. I don't know what that means, but okay. So everybody is here tonight, and we'll keep talking as people come in. BACfromthedead. We haven't seen BACfromthedead in like a couple of months, so glad to see him tonight. This is what I'm talking about. This is our community. These are our gaming brothers and sisters. Jeff from Go Game Go just popped in. Nate, brother Nate is here. That's what I'm talking about. And two really awesome, unbelievable members of our community. I wish we could see one of them, but I know it's not his fault. But first, two of the hardest working men in YouTube. It's kind of funny because I show up on a couple of shows here and there. I've been doing a couple of Amico shows. But dude, these guys are on like every night, and I'm pretty sure Dreadp00l is running like doubles every night now. So
shots of liquor.
I'm running from Tuesday. I didn't think I was going to make it, but I did make it on the earlier show with, 4GQTV? So I made it for that one, and I'm doing a back-to-back here, and tomorrow I got Breakfast Boom, and then with Mav and all them tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? Yep. Oh, wow. Yeah. And the man who is co-host of probably more shows than I've ever seen in my life, Mr. Pong Soul. What's up, brother, man?
Doing good. I'm just brothers. It's been too long. I thought I was gonna die before I ever got on here. Okay, I don't know what Brother Mike's problem was. I don't know if the invitations got lost in the mail or whatever the case may be. But I'm here, and I'm happy because I love you guys, and obviously you got another brother I love, Dreadp00l, on here. This is a beautiful night. I washed my shirt, so I'm showing NLG tonight.
Okay? Nice.
So I'm all ready. I've been pumped, psyched all day. We got E3, we got news dropping, we got all sorts of stuff going on, and I'm here with my brothers on NLG. One of the first shows when I dropped in this community that I found them and have been with them ever since. I love you guys, so I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Pong brother.
Thanks for being on. That's finally awesome.
Finally, and you know what? It's funny because now everybody that's come on has yelled at me for not having them on earlier, and you know what? That is a good.
I have not done that.
You yelled at me for having you on next month
because we said this month.
No,
because this is the week that I'm on vacation with my daughter's birthday.
It was all right. I thought it was next month. That's on me. But it's a good problem to have. It's a good. I've never heard you yell, but it's a good problem to have when people are getting upset that we haven't gotten them on fast enough. That I got to tell you guys, in all seriousness, it means a lot to us. And, I'll let Chris and Peter speak for themselves too, but it means a lot to us that we've got so many people that want to be on with us, want to talk games with us, that want to be part of the show. That I take that as, just a great compliment to what we're trying to do. And not just me, but my brothers, God damn it. One day I'm going to get the camera right. To my brothers over here, Chris and Peter, who are my rocks, are my pillars. And who, without them, I'm folding shop. It means a lot that you guys, it means a lot that you guys wanted to be here and couldn't wait to be on, and that's awesome. So I thank you guys so much.
Hell yeah, it's a badass community and it keeps getting better.
Yeah, it does.
And you see that every day.
About a minute.
Yeah.
See, I take offense to that.
Oh.
I'm still looking for
I can't see you, so you can't take offense.
Yeah, you can't see me frowning here. I say family. So we're all family, not community.
Yes.
See, I look at it differently.
Oh yeah.
I agree with you because we call our friends here friends and family, NLG family. So. You got it.
Brothers and sisters.
Yep. So. And speaking of which, we got some more dropping into the chat. I want to say a great good evening to our brother Drinking Games with Josh, my fellow Maryland brother. And I saw an Ainsley sighting. Our brother from Season Gaming is here tonight. So, Brother Ainsley, how are you? It's great to see you. Yes. Or however you say it.
Hey, if you're a car enthusiast, you know exactly what that is.
No,
exactly.
I know.
Yep.
It was just hilarious when they tried to pronounce his name the other day. It was kind of funny. We all know what it is, but it was kind of funny. So, thank you. Always support the real ones. You guys are the real deal too.
You don't want to know what I texted MAGG to say for Tony Baloney when he was going to go after Porsche Power. You don't want to know.
Well, all I could think of was, it's about time he picked on someone else's name. Because I still have those marks on my back from him whipping me about my long ass name. So. That was a great show Tuesday night, man. I thoroughly, and it's funny because you kind of just, man, to a man, you kind of took the show over, Trey. you were like the unofficial question guy. It was hilarious. It was like you just snuck in there, and that was it. It was Dreadp00l. It was Dreadp00l's Gaming After Dark.
Well, but I've been around for such a long time since he started it. So it's like, it was a natural, I don't know. It was just a natural feel. I just went with it and kind of, and everybody's like, oh yeah. I'm like, well, I was asked to be on the show like as a panel member. I just couldn't. So, and it's just, like I said, it feels like home, coming here, I've been here several times. It feels like home. You guys are my family. That's the way I look at it. I don't look at it like, oh, this is a community. You guys are my family. I talk to you guys every day. I listen to everybody every day. We communicate back and forth. We talk about our problems. We congratulate about all the good stuff. That's why I say family, and it's just funny how when you can get along with different personalities and still have a great time. And, even with Titan Drago, we get along so well, but it's the buildup of Titan's Corner that didn't happen. And I had everything good, and I threw a lame one out there. I know
you did.
I threw a lame one out there, and he still no.
He did not. He was, I don't know what, it was like he was, well, it's like Tony Baloney scared him. He has been gun shy for a while. I don't know if you've noticed that. He's been a little gun shy for a while.
Tony Baloney's hot tub sister scared him.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Some serious competition right
Maybe
there.
it didn't scare him. It just
or maybe he got a little excited.
Yeah.
So he's kind of nervous now.
Oh man! Good evening, brother Kraken. Phantom Kraken's in the house. Another great guy. And brother Brian F. My great companion through my live streams. So and you know what? It is about positivity, and that's what this is. And I know that I use the moniker brother and sister with everybody, but it's how I feel. It's not just saying, hey Pong, hey Peter, hey Chris, hey Dread. You guys are my brothers. The people in the chat, they're not our, I say this all the time. They're not our fans. They're not our viewers. They're our brothers and sisters. They are people that we do talk to outside of them being on the, being in the chat room. These are people that we talk to all the time. And yeah, I'd love to have 100 people in the chat room right now. But you know what? I like what we've got going on right now. Axel1324 just popped in, and we'll have 20, 30 people tonight. And I'm perfectly fine with that because we're going to interact with everybody just like we interact with each other. Everybody who's over there, they're a part of us. They're a part of our show. They're a part of our community. And, I was talking about this actually on a show that I was doing on Wednesday night. Go Game Go had their 1-year anniversary show. Congratulations to Jeff and
Congratulations.
Stu. And, we were talking about community too. And I have to tell you that from where I was a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, to where I am now and the people that I've met, like you Pong, like you Dread, like brother Mav, like Axel, like Caitlin, like Lupa, like Phantom, like it just and I'm sporting tonight the bacon and ice cream production shirt. It finally came in, and don't worry, we're gonna talk Elden Ring.
That's a great.
Don't
shirt.
worry, Ains. And I got my Papa Pete shirt coming, and I have such a euphoria now for talking to people, and I've been waiting for this show for 3 weeks. Since I actually was able to get you committed to tonight, Pong, and Dread obviously is always a great addition, but we haven't had you on yet, Pong, and when you said yes, of course, dude, they'll tell you. I went right to the Discord, guys. We got Pong.
I told you a million times to send me the date.
I know.
I'll make it happen, brother.
I know. And you know what? And that was, it was a long time coming, and I'm just so glad that you guys are here. So, yeah. And Chris and Peter, we're almost there, man. We got the live stream going on Sunday afternoon. We got Back from the Dead, who's going to be here with us. And we're going to have some fun. It's our tradition to cover the Xbox and now the Xbox Bethesda show. And I'm looking forward to it. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit. But, just another chance for us to get together and have some fun watching and talking games. I do know that, there are some other folks especially from the GUG that are also live streaming. Hopefully some of you guys will just do what I did today. I'll be honest with you, with Summer Games Fest, I had MAV going, I had Indie going. I literally had I had my work on one monitor. I split the screen, put both of them on, and I was going back and forth with the audio so that I could get everybody's perspective. And if you go back and you watch, I was chatting in both windows and keeping up with the conversation. So I'm hoping that, obviously, and really that's the only conference we're doing. I don't have time to set up for other shows, and I know Chris, Peter, and I we have families, we're really busy. Mav and Lemon and Indie Gamer, and there's going to be a bunch of other people that are doing all weekend. I want to shout out, so brother Mav, I got to shout him out. He is covering E3 as a content creator, and I couldn't be more happy for him. He has worked so friggin' hard to get where he is now, and if you guys haven't checked out his channel, he did this E3 pre-predictions thing that was so unbelievably cool, and he's putting up the individual ones now. I'm kind of waiting for mine to show up so I can see it again. But just what he did to pull that together, and the people that he got to pull that. I mean, there were people that I didn't even know he knew that he brought in to do these, and that speaks to the, to what his positivity and his, what he means to the community, and that's my hat's off to that man. Him and Caitlin. I can't leave out Sister Caitlin because she works damn hard too. All the graphics that she does, all the backgrounds and stuff like that. I kind of asked her to help me out with some background stuff too, but I understand.
It's kind of like that. They've invited us into their home, right? And we see the family, the fun that they have, doing all this. And the only thing is that we see food and all that, but we never get a piece of that. So
yeah, we don't want any of those cardboard animal crackers. That's not what we want.
No, I can't eat
terrible taste.
Crackers.
Yeah, no, they're terrible. Hey, look at that, brother Mike. He said yours just went up. Time
I know.
to end the show.
Mine
You
just
can watch
hit.
yourself.
Oh,
you can
I
just end
know.
the show now. We gotta go watch
I know. So,
Restream your stream. Let's watch you. Let's see what you say. Maybe you'll forget what you said,
This
and
will
it'll be a
6
surprise
hours.
to you too.
Jeez.
yeah. No, don't say hi to that guy. Yeah, I'll tell you about that afterwards. So, sorry, E, not today, brother. So, Kaylin says you're still on my list, brother Mike. All right. So, anyway, so Chris, Peter, how have your weeks been? Chris, what you been up to? Get some gaming in this week, or?
Earlier in the week, a lot of Valhalla. I'm still hitting that hard. Still conquering the England. So
such a good game, man.
it is a good game. I love it. So I'm ashamed of myself for missing out on Origin and Odyssey. But it's just that because it takes so long to play these games. So especially when, like you said, we have families and we work. So. But I tell you what, there's some games that I saw recently. Can't wait.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Now I'm really excited. Tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, yeah.
It's gonna be good. By the way,
yeah.
a great good evening to brother Doom, who I know he's all excited. Let's talk about someone who's really excited. Doom is he's ready to throw E3 being back right in my face. and I'm here for it. I'm your Huckleberry. Spooky Sprocket's in the house, and
What's up, Spooky?
former co-host, great friend, definite brother in arms, and the baddest man to ever play Battleborn. Frankie's in the house. Viper Strike, what is up? So good to see you. thanks for hanging out with us tonight. We miss you, brother. We miss you. Just saying. All right. Peter, what have you been up to? I know you've been busy.
Well, I did some completions, game completions this week. I think last week I told that I've 100% at Valhalla. So I did the same thing with Origins and Odyssey. I still had a couple of things to do, especially in Origins. There's like one thing where you have to feed a corpse to the animals. And somehow crocodiles never wanted to bite, and I figured let's try the hyenas, and finally, so yeah, so all three of those games, 1,000 points each. So that's nice completion. I love those games. I love those worlds. It's just, some history, some, I can just spend hours in it. So that's cool. Can't wait for the next Assassin's Creed.
Well. You may only have to wait a day and a half.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna come out with a new one though.
We shall see. Might have to ask. Might have to low key ask 3-bit.
Yeah. But I started Rage 2.
Yeah.
I have not played Rage 2, so I'm enjoying it. It's pretty cool.
Good time to do that. Might be seeing a lot of Rage 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Acquisitions.
Yeah. Oh, well. Pong getting it on early.
Oh, yeah.
So, Brother Mega Mike is in the house. He is, of course, he is son of Relic Gamer, and it is always good. Lady Ventress is in the house, who is also, which means I should be seeing Relic Gamer in a few moments. She called Assassin Lips. Oh my goodness. All right. So I wanted to ask you, Pong. This is something that we ask everybody who's and there's Relic. We always ask this of anybody who's never been on the show before, because we do have people who don't know you, who are, they see you in the chat, of course, but don't know the Pong Soul. They might see your your takes on other shows and things like that. I want to know, because I don't know. I want to know about Pong Soul's entry into gaming. How did you get involved? How did you get started? What were the systems you grew up on? What kind of games do you like? I want to hear about young gaming Pong Soul.
Well, you really want a 6-hour show. Okay, so it started on a beautiful day in May in 1975, and my mom was really pregnant at the time. No, let's see here. I go back to obviously Pong. So I go all the way back. I probably started gaming. My earliest memories, are gaming with my grandpa and my dad. Some of my earliest ones, probably somewhere between 3, 4. You know how it's fuzzy back then. You really don't know, but I know the time frame, and it was on an original Pong with the paddles on a 12-inch black and white, rabbit ear TV set up in the bedroom. Yeah, exactly.
Yep, same thing.
Yep. Anybody who played Pong pretty much was that same setup. It's kind of crazy like that. Yeah. But yeah, I started way back then, and those are some of my earliest memories. And then from there, I've never been without gaming in my life. Through ups, through downs, I have always had gaming. So from there, Atari, Atari 2600, and then we just moved through the generations. Now, my family always didn't have the most up-to-date consoles, but back then you always had friends who did. So I wound up being able to experience all different consoles, right? So I played ColecoVision. I played Intellivision at friends' houses.
Nice.
I did all that. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So I got that whole experience. And then obviously Nintendo hit. Nintendo became the thing. And then from there came Sega. And then I moved on up again through the ranks. Now there have been a few consoles I have not owned in my lifetime because, you know, some of those were pretty dang expensive back in the day. But again, I've had the opportunity to play them at one time or another. I've pretty much been console centric. I had a short period of time that I did do some PC stuff back in like 8th grade, 9th grade. But for the most part, I've been console my whole entire life. So that's really how it started. It's just always been with me. Obviously, as you know, brother Mike, my favorite consoles are obviously Dreamcast and then Sega Saturn at a close second, right?
That's why I love you. That's why you're my brother.
I know that's how you connected with me.
We were there.
Chat.
We were there at Pong, and then you left me.
Sorry. But yeah, no. So I was a Sega guy through and through. You know, but again, you know, especially in my teens and in my early 20s, you know, I was out there. I was that guy who walked into it was EB Games at the time. We were at a mall. I went to a mall with my girlfriend at the time, and we walked into EB Games, and it just so happened, because you remember that Saturn launch, it was totally unannounced. Yep. There was nothing. It was just, it was a stealth console drop.
There it is.
Like, how many times does that happen, right?
Yeah. KB Toys said, no, it isn't.
Right. Yes, it is. It's completely, the guys, I walked into EB Games, they had just started setting up the display. They were just putting the games on it. Of course, I had read about this thing in the magazines, because of course we didn't have internet back then. You guys remember that? So I had read about it in the magazines. I walk into the store with my girlfriend, because we always had to stop in the game stores. And all of a sudden they're putting up these Sega Saturns. And I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me right now. They didn't even have the games up on the wall yet. And I'm like, is it really here? And I swear I still remember the guy turned, he was opening up a box, and he turned around and he goes, that's the exact same thing I said this morning when I saw these boxes.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, guess who walked out of there totally unplanned, looked at the girlfriend, she goes, yeah, go ahead. So I walked out of there, Sega Saturn, you know, like 3 or 4 games, Clockwork Night and all that kind of stuff, man. And then, you know, again, so I just have all those stories. Walked in, saw Jaguar releasing, bought Jaguar, right? And so I've been through the troubled ones as well, right? So, you know, those that's where I started, and that's kind of my history. You know, it's funny because, you know, I've learned as we get older, everybody's tastes and stuff change, and obviously, you know, that happens, but you kind of find out when you've been a gamer and you went through the years of bullying when nobody liked people who gamed, or, you know, it was the nerds in school and all that kind of stuff. You really find yourself at a point where you look back and gaming just really kind of, in a way, defines a piece of you. I'm not going to say it defines me as a total person, because I've had a lot of other experiences in my life too, but it really is a portion of that defining times in your life. And like I said, since it's been with me through the ups and the downs, it's something that I've always turned to whenever I just, whether it was relaxed, whether it was upset, whether it was happy, I've always turned to gaming just to find myself and to sit down and really just have those moments that, you know, obviously you remember forever. And that for me is the special part about gaming, and why I can't believe, because I never knew this community existed. So when I dropped in this community, it was like, oh my God, there's like people who think like me. There's like people who've had some of the same experiences I had, because I had friends who gamed, but I never had real gamer friends, if you know what I'm saying. I always had friends who always had a lot of outside interests. I was really sick as a kid. So for me, gaming at a certain point really was one of my main things that I could do, because I had to drop out of sports. So, but I always had those friends that had all these outside interests. But for me, gaming was that main real big hobby in my life, along with reading and that kind of stuff. But I just didn't have a lot of friends that felt that way about gaming. So here I am in the community, and I love you all because you all have the same type of feelings I do. And man, I'm just so excited to find everybody here.
Yeah. And you really go ahead, Chris, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, I mean, it's every year we just keep meeting new people, and it's just wonderful to have you, you know, be able to meet you and have you part of this community, and here you are on with us, and it's awesome.
Yeah,
I mean, this is also great about the whole online stuff, because I mean, if I look just in my neck of the woods, physically, you know, people just, especially my age, nobody games anymore. If you, if you pull my street, it's like, no. So,
Yeah.
but then online, and you meet people, and we're all like the same age. It's like, hey, I mean, that's just wonderful. I mean, we're gaming till we're, we can't game anymore.
I'm in the ground, man.
Hey, if Hideo can keep making games at 50 and into his 60s, we could game.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. And by the time by the time we hit those ages, by the time we hit 80, they're going to be able to strap us into virtual reality, and we won't know any different. That's what I'm holding out for. I don't care.
It's going to be Ready Player One for real.
Then I'll be ready for VR.
Exactly. I'll be 20 forever. I don't care.
Do they come with the diapers?
Yes. Of course. All of it, Brad.
I'll be sitting on a toilet playing VR. What are you talking about?
I wonder if, just for Frankie, I should say Hideo Kojima.
Yeah.
Brother Invader Gaming's in the house. Project Jeff has joined us. Niall's in the house. Niall, who just did some great Spider-Man Miles Morales streams for us. He's starting to get back into the streaming bit a little bit. And of course, Nick, Geeks with Cash, another Gamers United Guild brother, is here. And the chat room is just all popping tonight. I'm just so overjoyed.
You thought you were gonna have a hard time getting hype, brother Mike. Come on.
I know.
These names. Look at you. You're fired up, ready to rock and roll. That's what I'm talking about. Energy.
I am fired up. We've got such energy. Dread, how are you, man? So let's get over to you for a second. How are you doing? What have you been doing?
I feel the same way about Pong. And Pong Soul too. Yeah. So.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
No, I'm doing good. I'm doing great. Just jonesing to get off of this 14-year-old computer and get that computer that I'm building, get the rest of those parts so I can get back on camera and start making some videos again like I used to, get back into more stuff, more streaming, and more interaction with the community. It's I've been kind of gone for a couple weeks, and then a couple weeks after that I've been transitioning back in. So it's just, not COVID, by the way, but it's just overexertion. Yeah, that was just overexertion. And then all of a sudden something hit me and it took me out for 2 weeks. So, but yeah, it's just, just enjoying gaming and hanging out with my friends and, like I said, the family, that's why everybody's, I call to arms the Dreadites, you guys are all family. There is no one thing or another. So it's great to see everybody here supporting each other and, hanging out. I'm trying to do some more stuff, like I said, but it hurts when you can't do it. When it's 5 minutes, a silly 5-minute video on this thing takes 5 to 6 hours.
That I know.
Yeah.
How's Breaking Bread with Dread doing? I know that has been probably tough with COVID.
Yeah, I did great for a while there. The last one I had was with a TikToker doing that interview there, and Infinite. I'm going to give him the credit. I thought about it and I kind of blew it off, and he said, you should do a Breaking Bread with your tiny giant. It's her birthday. You should do one for her. And I was like, yeah, I guess I should. Mm-hmm. So right now she's out playing putt-putt golf with some family members, and probably do something tomorrow. Just me and her take off and go get some ice cream or something, But it's Breaking Bread with Dread's doing pretty good. I'm working on expanding it, doing something a little bit more. I've got a specialty artist working on it. I've got other stuff that I've had Graphic God work for me doing stuff. So I'm building. It's just stagnant. You know what I mean? So it's just trying to keep at it and keep going, and hopefully we can get back out there and get back in doing stuff. We got Tempest Sun, one of our favorites. He's he's really the guy that kind of helped me originate Breaking Bread with Dread. So, and nice. He's finally pushed out his video. So it's great to see the community going out. Steel Rain, he was one of the guys that I did Breaking Bread with Dread a while back. And you look at Pong and Steel are tag teaming it with Living Split Screen. You know, it's good to see that energy and being able to help out. I mean, there's a lot of people that we interact with, and sometimes you just need that positive. You know, hey, go ahead, push it. You know, and it was good to see. You know, my questioning with him with Steel Rain. Hey, what's your plans? How you doing? You know, this and that, and then blindside me with Living Split Screen. It's like, whoa, where did this come from? This was awesome. You know. So, but it's cool to see stuff like that. You see, like I said, family members get together. You guys have grown with, what?
Cambridge United Guild.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I didn't want to say it wrong, so I'm like trying to remember how to say it.
I got you.
Yeah. So Gamers United Guild, it's good to see that you guys have expanded and grown and brought in more diversity in the family members. You know,
absolutely. Bringing in guys. I love the fact that we span everything from modern gaming to retro gaming, and that's, you know, because there's a lot. You know, you guys all know I'm a big retro guy too. You know, we talk about the Dreamcast and the Saturn. I go back even farther than that, of course, and I still have a lot of that stuff on the shelf, and I love my retro stuff. Sometimes I kind of love it more than I love some of the new stuff, but you know, it's great to be able to talk to people that have that passion too, like Relic Gamer in the chat, Nick in the chat. You know, guys that, I tell you what, man, you want to see some great streams of like Revenge of Shinobi, stuff like, go check out Geeks with Cash. That dude, and he's doing a Castlevania series right now. Yeah. He's doing a Castlevania series right now. Man, I was never a Castlevania guy until I got into Bloodlines and then started going back and seeing the older stuff. It's one of those series that I can't believe I missed, and he's rocking it. So, you know, but that's what it's all about, and I appreciate you saying that, Dread. And I don't know why. Except I spelled your name wrong. Damn it. Let me fix that.
What do you mean you spelled it wrong? I've got it down to 140. I have it down to 144 because I can't see.
Damn it. All right, I got it. I got it.
You were just Deadpool for a minute.
You were just Deadpool.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But I had, but if you look at OBS, it at least had the zeros, so I was at least okay there.
No, they're actually O's.
I thought
all
there
letters.
Are you sure? Are you
on Twitter?
On Twitter it's zeros.
It's zeros, yes.
Yeah.
But
so
it's actually O's.
O's. Okay, I got you. Well, it looks like O's here, so.
Yeah.
So, by the way, I want to say good evening to Brother Doggy Dog. He's in the house tonight. Gotten to know Doggy Dog. Actually, was on with him on Retro Renegades one night. Very, very cool guy. Very cool guy. Has a very underrated podcasting voice too. So.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a show without my typos. So hey, I solved the mic has mic'd his mic for the first 3 minutes of the show. I solved that problem, so I got to go on to something else. So go ahead, Dre. Sorry.
That's all right. I was gonna say it's funny is because you know how MAGG sounds like Mooch. Or at least that's what everybody says. He sounds like MAGG to me. He doesn't sound like Mooch, but I get it.
It sounds like I can't see
tendencies.
Right.
Now,
he has tendencies.
now,
right. But
now it's
Doggy Dog sounds like Titan.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
wow.
When they get going, Doggy Dog definitely sounds like
Common.
Yeah, and the best part is, I got Doggy Dog in my corner. So I'm like, all right, it's not Titan going back and forth messing with us.
Right. So Infinite has joined us, Brother Infinite, our benefactor. So and there's the MAGG. You speak his name and he appears.
I have that kind of power apparently.
Yeah,
he
Steel
does.
Rain is in the house.
Steel Rain has entered the house. Steel Rain.
Steel Rain.
And I gotta say, I'll tell you what, and I'm not. I hate to make it sound like an advertisement for our membership, but look at all of those. Look at all those green. Look at all those icons. Look at all the fun. Look at all this stuff, man. This is also how much the community has shown us too. Is that just all of our friends of NLG, all the people who take that help us out with the $2 a month, which doesn't seem like much, but it helps us to give back to you guys with giveaways and merch and stuff like that. And we're going to be doing, Peter, you're waiting on your copy of Ratchet and Clank.
We're going to be Clank. It says
bringing you
shipped.
guys.
Well,
okay,
I'll get it tomorrow. So
we're going to be bringing you guys Ratchet and Clank coverage. I mean, the membership really does help, and we're not just sitting on the money, waiting for us to retire. I promise.
Wait,
the thing is,
Caymans? No.
The thing is, you guys have earned every single one of those. You know what I mean?
Thank
You haven't preached
Pong
it out there.
Was it Pong our first winner?
Yep, that's where I was.
That's
yep,
right.
I was.
Oh,
Yep.
nice. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Retro
Now we
Bro
get
in the
the shield.
house.
Whoa! Look
Oh.
at Boogeyman. He just became a friend.
Boogeyman. Thank you, Boogie. I'm going to add you to the video description, and then I will get you added to the. So I may as well go ahead and let me do the shtick. So our friends of NLG get to be listed in every one of our video descriptions. They get to actually be listed at the end of every one of our shows and our live streams, basically. So at the end of this show, your name will scroll up as a thank you, and on our live streams as well. And you guys get access to many of our videos that we do early before everybody else. So when I do a Stinger Spotlight, when I've got another unboxing coming this month for Video Games Monthly, you guys get to see that a couple days early before everybody else. It's just and of course the merchandise stuff, which the giveaways are great because we don't get any money for that. All that money goes back to Jay Williams, Graphic God. So we're giving back to him as well. So you guys are helping us to give back into the community. It's all cyclical, and I can't thank you all enough. We can't thank you all enough. I keep saying it's we. We can't thank you guys all enough.
It's we. W-I-I.
So yeah. Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I put up all of my E3 2006 pictures today, and that was the year the Wii was actually announced as the Wii. And it went from the Revolution to the Wii.
Whoa! Look, Doomhammer became a friend.
Brother Doom. Oh man, you guys you're trying to make me cry tonight. You're trying, and it's gonna work.
Those Washington football fans, they're all right.
Yeah.
But that was the year that the Wii was announced, and I still to this day remember us sitting around a table at a diner going, who the hell thought up the name Wii, and what drugs were they on? Little did we know that was going to be lightning in a bottle for them. Little did we know. So anyway,
they were still on drugs when they came with the Wii.
Yeah.
Well,
and struck out. Right.
Yes.
And they quickly switched it out.
Yep. Nice. I see what you did there. Man, this is the way we've been going, guys. Is basically we don't get to topics until like the first hour and a half of the show, and I'm okay with it because this is what it's all about. This really is what it's all about. So, Doom says, I had no idea this was a thing. Happy to join and support my buds.
Thank you a lot, Doomhammer.
It really, you guys don't understand what it means to us. I mean, it really does. And why we take such attempts to make sure that, super chats or not, membership or not, we try so hard to interact with everybody. We want you guys to be part of the show, and it makes us feel good, when you reciprocate that back, and it's such a great thing. So thank you guys so much.
I've been saying that since day one, Brother Mike. That's one of the best parts about you and you guys, you brothers here, and how you interact with the community. Like Dread said, you are my extended family because of how you interact with people. And ever since day one, that's the kind of feeling that you bring here. And that's why so many people are so loyal and want to come out and support you guys. You guys should be bigger than you are. I know that you guys love it just the way it is, but there is a reason why you have so many loyal people that show up every week. And it's because you are some of the best out there. Good people find good people, as I always say. And you guys are magnets because of how you act and how you treat people, because actions always speak louder than words. So again, nothing but love to you guys. So
thank you, Pong, brother.
Yep.
Yeah, and brother, that's why we gravitate towards, towards you, towards Dread, towards Mav, Caitlin, Lupa, Nick. It's the MAGG. That's why
Tony Baloney.
Have a great show. We love you guys. Truly is a family.
It truly is.
Thank you, sir.
Doom. I mean, I can basically just roll down the name of everybody in the chat. I mean, it's literally how I feel. I know how. I think I can speak enough to know that's how we feel. This is why we're here. This is why we're here, not just in an Xbox Live party or a PSN party, just talking amongst ourselves, because all of this. So, and
even when we are in those parties, it's still the same vibe. It's still the same everything. There's nothing changed. It's not like this is the show, and then you go into a party and it's a different attitude. It's exactly the same.
Oh, whatever. We've had to mute Brother Mike so many nights of Halo. My God.
Stop lying. How many times have I demoted you to cousin?
Plenty, Brother Mike, you have.
I'm like, all right. After I get killed about 20 times, like, all right, second cousin, twice removed, Pong soul. Hey, but going back to that,
for such an easy target.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I can't help it.
Look, man, I do suck at Halo. It is okay. I will see myself out. Thank you.
All right.
Oh man. But you know what? What's really funny about that too is I still to this day remember the very first night that I got into that, and all I can remember is one more, and that whole thing, and that right there spoke to exactly what we're all talking about. Yeah, I'm trying to get out of there because I'm trying to go to sleep, and they're like, no, you're not going anywhere. Somebody said, you ain't going anywhere, bitch. I think it was Gunter.
Yeah.
He said,
he
said, you're not leaving.
There that night, but I watched the whole replay. It was hilarious.
Someone say Halo.
You.
No.
Welcome, Sensei Thoughts.
Sensei Thoughts. Welcome, sir. It's good to have you. Shizno's in the house. Brother Shizno is here. See? And by the way, Mav, check that E3 2006. I know you are a fan of Indiana Jones. I did get up my Xbox 360 and PS3 tech demos that we got. They were semi-private videos, and they're up. And if you wanted to see some neat things that they thought they were going to be able to do with the PS3 and the Xbox 360, those Indiana Jones Euphoria demos were really cool.
I've seen those. Those are fantastic, Brother Mike. Those are awesome.
Now, Annihilator. Just became friends.
Oh,
Just friends.
Niall, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
We love you, Niall.
We'll talk about my best friend.
Now get back to streaming on the PlayStation. Hurry up.
Yeah. He's it's funny
because that's Infinite. Infinite, you guys are the greatest.
Oh, you are.
I'm surprised you didn't say, now get on the first topic.
Get on the first topic.
No, we got to stall. De Niro's still
still waiting to get in those meat and potatoes.
He's still eating.
Yeah, got to stall it out for another hour.
He's still eating. No.
Whoa, Boogeyman too. $10 super chat. You guys are awesome, and the Gug family is by far the most welcoming community. And the guests you have on tonight have both made me feel most welcome as well from the very beginning.
Ooh. Boogie's spreading that karma, man. He's one of the lucky ones that got that fan fest.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's nice. Cool, dude. Congrats.
Yeah.
Boogie's the next one. You're going to see him around.
Yeah.
Yep. And we're going to get him on here. We are getting him on here. he was on Retro Renegades, and it was great talking with him a little bit too. We are going to get him on here. I do want to have him on and get him under the lights. I want to know about his history. And I remember the first day he popped into our chat, and he's kind of gone around and hit a lot of the GUG shows, and which again is what the GUG is all about. That's why we why we got the list of shows down at the bottom, is for people to go and support other great shows. And I remember the first time we met Boogie in our chat, and just, man, it was, he fit in immediately.
And I think he's another one that started out first on Retro Renegades, like Pong, right?
Yep.
First time I heard him in the podcast.
Yep.
So, see, like Retro Renegades, if you could get through Retro Renegades, man, you can make it anywhere.
True. Like very true. That's like a test.
Like a gauntlet.
Jay's like the mad scientist.
You got
to test you first and
Yeah.
see if you can actually cut it, and then release you into the wild.
If you don't go running from Crispy and Jago and Dragon YOBY, then you're okay.
Yeah.
If you get through his hootenannies,
you got Unlimited there now. So
yeah, and Infinite's doing a really good job of helping him run that show now. There's Brother Rich, nice shirt. Yes, yeah. I just been waiting for it to show up. Damn right. I'm a bacon ice cream shill, which is great, which is ironic because I'm Jewish, but it's a type of bacon. This is the type of bacon I can support.
Maybe it's turkey bacon.
That's right. It could be turkey bacon. Turkey Bacon Ice Cream Productions can do that.
You can't go changing the name.
Yeah.
I just did.
What if
Rich?
What
I'm
if it's
sorry,
tofu?
Rich. Oh no.
You sound like Yobi.
Oh, there's the hootenanny. We call Yobi's name, and he comes running.
Of course.
It's tofu, peace loving.
That's right. Oh, that's right. We said tofu. That's what actually got his attention.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I'm bringing everybody in.
Yobi, that's all right. Yobi and I have experience on snow planets with mechs. That's what it's about.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I wish I would have been able to get a hold of YOBY before he moved. It wasn't that far. Now I got to drive even further to catch up with him, so we can do another breaking bread, or another. I mean, a first one with him. But you know what I mean. And it's one of those things that you gotta figure out when you can go, and it didn't work out for me. Now I gotta fight even harder to get with him.
Big shout out to Relic Gamer. You guys deserve it. You all rock. Can't wait to meet Mike next month.
Yes. I am meeting Relic. I'm meeting Relic and Nick and a bunch of guys. Relic, can we without giving too much, can we talk about it a little bit? I'm going to be meeting a lot of the Amico guys next month at a great event, and I'm finally going to get a chance to shake hands with my my younger music idol. Tommy's coming into town, and I might mark out. I might actually be like every time I see Hulk Hogan come out on, it's so. But all right, guys, man.
That's right. Guess what, chat? For everybody that just showed up, we have not started the topics yet. So congratulations, you're in time.
You are in time. You are on time. It's just
you didn't miss anything, but you missed everything.
Yeah. But this is we're doing this like more and more every week, but this is I'm just so beside myself that this is where it's at, and we're having these conversations without even having topics. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the meat of the stuff that we're excited about yet. So
welcome to living split screen. This is what happens to us all the time.
I know. So man, you guys are my new Saturday morning, man. And the great part is I'm trying to work out Saturdays in the morning now before lunch, and I'm gonna be in the gym listening to Living Split Screen and running on the treadmill. So you guys got a great thing. You really do. And you bring so much. I'm gonna give you one more compliment, and then because I've already complimented. Dread knows that he brings. Dread knows he brings the thunder when he's on, but you too. You bring it every show you're on, and the wealth of knowledge that you have is impressively astounding, as my father used to say. And with the exception of Discord being bought by Microsoft and all that.
It was happening. Were there, brother Mike? They were happening.
It was happening.
It was happening.
Aye, so they say. So they say.
Come on, you know it was.
It was happening because they even backed away, said, "Yeah, we're not doing it."
Right.
So obviously.
Well, because just like Elden Ring, Sony probably threatened him.
Again, I tried to tell Sati to give me the checkbook, and I'll just write the check, and he doesn't have to worry about it. But he didn't want to do that, so guess what? Deal's off the table. That's what happens. What are you gonna do?
See, they should have listened to Pong.
I mean, if you would have had the check, we could have had a TV manufacturer under our belt.
Microsoft
You know what
TV?
I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Matt says Noof Nukem's new Sunday morning show is really good, 9 a.m. That's PST. That's not EST, because he's not. I think it's
starts at 8 Central, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Does it really?
8 Central's 9 EST.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was okay. I thought he started 9 Pacific. That's why.
Good morning, Xbox. Eternal Shadai's on. He's got a great panel. Eternal Shadai's in the chat right now.
He really
great
does.
Panel he's put together.
He really does.
He got a lot of great opinions over there in discussion.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Doom says we can't be right all the time. Mike's been saying E3 has said E3 was dead for years. Yeah, here we are.
Yeah.
So, well, I'm here tonight to be re-pumped up for E3 minus almost every major developer and publisher. So, Doom. Anyway.
Night, Graphic God. Good
night, bro.
We just got started.
Prophet's in the house. He is here. It is midnight for him because he's across the globe. Okay. Guarantee Sony tries to make Elden Ring look like their game. Well, it kind of does because it looks like Dark Souls. But let's talk about that. Peter, would you like to get us started?
Well, let's do it. I mean, we're
it's already 10 after 10.
Are we doing out?
Good hour in, so
wait.
Here it is.
Right. Thank you, everybody. It's time for the wrap up.
For it.
It's a good hour.
This is topic number 1: Summer Game Fest.
Yes. So if you had watched it this morning, or for some of us, 2 p.m. in the afternoon, then you got to see the Summer Game Fest, the Jeff Keighley show. The Jeff Keighley I Want to Try to Subvert E3 show. And I know that I was in I was in chats with Pong and Peter and Chris on like I say, I was splitting between Indie show and Mav show. So before anything else, I wanted to get some impressions from you guys just generally on the show itself, and I'll give mine, and we'll just go right to left. So start with you, Pong.
You just want general opinions?
Yeah, for now, just general, because I'm going to start showing trailers as we're talking about individual games.
I think the show was meh at best. I think it started out really good. It ended obviously really good. I think that Jeff Keighley and his team should probably go back to acting as if COVID is actually a thing, so that it limits their ability to get out of the box, because I think he did a great show with the VGAs last year. But I think once you give him freedom, he likes to go too Hollywood. Okay. I like Weezer. Weezer did not need to be there. Okay. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. We had no reason to have Kojima talking about 9/11 and all the other stuff that he talked about. There was no reason to sit down and have a friendly chat with the man. He certainly could have been there and quickly introduced Death Stranding.
Don't people expect him to be there though?
No, they really didn't.
Oh,
Kojima?
No.
He's his BFF. Are you kidding?
He's his BFF, but I'm saying we don't need to have a best friends sit down on stage at this show. Is what it's
from your
awful.
perspective, no. But I mean, if he would not have shown up, it's like, Oh, there's something wrong.
I was expecting, Keely to get out of bed, open up the covers, and there's Kojima with him. You know what I mean?
Hey, wake up and get show.
Yeah.
You think they see enough of each other during the day as it is, but so anyways, so that part of it, again, just the pacing was not good. The pacing, it took away from the pacing. Again, they started out great. I loved the beginning. They had some really good titles up front. And then the end was great, but that middle part really slogged along. There was some good stuff mixed in there, but there was just too much fluff, way too much fluff. And again, Keely likes to do this stuff, likes to show everybody he's Hollywood. He likes to do this big production, which is fine. But again, in game shows, the people that are going to be watching game shows want games. They don't need all the extra stuff. Again, a good percentage of people watch VGAs just watch it for the world premieres and the trailers and stuff. They aren't watching it for all the other stuff. And that's why last year was so great, because he couldn't have all the famous people up on stage talking and all this kind of stuff. I just think it was too much of that. So, again, if we're going to score it, I probably give it a 5 out of 10, maybe. Overall, just from a feeling standpoint of what a show should be versus what we got. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I kind of have the same thing. It's like all over the place, It's like from big games to very indie games. A lot of music, and then you have Goldblum and the other guy. I forgot his name of the movie thing, and it's like, I don't know. It's not very coherent. It's like all over the place. It's like ADHD kind of.
It slows it down and just it takes away from the good stuff we're seeing. Just like the Twitch, the id at Xbox, the idea at Xbox thing that they did with Twitch. It just takes away from everything. Who's the actor that's in Far Cry? I always forget his name. He's an awesome actor. But to have that long interview, that's completely unnecessary. It's just no. So that's just where I'm at with it. So. How does everybody else feel?
How about you, Dread?
All right. Well, he took part of my lines.
I stole your script. Sorry, Dread.
Well, you all know I don't like doing numbers. I don't like giving grades like that. It's either yeah, meh, or nah. And those that understand that it sounded broken, but there's going to be a few people that actually understand what I just literally said. For the O's that are uninitiated with that language, it's 3 different words, but it's actually 1 word. So anyway, it's either it's for me, nah, not really, or nah, stay away from it. And I'm gonna go with meh. There was good spots, there was some lull in the action, and there was some spots that were like, why? You know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm just going to go with meh. I did see stuff that got me excited, There was, what was it?
Jed, we're just doing the overall feeling now. We're not going in deep.
All right. But yeah.
So
it's a names of games. You can name names of games. I'm going to start showing some trailers.
Where are you?
Sorry, I had a quick family semi-emergency I had to go take care of. Okay. Sorry. Right.
You had to take a dump.
Yeah.
So
the family emergency. There it is. Let's everybody get that out at once.
Even the little shits.
So, but yeah, like I said, overall, there was something there. Even as a gamer, there was something there. There was stuff from PlayStation. There was stuff from Xbox. I was hoping to see stuff from Amico, but they get shunned here and there. So
Monday.
Yeah. Well, they get their own, but it'd be nice to see a little bit of.
You could have added some.
Something.
Yeah. A little glimpse, like hey.
Kojima took too much time from the Globetrotters.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that and honestly, knowing it's kind of weird because we are it's weird saying I hate the word insiders, but I really do talk to Tommy a lot. I mean, we really do talk. I mean, we talk regularly as just like friends. I don't think this was what his focus was. And I don't think he is primed to get in front of the E3 crowd. And honestly, the Summer Games Fest was not really something that was even on his radar, and it's just not. And they've got a lot of other things going on that he's got to take care of to get this thing launched in October, and they just didn't have the resources to really work with Keighley to do anything for Summer Games Fest. So it's not necessarily that they got shunned, it's that it really wasn't in television's focus to do anything.
No, well, he's playing the smart game. He's making sure that everything that they have for Amico is available right then and there to get your attention. Because if you give away something good, then you won't have it for your show. But if you give away something mediocre that it wouldn't hit everybody, then what's the point of them going to the Amico conference to see what that's about, right? So, I mean, as playing favorites, I want them to be there. It'd be nice to see some inclusion, but he's being smart about it. You got to think about it overall, business wise. What makes sense, and it does not make sense to do that and sacrifice yourself in the hopes of getting some more eyeballs on something that would not hit, because there's still that demographic that look at indies as whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it has to be AAA or nothing. And it's like, some of these indies are not AAA, but they're AAA quality.
AAA with a 9+ on Metacritic.
Right. You know what I mean? When it comes to quality, some of these games outrank a lot of these AAAs that come out.
Absolutely.
So, but that, like I said, it was a wishful thing. It wasn't like serious that they're shunning them, but in a way, it almost feels like it because nobody talks about it, and I get it. They're the new dog in town. They're just to some they're just a puppy. They're not even that. It's like what about this thing? It's going to be like the Atari. Okay, whatever. But they don't realize. I mean, you guys did the interview show, and I forgot who it was, but he tried it out. He was the biggest skeptic. And he's like, "Holy crap, this is great!"
Mm-hmm.
So
and to your point, Cyrus Martin, that's right.
Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, and to that point, the reality is that they've had issues with launching their product. He doesn't make any bones about. The one thing that Tommy Tallarico is, if nothing else, is completely transparent. It's one of the things I respect the most about him, and that he has tried to launch this thing like 3 times now, and it's hard to get out in front of people when chip shortages are killing you. He talks about, and he's talked about it publicly on Amico All Access. He's having trouble getting parts, and it's the same problem that multiple other console developers are having. There's this little thing called the Playdate, which is a little handheld with a crank on it, and they just put out a video about it yesterday. I heard about it like 2.5 years ago. They're launching late because they couldn't get parts. I mean, the Atari VCS, thankfully, is just a little PC in a box, so they could launch that, but the Amico isn't, and that's part of his issue. But I'd like to get into a little bit of that when we talk about our E3 predictions, because I'm looking forward to what he's going to show on Monday, and I'm definitely interested, for those of you who are interested in the Amico, and Pong, you mentioned in television in your is growing up. Mm-hmm. I'm interested to know if you've got any eyes on this thing yourself, and if there's anything that you'd like to see that might tip you over the edge. So when we get to the E3 predictions, I definitely want to get into some more Amico talk, and we got some definite folks in the chat that are always welcome Amico talk. So, and by the way, I want to say hi to my brother Raphael, who is actually someone I work with from a client perspective. He's one of my actual real life work clients, and he's an awesome guy. I just fired up a DHCP server for him at one of his locations. So You know, it's oh, that's right. Matt's right. The VCS was supposed to launch in the last November, and it's just now getting into stores. So even that one was hit with you know. So, all right.
Well, it's affecting more than just the industry. It's affecting
Absolutely.
every industry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that so you can move on. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And we will get to that. Trust me. There's never a lack of time for us to not talk Amico. I'm sorry. It's just, you know, we're all fans of it. So,
Happens every show.
yeah, it does. And it's my fault. Mike, tell Tommy us founders would love the option of shell colors. I'll tell him, but I'm holding on to my wood grain. Is the VCS even a real thing?
I wish you could swap them out, like, you know, the 360 faceplate.
We'll talk to him about it. I'll ask him. I don't think he's gonna be able to do it, but I'll ask him.
I'm kicking myself in the ruts because I didn't get the wood, the wood trim. I got the Tron one, the one that I call the Tron, which is the graphite black.
Yes,
I love that.
Dude, I almost got that one. Almost got that one.
I wish I would have got the other one, the wood grain.
Yeah.
The more and more I think about it.
That's okay. All right, back to Summer Game Fest, though. We will get back to the Amico talk, I promise.
Oh, real quick. I was at work when the Summer Game Fest went on, and I jumped into a couple of our GOG podcast members, and as I was watching it and working, I was like, "Ooh, look at that!" And then, but the majority
virtual camera should not have affected. The stream will come right back on. Just waiting. Okay, I think we're back. There we go. We're back.
Looks like we are. Yep.
All right. Sorry about that, folks. I was trying to swap out another trailer, and I guess Planet of Lana said, "No, you're not. You're going to talk about me."
What's the whole thing? Or
20 times.
Or maybe it's those missiles that came down, or the pods, or whatever they are. Blew the whole thing up.
Nice. So, all right. And by the way,
this is like hand painted, isn't it?
Beautiful, this game.
Yeah, that's really the artistic side of it.
Yeah. No, Pure Flak Monkey, it wasn't YouTube. This was literally OBS. It literally crashed on us. I had to stop it and start it. And if you see any while we're talking, if you see if you talk about a game, if you want to talk about a game, I'm happy to go back to I'm happy to go back to a trailer. Right now I'm just kind of showing them off. But Peter, what were your just kind of overall feelings on the show?
Oh, I already said it. It was
sorry.
Yeah, I can recap it real quick. It was like, from AAA to indie, and then a band, and then Jeff Goldblum and the other actor, and this and that. It's like, it's like an DHD show. It was like all over the place. It's like, yeah.
Okay.
So
did Chris give his?
My thumb is just like,
meh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, while we're
it had its moments, and it had its.
Yeah.
Well,
I love me some Jeff Goldblum, and I get why he was there.
It's like
that was his worst.
I don't know. He always sounds so fake, though. Even like his Discovery Channel things, it's like he sounds so fake. That's probably how he is.
Might be. I mean, it's
like, I don't know. It's like
I could have done without Weezer. I could have done. So the whole thing with I'm gonna do it for Frankie with Kojima. The whole thing with Hideo Kojima, though, was to pimp the DLC, the director's cut of Death Stranding that nobody cares about, honestly. Although come on.
Come on, Brother Mike. There is a group that does. All
right. The 5 people that still care about Death Stranding.
Still need to finish that game. Jeez.
And they're on PC at the moment. But I mean, to me, I knew going in that we weren't getting big announcements. All right, because Microsoft's got a show on Sunday.
Yep.
I mean, Ubisoft and Square and Capcom. Even Capcom has a press briefing this year for I think the first time in a good long time. So we weren't getting big announcements, big Xbox announcements at this show. You had to go into this thing understanding that Jeff was giving you a limited show based upon what he was able to get from people. So this is why we got Metal Slug Tactics. And don't get me wrong, I know Mav was excited for this, and this looks cool. We all said, "Oh, look, this is Metal Slug."
Love it.
And Dotemu, look, these guys, like, I almost immediately thought it was them just based on the guy just based on how it looks.
Yeah.
This is what we were going to get out of the Summer Games Fest. And then everybody knew we were going to get something on Elden Ring because, I said it pretty much straight out. Everybody that thought it was going to go into Game Pass or be, some sort of Microsoft something or other. No, it's From Software. There's no chance that From Software is ever going to do anything specifically with, dealing with Microsoft because, as we come to find out, Sony is flexing their muscle a little bit, and if I don't have a reason to not believe Jeff Grubb. I don't have anything. It's not like I'm talking about Jason Schreier. Jeff actually has some journalistic integrity. If he says he's heard that from developers that Sony kind of gives him the little strong arm, I can believe very much that Sony went to From and said, if you want to make Battleborn 2 at some point, I highly suggest you back away from any deal that Microsoft is trying to do with you. I guarantee you that's what happened.
Didn't they do a deal with Xbox with Secura?
Nope.
I thought they had a marketing deal with them. Didn't they?
Nope.
They showed it at first on the Xbox.
But they didn't have a marketing. They didn't have marketing on it. They did, but they didn't have marketing on it. So, notice that Dark Souls. And I get it. Dark Souls 3 was something different, and kind of last gen, and but notice where Dark Souls went. Have we seen Dark Souls on the Xbox Series X yet?
No.
And that's Sony's right to do. I mean that they are who they are. Microsoft has a right to make deals for things. Nintendo has a right to make deals for things. I'm almost guaranteeing that's why Elden Ring is not in Game Pass, like everybody thought it was going to be, and stuff like that. But I think Elden Ring was kind of Keely's, his big thing, I'll go ahead.
Yeah. He was giddy. He was giddy.
Yeah.
If we want to talk about it, if we want to get into Elden Ring real quick, are there any other games before we get into Elden Ring? Because I think that's going to take us a bit of time. Were there any other games that really stuck out at you that you guys really liked?
That one that I was just talking about, this Mages of Sultan something. That one looked pretty cool.
Mages of Sultan. Let me look at the list of what they showed.
Yeah. I don't remember the name of the game. That looked also pretty good too.
Evil Dead.
Yeah, Evil Dead.
Oh, the Evil Dead.
Oh, the Evil Dead game. Yeah, I couldn't grab that.
The TV suit.
Wouldn't let me grab that trailer, by the way. I kept trying to download the trailer and it kept telling me error. They showed. So the things that they showed was Evil Dead. I think I fell asleep during the Call of Duty Warzone stuff. Jurassic Park Evolution 2.
Yeah, when he mentioned like esports and mobile, it's like,
Yep.
Yeah, I'm out.
This game looks cool. The Tiny Tina's Wonderlands.
Yep. Tiny
Will
Tina
Arnett
Wonderland.
and Andy Samberg.
Game.
That's a definite get.
Yes.
So this is a spin-off? That's what I was...
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
a standalone.
Yep.
It's a standalone game.
It's when I walked away from my desk.
It was right in the beginning. It was
Blood Stallion.
the first game shown.
Yep. Yeah, I wasn't there when it.
Tiny
Gearbox in
Tina
Borderlands
is my favorite character from Borderlands. I absolutely love her, and the actress is amazing. So I can't believe they've got her back. This is going to be this looks fun. This just looks pure fun.
Yeah, it does.
Yep.
And
Gearbox in Borderlands. That's now what is it?
Embracer Group.
Embracer Group, right? So I mean, they couldn't do at least for two. This is 2K, right? Yeah.
This is 2K. So I wonder what
probably
deal
could
they had
do
in place
another,
for this.
Borderlands, so kind of have a spin-off.
But I'm curious as to what deal they had in place for this, because you would think THQ Nordic would be now publishing all of these games.
Unless they had the signed contract.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe.
Because that just happened 4 months ago when they announced
something like that.
acquisition. Yeah, so this would have been done wrong before that because they were working on this for a while. So assuming this is probably one of the last 2K published games that we'll see. So it looks awesome though. I can't wait.
Yeah.
I mean, we're assuming the Gearbox is IP.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe it is.
Yes. Yes. It
So,
is. But yeah,
yes.
no, it looks absolutely fantastic. And the Metal Gear Slug Tactics, love the look of that one.
I do like to look at that. It's classic
yeah.
SNK.
You know, it's funny. The Metal Gear Tactics just feels like it makes sense.
Metal Slug Tactics, you mean?
Or Metal Slug Tactics. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, that's all right. Metal Gear Tactics would work out really well too.
That
You're
would.
absolutely
That should have been what Kojima was talking about.
That would be fantastic.
We got the boom
game
boom
has
kaboom in
unicorns.
the
Does
house.
it have
No.
rainbows?
What is it? Which one has rainbows?
On the lands? Did
What's
you see
that?
the unicorn?
Yes, I did see the unicorn.
Yes, it's Speculation Town. And that's part of the thing. Rainbows
So,
and unicorns.
Rainbows and unicorns.
But yeah, the Blood Hunt, the Bloodlines Blood Hunt one, the Masquerade spinoff, that looked really good. Left 4 Dead style with vampires who are actually smart and have powers.
Yeah.
I'm all about that. I love vampires.
Yeah.
So give me
And
vampires and I'm hunting them down.
Yep.
Could be cool.
And something different from from actual zombies.
Right.
So.
Dumb zombies with a couple of kind of smart bosses in there. This is going to be flat out. Looks like you're going to really have to play as a squad, like you should in a Left 4 Dead style game. But with smart enemies this time who act, again, have powers. That's going to up the ante a little bit in the tension. So I can't wait to see what they have with that one for sure.
Yeah, I'm grabbing that trailer too, by the way. I tried to grab it earlier and it wasn't working for me, but it is coming now. There was another one that I thought was really, really interesting. And I'm trying to find, I think it's this one here, which is the, it's hard to pronounce it. I think it's the Anacrusis.
Yes.
Is that the Anacrusis?
Yep.
This looks cool.
Really interesting style. Extremely interesting style. I like it.
Oh.
I mean, it doesn't look the most technically impressive, but I like the style, and I think it'll be fun. Another co-op shooter.
Yeah.
Again, Second Extinction style, just mobs coming after you all times. I mean, that's always fun. I love that stuff.
So.
Running.
Hey, I need to make a special announcement. That I just checked my Twitter DM. Tonight, you lucky sons of bitches in the chat, one of you is going to be able to collect a code for a copy of. Make sure I got it right. Yep. One of you is going to win a copy of the Ninja Gaiden Master Collection for Xbox, courtesy of our brother Viper Strike.
Nice.
He has given me a code. What I am going to do is throughout the rest of the show, I am going to just drop all 5 of the the code pieces throughout the show. So whoever's still here at the end.
Hey, that should be
well, I'm hopping off the show. I'm going to go back in the chat now. It's been awesome, man.
So
just get us two
Yeah, really.
And,
Steel, get on it. I know he's playing something right now.
And there's the first one. So throughout the rest of the night,
Steel, grab
I'm going to
them
be popping the rest of it. So why is Pong's soul pounding on his keyboard so much?
Yeah.
No.
Peck.
No. Thank you so much to our brother Frankie. You know, he wanted to do something special for us tonight, and that really is. So keep an eye on the chat because it's coming. So, all right, sorry about that. So
this looks great.
This does look great.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I mean, again, simplistic, but this looks like one of those games you're just gonna have a fun time with a bunch of people. That's what it looks. Yep.
Yes, and it's co-op. I like the co-op aspect.
Exactly.
You know, I'm as you know as well as anybody, Pong. I'm not a good competitive player. The more co-op I can do, that's why whenever Mav does teams, I'm like, all right, I could be the ringer.
Yeah.
And then Caitlin's the one who just keeps killing me.
Yeah. Yeah. She likes to sticky grenade you a lot.
Yes, she does. That is her favorite thing in the world is to sticky grenade me. So, and I end up always saying the same thing. What did I do to you? What did I do?
Right.
So, oh man.
Bandai,
so anyway,
Bandai Namco knocked it out of the park with Tales of Arise too.
Yeah, let me bring that up.
That is looking fantastic.
Yeah,
they are going to kill it. They already are. They're on a streak right now. Really, Scarlet Nexus. I played the demo like I don't know 4 or 5 times now. Simply amazing for all of us, JRPG lovers, action RPG lovers. That game is so unique, so well done that anybody who tries the demo, I've been seeing it all over Twitter. I just tried the demo. I'm buying this day one. So they've got that coming, and then they got Tales coming in the fall holiday schedule, and then you've got obviously From Software, which is under Namco. That they're killing it right now. That is Tales are right. I've always liked the Tales series. But this one, they've really outdone themselves with the animation style. Looks simply beautiful when you see it, like everybody does right now. I just can't wait. Again, old school JRPG lover at heart, so I love this style of game. I can't wait.
This is coming all consoles, right?
Yes,
I think I caught that. Yeah. So Relic was asking. I just wasn't. I wasn't quite sure. I thought I saw pretty much everything.
Correct.
So, have we spoke about Planet of Lana yet? I showed the trailer. We haven't spoken about it, but we can get back and get back to that.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll let this trailer finish out and then go back to Planet Lana. And I did get the Bloodlust trailer, so we'll play that too. So this is in because I will admit I'm a little behind on these. This is in the Vesperia series.
Yes, correct. Tales.
Okay.
It's the Tales series.
The Tales series. Right,
yes,
right.
That's correct.
Right.
Yep.
So yeah, let me get back to there we go. September 10th across all platforms except for Switch. So
Wow.
One other thing while I'm bringing up the Planet of Lana trailer again. I know it was I think we joked about how bought and paid for Jeff was with Amazon Gaming. I know they sponsored the show, but good Lord. By the way, Chris, your pictures, your camera's still off.
Oh.
So, in case you were naked or something.
I thought you looked like a little Skype
symbol.
lemon or whatever.
Turn it back on.
So, what about the first-person shooter? Is that an Xbox One? Which first? Oh, I think that was Steam. Yeah, the Anacrusis. I want to say that was Steam for the moment.
No, I thought it said PC, Xbox.
I'm gonna look it up while we're talking about it. But let's talk a little since I know Indie Gamer kind of marked out for this one too. So let's talk a little bit about Planet of Lana. This looks really cool. I do love the style. And I love the fact that this reminds me of Limbo and Inside a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Like you have that scene with the spider and stuff, that looks kind of familiar, as well as like, the jump mechanics of like right down here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh. It is a Stray Bombay company did the Anna Cruises. I'm sorry, it is PC and Xbox and Game Pass.
Game Pass.
Nice.
You can almost guarantee that most co-op games are probably going to go to Game Pass.
Correct.
So that is outstanding.
Best chance to flourish is in Game Pass for sure.
Yep.
I mean, like Overwatch 2?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it wants my attention, it's
like,
if it's not on Game Pass, then it's like.
I know, and we've got stats that Microsoft put out on Game Pass that I want to talk about a little later tonight, as we get into the 2:00 hour. That So anyway, no, this was good. I think this is going to be a great. See, Indie Gamer said game of the show, and I kind of knew he keyed in on this.
Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah. So. Oh, Yobi said to tell Pong Soul I'm sending him and Steel Rain the Ninja Gaiden remaster from him to you guys.
That crazy
Peace, love,
guy.
life.
God, I love that guy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Yobi, so much. I already said it in chat, but thank you. You're crazy.
Yeah, we joke and stuff like that, but Yobi's got such a heart, man. He really does. He's truly one of those guys that
all about energy.
All about energy, all about love, all about positivity.
That's right where I'm at too. So I love the guy. He's amazing.
He is. All right, so you talked about Bloodlust. I did grab it. Let me
Hey, one thing about
Blood Hunt. I'm sorry,
this whole
Blood
thing
Hunt.
about Amazon Prime and stuff. Was there anything about Luna or any of the Amazon?
No.
Well, they just showed Lost
only
Ark.
showed-
They showed Lost Ark, right, Dreadpool?
That's
Yes.
the only game that they showed, but they didn't say anything about Luna with it either.
Yeah,
it was
No,
just
they
Steam.
didn't.
It was just Steam, right? That was the only
Right.
thing that they
That's-
confirmed.
That's all I recall.
Yeah. Weird.
Interesting.
Interesting.
So here's Blood Hunt, and this was in-game, not in-game. This was in-engine.
In-engine,
So
yeah.
in-engine. A couple
Just
things
the
are
concept
pre-rendered.
looks amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Just something different, you know.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Like there are zombie games like Dead, Dying Light 2 that I am so looking forward to, and those kind of fast-paced games. I've still struggled, and I've tried it several times now. I've still struggled to get into games like State of Decay, and maybe because I'm trying to do it by myself, but it's not fast-paced enough for me.
Right.
This looks really nice and fast-paced, and I dig this.
Yeah, no,
this is more action. Yeah, State of Decay is not really action. It's more like,
Salt Sacrifice.
Like a building kind of thing,
What was this game called?
Blood Hunt.
Blood Hunt.
It's a spin-off from Masquerade, Bloodlines. It's a spin-off of that, yeah. Good news on Masquerade, Bloodlines 2, too, going to Rocksteady. They're going to finish the game.
Very nice.
And it's coming out next year. So, thankfully, because that thing was in limbo, and thankfully they got it over to Rocksteady. That should be good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Hang on, Frankie. I am going after he wants to see the Salt and Sacrifice trailer. I'm on it. Give me a minute. We'll have it.
Dude, it looks great.
So, Lupa says Dying Light 2 going straight into Game Pass day one, brother Mike. She's dropping the
she's
gauntlet.
all over that.
She knows.
She's all over that.
Dropping the gauntlet. And I guarantee you, when that comes out, Sister Lupa, that won't be like Outriders, where I'm like, oh, I keep forgetting to play with you. I'm in.
That's what he says right now. We still are in the middle of two games, actually.
We are. We
Halo
are.
4 campaign with
Yes.
brought it back from
I know. We need to get back to our
and
co-op.
Wolfenstein. We still haven't finished Wolfenstein. I know. I know. I'm such a bad guy. I really am. Because every time I go to play something else, and then I'm getting on late again. But every time I go to play something else, I'm like, 10 more minutes of Sleeping Dogs Definitive Edition, and then I get an achievement, and I'm like, all right, let me play a little more. Let me go get all the Hell Shrines. I've only got 17 more to get. I can knock them out in 20 minutes. And then 2 hours later, I'm like, oh my God, I'm still playing this game.
Yeah, past bedtime. Snap.
I know. I tried to catch you. I tried to catch you last night, but you must have just gotten offline.
Yeah, I was done. I look at that, and then I see Mike playing Sleeping Dogs. It's like, I know how it is.
I don't want to talk to him. Here you go. This is for you, Frankie. The Salt and Sacrifice trailer. Now, I aim to please. So this is the sequel to Salt and Pepper, right?
No, it's
yes,
not.
I know. No, it's not. I know it's not. No, I never actually played Salt. I never actually played Salt and Sanctuary. Never actually played it.
I tried it. It's actually fun. So many games, but yeah, I tried it. It's fun. I try everything. So the art direction and stuff the art style is what grabs you. It looks so good in motion, and this doesn't even do it justice. But it looks so clean in motion, and just the way that they move around. It's almost like a puppet anime style. It's so cool. Yeah.
You know what got me hooked in this game was the Boba Fett like helmet. I know Chris can appreciate that. You see a Mandalorian helmet, it's like, oh, okay, cool. I like this game. but no, it is a cool game. It's very cool looking. I love the design that they did all this.
Yes.
So
yeah.
And like I said, these are the games that people like, oh, it's an indie game, it's not AAA. And it's like you realize how cool of an experience this is, so different from your normal games. This is the whole thing. It expands on your play style. It expands on your experiences in gaming. I mean, who still remembers going to the arcade and seeing a new game and going, oh wow, check that out, versus, oh look, no, you're going over there to go check it. Let's see what it's about. It didn't matter if it was like the newer graphics or if it had the guns on it or not. You were just checking it out because it was something new. It just popped up. All right, let's see what this is about.
And it's co-op too.
Yeah.
Local and online.
Which is the smart thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They need to start making a lot of these local, co-op, and online, because look at Battletoads. They didn't develop it with the online, and look what happened to it. It would have been so much greater.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I'm
also,
pretty
if the
sure
reindeer's name is not Sven, it has to be.
Are you talking about Frozen or something while I was gone?
On this game, it's a reindeer. Yeah.
It is
like
Sven.
they got like a little reindeer puppy and stuff, and a big one, and then he died.
Right.
It's like Bambi.
That's right. Because, every game's got to be like Ori and the Blind Forest now.
It's Svambi.
It's Bambi.
Caitlin says working on getting Pong Soul a sponsorship for Gatorade.
Except Caitlin, it's usually something else that's in there, like a pre-workout or something when you see me drinking it. So it's usually not Gatorade by that point. I reuse the bottles.
Nice. You have to give me your pre-workout secret, because, I'm trying to.
Yeah, no problem, brother Mike. Hey, congratulations on all that hard work too, man.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm almost there. I've got 2.5 pounds left to get to my first goal, and then.
Congrats. That's huge, man. It's hard to do.
It's the tire that I still got to get rid of. I'm feeling better.
The one secret with the pre-workout is to work out after you drink it.
But it works better than coffee. I love coffee, but it works better than coffee.
Nice.
So I use it all the time, whether I'm working out or not. So.
No. And don't think I didn't see in there, Jesse Darby. We will talk about Battlefield 2042 sometime during the show. I promise. I got that trailer too. Well, whatever it was called. I've got that as well. So, Kamikaze Soundwave's in the house. Battletoads made no sense. That game was clearly made to play with others and had no online co-op. Yep.
Yep,
which is funny because Dotemu's games, Streets of Rage, I'm quite sure Shredder's Revenge, they knew how to do it. They didn't have any problems.
They built it from the ground up, though. Yeah. That's kind of the catch.
That's true. That's very true.
They didn't do it on purpose because they didn't see that this epidemic was coming, and they thought, hey, we'll bring it back like it was back then. I mean, you talk to him, you talk to AJ just like I did. Mm-hmm. So we're just rehashing old news, old gripes.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So let's see. What else did I get? So all right. Nobody cares about Death Stranding or Jurassic World 2, right? Anybody?
Jurassic World's fun, but no.
Yeah. I don't know.
And actually, let's talk about Jurassic World 2.
Okay, let's do it. Jurassic World Evolution 2.
Maybe, just maybe, there's enough dinosaur interest in this game, right? Just maybe we'll get a Dino Crisis out of this. Maybe.
With the way Capcom's succeeding right now, nothing's off the table with them, and I think they're probably looking at pretty much their whole entire back catalog. And with that leak that came out, and we're supposedly going to get, Dragon's Dogma 2, which a lot of people thought was never going to happen, and there was a Power Stone remake in there as well in that leak. The chances of Dino Crisis is certainly possible. It's going up with each success that they have with these Resident Evils, for sure, because they're in a much better position than they ever have been for a long time. So hopefully Capcom can keep doing this.
Right. I mean, I'm just saying, because we got dinosaurs again. We got another game with dinosaurs.
Second Extinction. Yep.
We've got the Calypso Project was a spiritual successor to Dying Light. Oh, I'm sorry, Dying Light. Dead Space.
Dead Space, correct.
Right? Yeah. So we're, for those of us, are pushing for that game to do well because we want Fear to come back. Right? So we want, I don't care if it's a spiritual successor, but I want Alma to come back and haunt my freaking dreams.
I don't, but I hope
but
for
you know what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but that's what I'm looking at,
Oh, I agree.
Yeah. More hype for certain things, because that's what happens, right? Everybody's on the Me Too, right? Battle Royale. Next thing you know, everybody's doing it. Right. So this is the only reason why I look at, am I going to play this game? More than likely not. Right. Even if it's in Game Pass, I might, I don't know. We'll probably pop it in and check it out. But other than that, I'm not interested in this game, but I am interested in what it could lead to.
Yeah, the big picture is always great. That's why I again, Mass Effect taking off the way it has with the remaster. I am so excited for what that means, because I know that they're looking at Dead Space and doing it over again. I know they are. Right. And if they do what they did with Mass Effect and they do it to Dead Space, it'll be perfect. Do it. Do it, EA. The money's there. There's a big group of fans out there that will instantly buy it, just like everybody did with Mass Effect. Just go and do it. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm happy that they redesigned the controls from the first one, because that was back in the day. That's what turned me off. But I was always a fan of it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then to see how they transitioned all of that and still brought the story for all three, bravo.
Right.
Bravo.
Exactly. Yep. Change what needs to be changed, but keep everything that works.
But isn't that one of those things I've been preaching? Go back like 2 generations ago, bring those games back, so that way that this generation can experience what we used to enjoy, but fix the controls, fix the cameras. We know how to do this now.
Yep.
It's not our first time like it was when they first brought out Mario 64, and then the games thereafter. You know what I mean? It was like those games when they hit 3D, we didn't know what we were doing. We had no idea. And
no, you're absolutely correct, Dread. Look at all the new fans they've got. I mean, again, my brother from another, Steel Rain, had never played Mass Effect before. He's part of that generation that he just didn't. He was into multiplayer constantly, heavy back then, right? Gears of War, all that. He never played the Mass Effect trilogy. He just went back and now says, in his own list of greatest of all times, Mass Effect trilogy is up there in the greatest of all times, top 5, in his list now. He got to go back and see what it was all about, and they, like Dread just said, they fixed what they needed to fix. So this generation, the generations of people that may not have had a chance to get hands-on with it, get to play the best experience possible, and they're not turned off by maybe some of the old style controls or the old mechanics that just don't live up to what we expect nowadays. And it worked. It's perfect. It's great. I'm so happy.
And that's a prime example right there. But then you look at what was it, Onishima, where they left
Onimusha.
They left thank you, Onimusha, where they left the style in there. So, and a lot of people were turned off by it. And there was a lot of old schoolers that were like, yes, more people will get to experience it, and they're like, I can't handle these controls.
Correct.
So it was a catch-22. You know what I mean? It got all of us excited because it's coming back. We're gonna have a next game, a next generation game, and all we're doing is we're remaking or rehashing this one.
Right.
Really, they didn't remake anything. They just rehashed it, and it died.
Right. Correct.
No,
you're gonna do it right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, just do it how I don't know, doing it right apparently takes balls these days, Yeah. No. By the way, Crispy! What's up, Crispy?
What's up, Crispy?
Crispy's in
What
the
the hell
house.
are we watching with the...
Look.
Jumping. What the...
This is Ritas. It's Ritas.
It's
a little play on Metal Gear,
Yes, the box.
Yes.
You didn't get that?
What did I say? I immediately said the box. Yeah, I mean, and then but this was so stupid right here. I had to come back to this.
Yeah,
He's looking. This was the dumbest thing.
Now
why?
what? What's the purpose?
Because it's Kojima.
No, I
don't
know
understand,
that.
Brother Mike.
If he had, I know you love this man so much. You want him to make an Xbox game.
I do want him to make an Xbox game, but I don't love every single one of his games. Death Stranding does not look fun to me. I would try it if it was on Game Pass, but it's not something I'd go buy.
Look,
so I had a PS4. I didn't buy it.
Had he gone, I thought he was like, all right, he's gonna go under the box, and I'm like, okay, that would have been cool to go under the box and do that. But this,
that's what he should have done. He should have went under the box.
Right. What the hell is this?
And then said, all right, whatever, forget this. You know what I mean?
Right.
But doing it this way was more of an insult than anything.
It was
Maybe
just
that's
dumb.
his whole purpose.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it could be the insult, but yeah. That
okay.
All right.
Guys, don't worry about it. It didn't make me want to play the goddamn game anymore.
I was
right.
I was actually seeing expecting Wilmy to pop out. Gaming outside the box.
Oh God! Please don't tell that. Please don't tell that. You didn't use that joke for real, like in public, did you?
I just did.
You're true.
No, but that was gaming inside the goddamn box. So.
Oh.
Good
night, brother Rich. Oh man. Oh. Anyway, Elden Ring. So this was the big, the big reveal, and I'll let everybody else go so I can then, bring the mood down when you're done.
How are you gonna bring the mood down? Jeez. I'm not a Souls fan. I'm not a Souls fan. So
I'm gonna admit. Go ahead, Dread.
I was gonna say I'm not a Souls fan, but I like the Red Sonja look. That's what got me going.
Yeah.
And then I
like the look. I like the look of the game. It's a beautiful looking game.
Yeah.
No doubt. Did I come out of this trailer going, that's it, day one, spending $70 on it? Nah, not really.
Yeah.
Not really. Hey, Thomas Hughes. What's up, brother? It's good to see you.
But one thing I will say is that I'm not a Dark Souls player either, but this is set in the Lord of the Rings world. So I'm sure. Is this before? Is this like back in the day? I'm not sure where this sits in the lore of the Lord of the Rings, But I think it looks great. I think it'd be awesome just to explore this world. And it's 4-player co-op, so maybe we want to do a little bit of challenge together.
I mean, wasn't that hot right there?
Yeah,
that was. All right, hold on. Let me back that up a second. That I will. Don't get me wrong. Some of this stuff looks cool.
That's why I went Red Sonja. I was like, okay, if I play this, that's my character.
I mean, that's an awesome little game.
It's
a kick-ass.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not, Brother Chris. It's not set in the Lord of the Rings, by the way. Just so you know.
Right.
Oh, it's not.
No, it was.
No,
No.
It's George R.R. Martin. It's Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay.
He helped write it. Correct.
That's why you see a dragon.
Fuck it, I don't want to play it now.
Sorry, Brother Chris.
Man, I don't know why I was thinking. I don't know why.
It was the ring. The ring confused you. There can only be one ring.
The Elden Ring.
Now there's 2 rings. Shit.
Yeah, exactly.
The Elden Ring to rule us all.
Damn it, Pong, you could have just lied to me. Said, yep.
Yeah, no.
That's why you have Sonic to collect all the rings.
There you go. I don't know. Again, there's a lot of beauty to the game, and From Software, to their credit, they are some of the masters of art direction, for sure. You can't. That is one thing that you can't take away from these games, is that the art direction is just stunning, and this is a stunning looking game. I think if this game leaned more towards what I saw of Godfall's gameplay, I would be a lot more interested in it than I am now. Because I'm not interested in dodge, block, swing at the right time, and do it again, and do it again, and do it again, and die 17 million times. I've been there. Neo, Dark Souls 3, I've been through that. But Frankie used to send me like notes that say, he literally snail mail me like an envelope, and in the envelope I'd open it up and he'd have a little card in there that says, "Mike, get good." That's that's the stuff that would happen. But I just
yeah, but this thing is co-op, but you could get pissed off together.
Yeah.
I
mean,
that ruins friendships.
Right. Yeah. Why didn't you dodge? I don't know.
I'm curious how that's going to work, because if 4 of you go in and you're hitting a boss, do you have to start over if you all die? Like if you want, somebody doesn't come back in.
Yeah, there needs to be some. There does need to be some.
Got to be some kind. Yeah.
Yeah, there does need to be some clarification on how the co-op does work. Shizno feels the way I feel. Same crap, different game. So thank you, Doggy Dog. Totally enjoying the show, guys. You're all awesome. So are you. I'm glad you're here. So let me ask you, Pong, do you think in the end this game is still going to hit Game Pass, or is that ship sailed now?
That ship's probably sailed. I don't think so. There's no reason for them to just look at the hype around this game. I mean, when this was released today, when they finally showed a trailer, I mean, the internet exploded, and Souls games are very niche, right? That's a small group of people, but those people are extremely vocal, extremely loyal, and people have been waiting for this for so long. From Software doesn't have to put it in Game Pass. There's no reason to. I mean, we haven't. There isn't. They're going to sell what they need to sell off of this game just from their fans. Could it eventually? Of course, any game could eventually get in Game Pass, sure. But day and date, absolutely not. First year, absolutely not. This will be one of those games, unless there's something wrong with the game, unless it's it comes out, it flops, then all bets are off the table at that point, because again, if that's what we've seen happen. If a game comes out and kind of trips over itself and doesn't do well, you're going to see it in Game Pass. I expect to see Cyberpunk in Game Pass this holiday, right? Once they have the next gen patch, because they did not get the sales they needed.
No.
That's how you kind of revive it, right? You give it that second, the second wave of people to go try it and see if they like it. But with this game, from what we've seen from software make in the past, there's really no reason for it to go into Game Pass. I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I don't either.
No.
So, well, Dread, let me ask you this. Is this a game, and I mean, everybody can chime in, of course, but I want to get Dread in here too. Is this a game, though, that has an audience on the Xbox? I mean, let's be honest, the typical audience for Souls games tends to be the PlayStation.
Well, that's because that's where it's at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's kind of, it's kind of like, oh, well, Xbox doesn't have JRPGs. Well, yeah, because they don't have them. So they're not, you know what I mean? So when you look at the metric, if it's not there, you're going to have a low metric on this as a result.
But Dark Souls 3 was there and it didn't do well either.
But that's the only one. Well, that's because people weren't used to it. You know what I'm saying? You also got to look at the time, where were people playing this game, right? So it just depends on what's going on. It depends on how they look at the metric. You know as well as I do, anybody that knows how to operate Excel can manipulate Excel. Even though it's logic and numbers, you can still manipulate Excel to make it look good or bad. So, and it's like, you leave something out, and all of a sudden this thing that really sucked looks great on paper. You know what I mean? You put something else in, another metric, and all of a sudden now it looks like it's the best thing that ever happened to the company. So there's those numbers that you got to remember. If people weren't used to it in the first place because it was already on PlayStation 2, and here we are getting it on Xbox, a lot of people weren't used to that type of game. That type of game is brutal. And when you're not used to that and you're used to a first-person shooter and you want to try something different, you're never getting past the first enemy, let alone trying to get to the boss. Now, like every game belongs in Game Pass that we're seeing here, right? Isn't that how the metric goes? Everybody wants everything going to Game Pass. It's these games are not going to go to Game Pass right away. But this, as we experience more and more, there's a lot more people now than back then that have multiple consoles. Back then when we were younger, we had a choice. Which console do you want? Right? And then, like Pong said, we all go to our friend's house to play the other stuff. But when you're playing single player games like this, your friend doesn't want to sit there and watch you play his game. Especially something this brutal. So it's like, all right, why don't we go outside and play some basketball? Get you off of my game, get you off of, my experience here. And that's part of the thing is we're not used to this, and over here we are used to this. So, and I think that's part of the way that a lot of people are looking at it is Xbox players don't play these type of games. They're too hard for them. It's not that they're too hard for them. A lot of them would rather play it on PlayStation because that's where you play those type of games, right? Wasn't the Xbox the first-person bro shooter and all that crap?
The bro shooter.
Right? You know what I mean?
Of course.
But and that's where did you go? You went over there. But guess what? There was plenty of shooters on PlayStation even before Xbox was the bro shooter. So it just depends on how you look at it. I think it'll do well. Yeah. I don't know if it'll do well enough because, yet again, the demographic isn't on the Xbox side to push this. Look at.
Well, that's my point about putting it in Game Pass is it would give. So and by the way, just real quick, want to say hi to brother Lance Jennings. Victor Alistein's in the house. Nice to see Victor. That's why I think it's almost perfect, and to do that because there's we talk about Game Pass being a place where people could try stuff that they may not have ever tried before. This is tailor-made for that if the Xbox fan base is not used to a game like this. The problem that I see is that it's simply going to it'll get some play on the Xbox, because there are obviously some people that like these games that are Xbox owners, but if the fan base isn't there, then you're charging, Lord knows this could be a $70 game. We don't know yet, but let's say it's still going to be a $60 game if it's not a $70 game. You're asking that fan base that doesn't necessarily know so much about this game to fork out $60 to $70 and they're not going to get it.
I see it as Pong was mentioning earlier, was the fact that you got to remember, for a while there, they're like, why don't you make anything else? They're like, we don't need to. They were making bank on those older games back then. They were banking, so they didn't need to go anywhere else. Now, whether or not they're still banking is another thing that we don't know of, but I see them doing that right now. Is they're going to put it out there, and then once those numbers reach the peak that they're going to hit, I can see them looking elsewhere. Aren't we doing that now with or at least for a while there, we're doing that with console games, moving over to PC because they've peaked. Mm-hmm. And then, there's a new demographic that's interested in these games. PlayStation's finally doing that now. Games are 4 years old, but guess what? That interest is peaked, and you look at how many more PC players there are versus console players that have yet to touch it. Like I said, a lot of us own multiple places to play our games. So some PC players probably already played it, but maybe they want to play it again on a different version, a newer, cleaner, better version of it, and upgraded graphics and visuals, and that's fine. But once this peaks, I can then see it going to Game Pass. I just don't see it going right away. And it all depends on, yet again, what the publisher thinks. From's got to be the ones that make that decision on what they're going to get paid. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to get paid, because even getting it in Game Pass gets eyes on it. But guess what? Microsoft, or Xbox technically, have to make that decision between the two of them, what they're willing to pay and what From is willing to accept. If that contract doesn't meet both parties' expectations before and after, then the contract fails. Then there is no Game Pass. You know what I mean? Not for this game.
And I think that I think we got to look at Sekiro too. As some people are mentioning in the chat, which I was just looking up because I was thinking that myself. Sekiro did much better than the Dark Souls and Bloodborne. Sekiro last year in June was over the 5 million worldwide. Now, again, we'll never know this actual sales breakdown per platform. It's nearly impossible to get those stats, right? It's not out there. But at the same point, I think that shows that there's an even bigger audience, for these types of games. I think they've been growing this audience with each iteration that they've done. And I think that Sekiro was the good balance. Now, it will depend on how this plays, because if this is brutal, then you kind of cut down. You're still going to get a lot of sales up front, but once people figure out that it's not, that this is really hardcore, then you're going to cut down. Sekiro was more accessible to people, right? More people had an opportunity. From everything I read, again, not my types of games, I don't do them, but everything I heard and everything I read was Sekiro felt a lot more accessible at moments. There were still some really, really brutal parts, but people could get into the game and start playing it. And you saw that through the sales. The sales were much better than even Bloodborne were at the time, peak-wise. So I think that that's a better marker for us to look at as to whether or not you think that there's an audience big enough on Xbox, whether or not they should use Game Pass to introduce more people. Now, to your point, Brother Mike, I agree with you. We all know what Game Pass does. It would get somebody like me to at least engage with the game. Right. I would at least engage if it was there, because I'll try anything. Right. And so if I don't have to plop down my hard-earned money because I'm a budget gamer, so be it. I'll try it and see if I like it. And who knows? Maybe I'd be like, hey, no, I really enjoy this game now. I'm going to go pick it up. That's happened before with me. So I think that is something that always has to be questioned. But I just don't think that From Software needs to do that anytime soon. Again, unless they just don't see the sales that they're expecting. But from all the hype and everything else, if this thing delivers, I think you're going to see them build. Again, for every game they put out, it seems like they've jumped in sales even more. So I think that's what we're going to see is the evolution continue with that, because everybody's been talking about Elden Ring for so long that I think once it finally does launch, you're going to see the sales go even further than Sekiro did. And I think that that's, going to be good for them, because that's probably what they're expecting to happen. They're not expecting 20 million sales. They're expecting somewhere, right around that, 5 million, I'm sure, range with a game like this. I'm sure they'd love to see 10. But, if they hit 7.5, is that good enough? Is that what they're looking for? Do they need to put it in Game Pass anytime soon? Or can they wait 2-3 years down the road and then Microsoft cuts them a nice little payday check? More people get to try it out, maybe get some purchases out of it. And that's how you kind of give it some more energy again. But right now, I just don't think you need to do it.
Okay. So. Yeah, it's multiplat, guys. It's not.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Jesse, it's not an X. It says it right at the end of the trailer.
Yep.
So, is there any new SpongeBob games, Mike? I don't think there's a new SpongeBob game coming just yet.
We go from this to SpongeBob.
Yeah.
No, but I agree with some of y'all's points. And it really is kind of hard to judge, because sitting there trying to say, well, only so many people played it. Xbox, Dark Souls 3, but you got to understand the install base back then was a bit smaller. Again, Sekiro did good, right? The install base on both were bigger, but if it did 5 million, on both, that's a lot, but it's not a lot. But it still got Game of the Year, right? So
yeah, Sekiro did, yeah.
Yes.
And I think Sekiro did a good job, and the remaster. That was on PS5, right? That was the first one, right? Dark Souls?
Demon Souls.
Demon Souls.
So,
Demon Souls, yep.
These games have been out there. It's a spotlight. There's a fan base, and it's growing. And again, it's not for us, but of course, if it was in Game Pass, yeah, I'd try it out. And Sekiro went in Game Pass, later on. I'm sure this will too after a while, so not a big deal, So it looks pretty cool. But if it was Lord of the Rings, I probably would have bought it day one. I don't know where I was. When I saw that work, I was like, "Ooh, cool." And then I was trying to look at some of the characters, and it does kind of have some, Lord of the Ring look to it to me. I thought some of the characters were part of the main guy, the villain, and some of his.
Oh yeah, no. Definitely, yeah. I know what you're saying, though. Some of the crown work and stuff, the armor and stuff.
Big knives,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So maybe if they listen to us, maybe they'll do that later on.
Yeah.
Nice. Peter, your thoughts? I know we.
Yeah, the Dark Souls kind of games are not really for me, and I agree with what was said here. If it would have been in Game Pass, I would have at least tried it out. But it's if I die a lot, then my time is better spent playing other games. But it looks cool.
No, I agree. Oh, hang on 1 second. Sorry.
Oh, nice music.
It's I have Discord open, and the Amico folks are trying to call. So.
You don't have your quota in for Amico talk.
No, I don't. So.
They're calling to remind you.
God, I'm
Tommy's like, I won a shirt. I won a shirt, damn it. You owe me.
Yeah.
All right. Why is Saggy? Why are you not here? You not in our chat? Since you're gonna be, what? No Switch version? No, Brian. No Switch version.
Now that the last kind of Jedi Fallen Order was kind of Souls-like in the way the bosses, and then I went story at the end. I was like, "Oh, the hell with that shit!"
Yeah,
you had to learn the moves. You had to parry.
You know what? I am very bad at parrying. I just dodge and strike, and then my buddy Coop said, no, you have to parry.
You have to.
You would do like these counter strikes for parrying.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, it's hard for me too.
Oh.
It's hard for me too. I'm the same way. It takes me a while to learn how to parry. It's not how we used to play games.
No, it's not. I enjoyed Jedi Fallen Order though.
Yes.
I don't block in fighting games. It's just like full on attack.
Exactly, Dread.
Hit or get hit.
Attack.
Yeah. Take that punch, and I'm gonna punch you back. I'm gonna take the other one too, and that kick, and that combo, and I'm still coming at you.
We go back to the Rocky days. Just hit me.
Yep.
Right. Cut my eye, Mick.
Lupa said she 100%. That's how you win.
Lupa said she 100% Jedi loved it. I did too. I 1000'd that one. I whatever the Xbox version of platinuming it is, whatever you call that. So
completed.
From Software came to get Pong. There he is. Okay, he's back.
Oh, we can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Oh, Pong, you've muted yourself.
There we go. I will be right back. All right.
Okay. All right. So when you get back, we're gonna switch to E3 predictions.
Hey, this is a 5-hour show.
Commercial break.
Yes. Commercial break. Nestle Pure Life Water, the only water you should never. Sorry, last week I was selling people Wegmans yogurt, so this Oh
yeah.
Actually,
so Brother Lance Jennings says,
everybody's
is there a rise of Skywalker game asking for a friend? That is an inside joke I get. Axel 13. No, there's our good friend Papa Pete. He's a show for Rise of Skywalker. We tease him about it.
Hey, be nice.
What? Rise of Skywalker?
Yeah, they're gonna have ray tracing on those Lego bricks. You know how amazing that's gonna be?
No, that's the Skywalker saga. I'm talking about the train wreck of a movie that was Rise of Skywalker.
All right, so they're gonna have Lego bricks too.
Axel says it's called completion. Thank you, Axel. I got it. Thank you.
Didn't I?
No, you.
I just said that.
Is that what it's called? Is it really?
Completion.
I call it thousanding it.
It's completion. You completed the game. You completed your achievements.
People say that when
completed
the game is like, the
well,
A to Z and saw the credits.
But then you go back for completion.
Yeah.
I see.
Maybe that's finishing the game. Yeah. Okay.
Right, there you go. Because I can finish the game and still have 35 achievements left to get.
Completed the game. Okay.
No. De Niro says, here comes the Truman Show advert. All right, so I guess Chris went to take a leak before we get started. The show has come to a complete halt.
Yeah.
So
we can do the wrap up first.
It'll come back wrapped up. There you go. Let's see. What part of I don't even remember what part of the. Oh no, I did. Okay. All right. Good luck, everyone. If whoever is in the chat that gets it, please let us know that you got it. So.
Code has been redeemed. Putty breaks.
Okay.
Bum, 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 bum.
Okay, Pong's back.
All right.
So.
Jeff Rule says, got it.
Oh, nice.
Nice, Jeff. Congratulations, Jeff.
Nice job, Jeff.
Good luck. Good job, Jeff.
And thank you.
Late Adventurous says got it. Wait. What? How could you both have gotten it? That would break the internet. That would break Microsoft. One of you two is getting banned.
Everybody go put the code in real quick. They're giving away free games. Let's go.
Sorry, Black Monkey. So we will be doing more things like that. It says good to go. So hey, you know what? Right. If Jeff Rule and Lady Adventurous both got it. Hey, all right. De Niro got it. Damn
Everybody
it.
got it.
See? Everybody's got it.
No.
Go enter that code. It's unlimited.
No.
That would be funny.
So seriously, just because it says it's good to go, did it actually go through? That's what I'm curious, because you could still put in a code and it'll tell you that it's ready. It's good.
And you have to accept
But
it.
you still got to accept it. So.
Right.
Yeah, I've had it before when I
Yeah.
did my victory dance and like, oh snap, I forgot.
I also did it before where I typed in the code and the code was already used, and I thought, oh, I used it, and come to find out it was already used, so the code I put in didn't accept, but I thought it accepted.
Mm.
Oh, look,
Yeah.
even the original Next Level
I got it.
Gaming.
Yeah, that name is too
He got
darn
it.
long.
Too long of a yes. So, by the way, just as an aside, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Devolver Digital tweeted out about an hour ago. Please join us this weekend for a look at the new subscription service you already subscribed to, and 8 new games that aren't included in it.
Nice.
So
See, that's what you gotta
Devolver.
love about them.
Yeah,
Oh
Devolver's
my god,
awesome.
I can't wait for their conference, man. Their press briefing. They are without a doubt one of the most entertaining briefings ever.
Yeah.
So, what is Mav doing?
Presentation's weird, but it's entertaining.
But it's supposed to be. It's
Yeah,
on purpose.
exactly.
So,
Mavs had too many
Mav-
animal crackers tonight.
yeah, Mav, what are you doing?
Man, you can't say that. Even typing it like that, you can't say that here.
All right, Peter.
Topic number. What topic are we on? It doesn't matter. E3 predictions.
We're not
All
even
right,
halfway through
gentlemen.
the show.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh, we're not done. We're not done. We're going for it tonight. All right, gentlemen. This is what this is the main event. This is what we've been waiting for.
Like actual doing predictions and not hoping or
Well,
hoping.
we could do some hoping. I think hoping is part of the game. Look, I'm jaded. So let me get this out of the way now, because I'm going to need your guys' help tonight. I've been jaded for a few years now. I have watched. You guys have all seen the pictures I've been putting up this week on the Twitter, the videos. Getting to sit down and play Halo 2 multiplayer with Frankie O'Connor, and getting to see getting to play Warhawk when everybody else didn't get a chance to see Warhawk on the PS3, getting a chance to go behind closed doors to see stuff, getting to I have lived the E3 life for a long time, and I in its heyday, that show to me was bigger than it is now. And I get that there's a younger generation that didn't see those shows that I went to, that don't understand that, hey, back then, Activision, Konami, Capcom, weren't just there. Activision's booth used to be massive. This was a company that had Spider-Man, James Bond, Tony Hawk. They had id Software at one point. Don't forget that. This was well before they had gotten, and then Call of Duty was just kind of like their just one of the group. Konami had a giant presence there. You walked into the show floor hall and you were blasted with Metal Gear Solid as loud as it could be on a giant screen above you that just hit you in the face the minute you walked into the South Hall. You had you had big companies with big giant booths, Sega and Sony.
Did you say boobs? Hey, missing those.
No,
They did have the booth
did
girl.
back in the day.
They did have the
They did.
booth girl. So.
Did you say Utes? The 2 what? No, you had Sega and Sony right next to each other. You had Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo with these big giant cuts of the show floor, and they were battling it out. And the pomp and circumstance of America's Army bringing helicopters down. I mean, there was just even companies like Midway and the old THQ. Not Nordic, but THQ. there was just such this thing, right? And COVID doesn't have anything to do with what's happened, in my opinion, to E3 over the last 5 years. COVID is not why Sony's not there. You know, COVID is not why Activision blew all of its IP and decided we're just going to be a Call of Duty studio. You know, there's just such a difference to me in the feel. Now, Microsoft's going to take a lot of that back up, right? Because they're the shining star of the show. I don't care what anybody says about E3. This is Microsoft's show. Nobody is talking about Ubisoft. You know, yes, they have a conference coming up. Nobody's really talking about them. Nobody's talking about the Square Enix briefing. Nobody's talking about Monday. There's a bunch of people being shown on Monday. Other than in television, do you guys even know who's being shown on Monday? No. Tuesday, I don't even know what's going on Tuesday. And that's it. And then the show's over. This is all about Microsoft.
I mean, disrespecting Nintendo.
Oh, that's right. The Nintendo Direct is on Tuesday, isn't it? And they're doing a Direct.
Tuesday is Nintendo and Bandai.
And right. Bandai? Okay, so Bandai. Okay, great. I mean, but this is my point, is that we sat in those press briefings. You know, I had guys that said, when Nintendo did a live press briefing, I showed that video yesterday, I think it was yesterday, from 05, when Sean Foster sat front row, could probably reach his arm out and shake Reggie's and Shigeru Miyamoto's hand and watch the Twilight Princess trailer live, and you had that energy. I've seen the live shows that Microsoft has put on in even recent years when fans were allowed in there, but even when we were allowed in there, it was just press. There was an energy that I just don't see anymore from my perspective. So before we get into our predictions, Pong, Dread, and Chris and Peter too, I know you guys are totally excited for this. I want to be excited. I want to be pumped. I'm obviously pumped for the Xbox stuff. Pump me back up for this show. Tell me what I'm missing that I don't have anymore, and just tell you're just getting too old, Mike. Shut up.
Well, it's as simple as that. That's it's simple.
There you go.
You just have a different perspective. That's all there is to it, Mike, because I've never been to a live E3 show, so I would never have the perspective that you did of the pageantry and the all-out showing that used to be there. I used to see it, obviously through the magazines back in the day before the internet, and I've obviously watched it live and watched all the interviews and saw how big it was and all that kind of stuff. But you have a different perspective from actually being there and experiencing it. So from that point of view, I can see how you would feel that it's lost some of its luster, or most of its luster at this point, because of where we're at right now with E3. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you're missing something. I would just simply say that you have to readjust how you think about E3, as far as not looking back upon those memories as something living right now, or something that you hold dearly, which is great. I mean, it's fantastic. I wish I had those memories. But the point of fact is that we got to be the here and now and in the present. Understood. And you just got to realize that it's a different time and that things have changed, and that we may never get that glory that you had from back then, but that there's still plenty to be excited about, because we are coming into the golden age of gaming. And maybe not from your view. I don't expect everybody to believe that. I know we all, like different aspects of different decades and what we had going on at that time for gaming. But from my point of view, right now, there is more people involved in the gaming industry, more companies, more money, just more overall excitement for gaming in general as a mainstream form of media, that we are going to see greater and greater things, and we're going to see things that we have never, ever seen before. Through this portion of where we're at in the gaming industry. So for me, I'm looking forward to, because I can't wait to see that next thing. If it's Starfield, which I hope it is, because obviously, I'm a big believer in God Howard. I'm one of, I love the man. I love what he does. And I hope that Starfield is the next one that blows my mind, right? Just like Skyrim did when I first saw Skyrim. Even though I love Oblivion, even though I love Morrowind, Skyrim took it to that next level, and I was like, oh my God, look at this. When I saw the dragons on the screen, I was like, oh my God, this is everything I've always wanted. I want to get those feelings. And obviously for me, Starfield, I think is the big one. For a lot of people, it's going to be Halo Infinite. What do they do to bring back that glory, right? And I know we're talking a lot of Xbox here, but there's a lot of other people that are going to show cool things too. But obviously, like you said, Brother Mike, Xbox is the central focus of E3 this year. It is the big one, right? No doubt about it. So for me, I just take it as it comes now. And again, I'm easily hyped. I'm not one of those guys that tempers my expectations, because screw that. I don't believe in that. I accept responsibility that if I walk away from a show slightly disappointed because it didn't hit all the marks I wanted it to, so be it. That's on me. That's not on anybody else. That's not on whoever did the show. I don't care. But I'm going to stay hyped just because I know that we are coming into a absolute beautiful point in history where I am happy to be a gamer, and I am happy that I'm going to be here to see what we're about to start seeing out of this stuff. So that's just how I come into this E3, and that's why I'm so excited. And you know, if Nintendo actually does something and blows my mind with a new Switch, great, all the better. I haven't been excited for Nintendo. You know, again, I respect the hustle, respect Nintendo for their place in the history of video games. They don't have anything for me and haven't had anything for me in decades, other than a few odds and end games that I like JRPGs. But I've nothing I'd go purchase it for. But they have the potential to blow my mind with the new Switch. Now, will they? I don't know. But if it happens, great. I'll be even more excited for this kind of stuff. So that's just how I look at E3. I don't think you're wrong for how you feel. I don't think that I think you have valid reasons as to why you feel the way you do right now. I just think it's a perspective that's based upon looking back, obviously, at what you've seen and experienced firsthand, versus where we are at reality right now. And I think that's the only difference. So that's just me.
Okay. Yeah, just real quick.
That was well said.
Yeah,
amen.
Time changed. You know what you said. I mean, it's when you went down there on the floor, they had to record it because it was not like real time blogging of stuff. And now now it's all more real time, and that has changed.
Absolutely.
So.
Well, and our resolutions on our videos have changed too.
That too.
Those videos I put up were 320 by 240 because that's all we really could do.
Way back when our eyesight was so much better.
Yeah. Hey Ryan Landis, how you doing? So, no, I do want to preface this by saying I'm with you guys on the golden age of gaming. I mean, obviously, things like Game Pass have been such a game changer for me even as an older gamer. And look, I as soon as somebody offered me a Series X, I jumped at it. I've been relishing the FPS boosts. I am patiently awaiting. I want to get that Halo love back in my system again. So I like everybody else is all eyes are on Halo Infinite. And I do want to, I don't know, I hear people saying temper your expectations, and like you, Pong, I'm like, why? If this is the Super Bowl of gaming, right? Why are people telling us to temper? It should be. So why are you telling me to temper my expectations? I mean, I would expect to go into this show. And let's start with Microsoft because this is the big one. I'm expecting to hear something from Compulsion. I'm expecting to see Hellblade 2 gameplay. What it because this is E3. If you're not going to show it here, when the hell are you going to show it? I'm expecting to see some Forza Motorsport. Maybe we'll see both. Maybe we'll see Motorsport and Horizon, right? I'm expecting to see they've got all of these. They've got all of these all of these studios now, and I'm not expecting all 23 or 26 studios. Ha ha ha. I'm not expecting all of those studios to have, to have vertical slices of games at E3, but I am damn sure expecting them to tell us what they're working on. I'm not the guy, and I've seen both. Peter Moore used to be the guy that used to love to just simply show you stuff that was coming out this year, right? And that's and I'm okay with that. Show me that stuff. But I need to see what's coming too. I need to see that 2 and even 3 years down the road. Forget this 18 months bullshit. I want to see 3-4 years down the road that your 26 studios have made me so happy that I spent that money on the Series X after spending money on the One X, after spending money on the Xbox One. Make me forget my consternation over you dropping Kinect, right?
But you shouldn't buy hardware of what you think is coming, though. That's setting up for failure.
It is, but when you've got, I don't know, is it though? And the reason I ask is because they've got so many studios.
I think the new generation always based upon hope. I don't think we've gotten very few launches that have shown off any of the capabilities of new hardware, right? So you're always buying new hardware based upon that hope for the future, no matter what. Now, you can educate yourself and you can look at everything that's supposedly coming down the road and make the right choice if you have to make a choice between all the consoles. But I think at the end of the day, I think, Peter, we're at that point where we are just basing it upon what we think is going to happen at some point.
Right. By the way, I'm finding we're having a bubble tea emergency in the chat.
Yeah, tiny bubbles, big bubbles.
Yeah, my daughter's been. You gotta try it. Oh yeah.
But here's the thing. I hope they don't give us date. I mean, if you give us dates, the risk of giving dates like, 2023. You set yourself up for failure if it gets postponed. But still, it's coming down the roads, like giving a little glimpse. I mean, that's good.
Yes.
And
I mean, they did last year with the Fable and the Vow.
Fable and the Vow.
What are people crying about?
But then the thing is, you don't know. I mean, how far are those games along?
Not that far, that's for sure.
I mean, you look at what we got. But we know, they're there. That's and for me, that may not be. And I know to me, I've seen from, and I'm not talking about anybody in this room necessarily, or at all, but gamers, this generation of gamers seem to have the attention span of a small woodland creature. So they always want to see, I'm happy knowing Fable is there. I wanted to see more, of course, but I know it's there, and I know,
and of course, Perfect Dark, they showed that too.
Right.
Yeah.
We have no right. They showed me Perfect Dark.
See some Perfect Dark too, though.
Yes.
I mean, Phil and Phil's daughter, whoever have been playing it, right, or some parts of it.
Show us what you've been playing.
Something, what's.
But do you want to watch the same thing over and over again? Another version of the same trailer or another version of the same in-engine? I mean, it gets tedious at times. I'd rather. Okay, you know what? By the time you show me something, it's going to be within the year or so. All right. So, and there's so many studios that you can start lining that up. And then I like what Bethesda does. It's like, oh, by the way, this game we just showed you is dropping right now. Mm-hmm. And I understand a lot of people get upset because I didn't have enough time to save up for this game. This game looks awesome. But guess what? If it's coming from Bethesda or any other Microsoft Xbox studio, it's in Game Pass.
Right.
So it won't matter. And that's what I think is cool is if you do it like that, give us something to look forward to and don't let us know when it's going to come out because I want it to come out when it's done. Right. Yeah. I don't want it to come out. I don't want to see. I mean, we dealt with Watchdog Legions. We dealt with the now famous Cyberpunk, Outriders, same thing. You know what I mean? All these games are coming out and they're not even ready. polish it, get it cleaned up. They pulled Halo back for a reason. Why?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know why they showed that. They should have seen that. I don't know who greenlighted that, but someone should have seen that. Okay, granted, I was enthralled with the gameplay because I was picturing if I was actually playing it. I was not sitting there like, okay, pause. What do we see here? Okay, play 1 second or half a second. Oh my God, there's
frame forward, 1 frame back.
Oh yeah, you know what I mean?
There's Greg. Oh, right there.
Exactly.
Greg has a fat neck.
I want to see that mountain, like 30 miles away, but I want to see detail. And you can't see that kind of detail that they want to see with this stuff. These are people that are just nitpicking. But from what I saw, I loved the gameplay. It was just like, all right, cool. This is really cool. But here's the other thing. I want to see the game finished, polished, and I want to see somebody playing on a controller showing me in their hands how the game is playing. So when they make those decisions, because you notice that the Halo gameplay, the guy was perfect. He knew exactly where everything was. He hit it like dead on. Everything was perfect. I understand if even if he was playing that, how many times he had to practice that to know where everybody's in, to get Craig that close so you can get that image on him. You know what I mean? But if you do it live, I don't care if you have somebody in the background also with the controller ready to take over because of a failure or something like that. No, I want to go back in those old days, play that game. Show me what it looks like when somebody's playing it. Don't show me gameplay like that's already been pre-recorded. That person's been practicing. But when you get somebody else that's played the game, that knows how to play it, but not practicing that specific level, that's when you see stuff, and they're like, oh, I got to come back and back up and try to rethink this attack. That's when okay, this is real gameplay. This is really what's going on. This is how it feels. So when you have it like that, that's totally different. When you say, I want to see a game, like I said, we've got games lined up that we don't know of. There's a game out there that Jason Ronald is excited for. They've never told us what that game is. I want to see that. I want to see when they tell us, give us a little teaser trailer like they did for Perfect Dark and Fable. We know that those are years away, but you know what? They don't have to be years away. But if they line them up right, they can show us at E3, and then maybe by next year at E3 they can show us the gameplay or something like that, and later on that year or even at E3 drop it. Here you go. It's live. It's in Game Pass right now.
Yeah. So
give us a look in the future.
For the super chat. Dreadp00l hard.
Oh, I love you too.
You have a new admirer.
Thank you, Saggy.
But one thing, like during the Microsoft show, I hope we don't get like a too long segment of Halo Infinite. I'd rather have them show, a short segment, and then have like, okay, at 3 p.m. come back for an in-depth, where they go like in a more in-depth thing, which is longer, longer time period.
Right. Sure. You don't want the fluff. And I'm going to put out this PSA because I know Phil and I know Aaron and I know Matt Booty. I know they're all watching right now, Sarah Bond. So guess what, guys? Do not do one of those pre-scripted playthroughs with people like they did on Dark Alliance today. Please don't do that. I don't want any of that corny garbage where these guys are talking to each other like they're actually playing the game and we don't learn anything about the game and we just watch a couple of people look like complete idiots because they've got scripts in front of them talking about the gameplay that they're seeing on the screen right now. Okay, please don't do that. I hate that. Just don't do that.
Oh, they like they did with what the hell game did they do that with today?
Dark Alliance.
Yeah.
Wait. You mean that wasn't real?
Was she really wearing leather armor while she was playing?
Yes.
Thank you. What?
But she wasn't actually playing.
let me go cosplay while I'm actually playing the game, right? Jesus.
Yeah, but she wasn't cosplaying. She's an actual wrestler.
Yeah, she was a wrestler. So I'll give her that. You're right.
She was in her attire.
All right. Whatever. Axel 1324 is a bone to pick with you, Peter.
He wants to see 90 minutes. I want to see 90 minutes too, but not at the main E3 show.
You know what I want to see 90 minutes? I want to see 90 minutes of me playing the game, okay?
Right. Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's what I want to see.
There you go. No,
but I think what they did last year was perfect for what they had coming out, and I love the future show. Like you said, Brother Mike, give me some of that. You know what I'm going to see down the road. I think that was perfect, but I don't want to see those games again until you can give me polished gameplay. I don't want to see. That's what smaller little, Xbox wires are for, and that kind of stuff where they put out, like they're doing with Halo, where they give us kind of updates on the progress that they're doing in the game. I don't want to see that again. Great, you showed me a trailer, you got me hyped for it. I know it's there. I know Fable's there. I know, every Perfect Dark is there. I know Avowed's out there. I just don't want to see it again until it's ready. I really don't. I don't want to see any of that stuff. I'd rather wait another year for next E3 to know the stuff that's coming out, end of 22 into 23. So I do, disagree with you a little bit there as far as seeing super future stuff. Now, brand new announcements like, this Omen game from Arcane and stuff like that. Yes, I want to see a teaser for that up front now, even if it's 2.5, 3 years down the road. I definitely want to see the teaser now. I just don't want to see it again after that point. That's all.
Right. Agree.
Understood.
Quick shout out to Saggy Melonz for Mike fell off his chair. Or kind of for the $50 super chat, showing love and support to NLG. Thank you for being amazing and supporting my bubble tea addiction. From what I saw at Summerfest, I'm very excited. I cannot wait to see more games. Yes, Kojima.
Saggy, I am going to buy you some bubble tea when I see you. I'm going to get to meet Saggy too, and I'm going to buy you bubble tea. I don't care. I mean, you know what? You heard it here. You heard it right here. I am going to try bubble tea when I see her. She is going to we are going to find a place that sells bubble tea, and I am going to drink one, and I am going to try it. Sister Saggy, I love you so much. Oh my God.
I think Peter mispronounced the yes. I think it was supposed to be yes, Kojima.
Oh my. Let's wow. I don't know about that.
Maybe that's after some bubble tea. I don't know. But,
yes. After bubble tea.
Oh my God. I'm serious. I am being dead serious. I am going to try bubble tea when I meet Saggy. That's oh my God.
I think Infinite said something about it being like bathwater. So I hope that's not true.
A hot commodity nowadays.
I don't know.
Okay, so
I hope bubble tea is actually tea, and it's just not what he said earlier.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so
you lost.
I'm at a loss for words. I am at a loss for words.
We ended at yes, Kojima.
Good night, folks.
No, Mike's thinking about big booth babes, and he's got bubble tea, and yes, Kojima.
You know what's sad? You know what's really sad? I actually have some great pictures that I felt like I couldn't put up in my collage.
I'm sure you did.
And because
they now have historic significance, though.
They do. Well, you know what? Because we talked to so back in those days, it was really okay to do that. And the ladies that did that, some of them worked for the company itself. Many of them were actually gamers themselves. And we wouldn't just take pictures with them. We talked to them for a few minutes, and they really enjoyed being there. And you know what? Screw it. They can cancel me all they want. I've got to show you one that.
Oh shit!
You damn right it's coming. Hang on, where is she?
Broke the stream.
Woo,
Here
here we go.
$60 well spent.
Oh, oh my gosh.
Oh, it's back. It's back. I see it. No.
Oh,
We froze.
okay. Did it
Now we're back
disconnect?
again.
Okay, sorry. So this woman was cosplaying for, I forgot what game it was, but first off, she was one of the nicest people I had ever talked to. She loved the actual game she was, doing this for. And I'm sorry, back at that time that I said, she is gorgeous. And there's nothing there. I don't get the consternation of why. Like, I really felt like I couldn't. I got a good 20-30 pictures of just the booth ladies that were, and I never called them booth ladies. I called them booth ladies because that's really they were. They were ladies. I've got some great pictures that I felt like today I couldn't show, and that's kind of sad.
This looks like it was from Blizzard. She must have been supporting
very well
WoW.
may have been. It very well may have been a Blizzard game. But like, there were ones that even like for the Peanuts game that they were showing off in 2006. There was for Wolfenstein, and they really they honestly didn't. I mean, they were there for. I mean, it's not like they were there. Cancel Mike. It's not like they were there against their will.
He made it just in time.
Yes, just in time.
Number one. Yes.
What color was her cape? Don't look at the picture again. What color was her cape?
The inside was yellow. The outside was blue, that turquoise blue.
Oh, Dread.
I'm that good. I know.
Oh, you're that
Super
good.
Cooper, you're just in time. We're just starting the actual show now. So
Yeah.
we're good.
Yeah, we're waiting for you, brother.
We were waiting on you. Getting back to the actual show itself. So yeah, so let's Saggy broke me tonight. Wow, I'm so speechless. Okay, so so what are we expecting? And it sounds like my expectations may be too high. But what are you guys? Give me some things that you guys are expecting to see. I'm expecting to see Hellblade 2 gameplay. So I'm going to start with that. So what are you guys expecting?
Is this wishful thinking or for real?
I think no, it's for real. I'm expecting to see Hellblade gameplay. I'm expecting it. The last time we saw Hellblade was 2 years ago. I'm expecting that they've got to be somewhat into development of the game. So
yeah, I would like to think that they would be ready to at least show something. I can see that one coming out next year. But along with, I think Fable's maybe a year away, maybe 23.
Wow, Fable's a year
but
away.
I can see Perfect Dark being out next year also.
Okay, so you're expecting to see those.
Yeah.
I would like to see them. Of course, we got Starfield. And,
I mean, they have to show something, Starfield,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
right?
It's about time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Compulsion, I think they're due, and you brought that up, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while for them since their last game.
Yeah. Their last game was released before they were acquired.
Yeah. State of Decay 3, I'm sure they were working on that
Too soon.
after State of Decay 2, but it might be maybe a year too early. So maybe 23. Or it might show that in 22. Or, and then maybe a 23 release early fall or something.
New
March.
Wolfenstein.
Yeah. That. Now let me ask y'all,
Could be, right?
that picture that they showed, right? They tweeted
Yeah.
when they were having a dinner.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was some kind of hints there, right?
Holiday 21. A turkey, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of little hints there.
Yep.
So,
And I had the whole Wolfenstein and Halo family, so.
So you're saying that turkey was a hint to the turkey bacon ice cream?
There you go.
Well, Double Fine's got something.
Yeah,
We got Psychonauts 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
I think
NXL,
that
they're working on something.
Yeah, I said this, by the way, in Mav's prediction video. I think they're going to announce Psychonauts will be available right after the conference. They're going to launch that on Sunday.
Flight
rather.
Sim. Same thing.
Flight Sim looks like they're available Tuesday.
Yep, because didn't a European, was it European Amazon?
Ireland's GameStop, I think.
Yeah, June 15th.
Yeah.
Oh. So let me ask you guys about Starfield. We've had this discussion, and Mav asked me this too. So we have to see something, right?
Absolutely.
Does it launch this year?
Yes.
I'm dying on the hill. I'm dying on that hill. So
that yes.
I'm still skeptical. Only for I have to figure out when they first announced it.
Last year.
They announced it when Mike was still excited for E3. No, just kidding.
No, they first teased it at a Bethesda show when they teased Elder Scrolls 6. They just like a flash, right?
Over the year?
That was a couple of years ago, wasn't it?
Right.
2017, wasn't it?
2017? Was it 2017?
So by that logic, it'll be next year.
I don't know, because Todd Howard, why would he announce it? If he shows it now, like he did Fallout 4, why would he not release it?
But that's and that would be the Todd Howard thing to do, which is what I like.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It just I feel that it's too epic, especially being a space, and let's just put it out there, space Skyrim. But I think with it being in space, it's going to be a lot more epic. So I think they're going to need a little bit more work. So we'll probably see something to hold us over when it comes to that game. That's why I'm thinking it's gonna be next year. I'm not saying it's gonna be next E3, but it might be next year.
Okay. And don't you play with my don't you play as my emotions, Dread? Talk is Skyrim in space. Don't you do that to me?
Just saying.
Are there space dragons?
They also said Fable wasn't gonna be there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
Yeah.
Well, did they say that? Did they say that though?
I'm a heartbreaker today. I also heard that Perfect Dark wasn't going to be there. So.
It may not. I mean, we got to understand it's not only a 90-minute show. Plus, they're probably saving stuff for later in the year for the 2010 anniversary.
I also think that whatever they got, that's like under their belt, they're going to pull that out when Sony has their epic game or whatever that everybody's going to be hyped out, and I think they're going to bring it back and be like, oh yeah, well, we still got this with whoever is doing it, whether it's a third party or an Xbox studio, to kind of counteract that hype, to bring it back towards Xbox. Because I mean, that to me, that would be the smartest thing to do, right? Oh, you had a good comeback, well, here's my comeback. Wham. My Emerald impression.
And then of course we got Rare.
Bam.
With Everwild.
Yeah.
How long that is.
That's far away.
I think they show it once it's done, though. Pretty much done. I don't know.
But then with all the ZeniMax studios, right?
Yeah.
Which one was it? Arcane. There was Hand of Omen, right? Was it with Arcane?
Hmm.
I mean,
You think we're going to see some of out? Actually,
I don't know.
I think they've got so much to show.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting to that. We have to remember that now. Like, it's hard to think about it. It's hard to comprehend.
Yeah.
Like what we've got coming from these studios. Like what they talked about today was having at least one big game coming out every quarter. That's their goal, right?
Yes.
We have so much coming out that, like, okay, again, if I was Phil and a team, I would drop every single bomb right on E3 this year and walk off the stage and be like, I'll see you in Game Pass because you guys are all coming, right?
Right.
We realistically know that from a marketing standpoint, they're not going to do that. They're going to space this stuff out. And so I think that's why I said Brother Mike, as far as you wanting to see everything far out, those are the old days when they didn't have a lot. They've got a lot for the next 18 months. They've got a lot.
No, I agree. Look, 26 studios is not I mean, that's not what they had a year ago. Let's be honest.
And you're talking about nearly 40 teams at this point.
Exactly.
Yeah. No
that
doubt.
was the other thing.
Yeah.
But
people forget that there's multiple teams in these studios.
They can't come out and show us a bunch of little Game Pass games and call it a day.
They're not going to.
Oh,
They're not going to. We have too much big stuff in the works. Okay,
Right.
between ZeniMax and between Microsoft themselves, Xbox themselves, they have too much. They have so many big games now that the little stuff is still going to be there, but it isn't going to be the main part of the show. They have enough now to round out a 90-minute show without going way into the future. That's my point. As far as Starfield goes, here's the deal with Starfield. And why I'm going to die on this hill. And you guys can get out your tinfoil hats. This is me. This is Speculation Town. Again, you guys know this is the biggest game for me. For most people, it's Halo. For me, it's Starfield, okay? I love Halo, but I'm a casual Halo fan. I'm not a hardcore Halo fan. I look forward to the big epic RPGs, okay? And the new experiences there. So for me, Starfield is it. But my conspiracy theory is when they announced the acquisition, there was not an exec from Xbox or Microsoft that every time had an interview, they would mention Starfield. Okay. So all the early smoke and all the early rumors about it being ready for this year, I believe were true. Okay. Now, could that have changed? Yes. I said from the beginning with everything going on in the world, there's a lot of dominoes to fall between here and holiday 2021. Then a lot of things could change. So could something have happened that delays it? Absolutely. Of course there is. But my point being is that we also have to realize that this was before the acquisition. Now we know Bethesda themselves are the masters of marketing. They give one of the best shows every year. Everybody talks about the Bethesda shows. Bethesda shows are known and remembered for years and years and years, right? Whereas a lot of other shows are forgotten. So look at it this way. We've already probably seen the influence of Bethesda on Microsoft as far as coming into this E3. We don't have any of the leaks popping up that we normally do from Xbox during this time of the year. Normally stuff is leaking everywhere. Yeah. We have not heard diddly squat. We have insiders fighting over each other about who's got the right scoop and who doesn't have the right scoop. That tells me that tells me there's some disinformation going on, right? That tells me that there could be some controlled information coming out. And wouldn't it not be the ultimate Todd Howard to have it lined up where everybody was expecting it this year because everybody was talking about it from the Microsoft side, and then they got acquired and Todd came in and look, guys, this is not how we do this. Guess what? We have to go ahead and nix everybody's expectations because we need to blow this out of the water on E3. So what we're going to start right now from this point, putting out disinformation that this game is now not ready and is being pushed to 2022. And we're going to hit one of our favorite guys in the industry, and we know who that is, Mr. Jason Schreier. We're going to hit him, and we're going to get him to spread the information that we want out there. And we're going to make this sound like it's 2022. We're going to get everybody second guessing themselves from the top to the bottom. And then we're going to hit that E3 stage. And Todd himself is going to be out there, and Todd's going to drop the mic as he announces that it's ready for this year. That would be the biggest thing ever. It would kill the show instantaneously. That's it. It's over with if he does that. Now, again, that's just my hype. That's my hope. I'm going to die on my 2021 hill. I understand if it is pushed. I understand why. But
right. And if it's pushed, it's going to be pushed to the spring. It's not going to be pushed to 20 because that we are still dealing in I know here in Maryland we're back to almost normal. I know a lot of places are getting back to normal. California is not one of those places. So I totally understand, now Bethesda is here in Maryland, so who knows where, but I'm glad that you said that because if you've heard me and Peter and Chris know this, that my position on this as well, this backs up my thing that there really aren't any insiders. There really aren't. That this thing where people have all that. No, hang on, let me finish. This thing where I've been in the industry long enough to know, as a game journalist, that companies will tell you what they want you to know. And the whole idea that they could be disinformationing people into thinking one thing or another plays exactly into that.
Right.
That nobody is going to go tell their friend, hey, listen, Starfield's coming out this year, but I'm only telling you, and I don't want you to tell a soul. And then somehow it leaks out onto the internet because, the insider guy, leaked it. People lose their jobs over that. So the companies tell these people what they want them to know. It's always controlled. If there's a leak, it's controlled. With one exception, that's when Jeff Keighley opened up his mouth the year the Xbox One X came out. But other than that,
I was going to remind people of that one
because Keighley can't keep his mouth shut anyway. But
I heard that was controlled.
That was controlled. They told him that.
Yeah, because he can't keep his mouth shut, and that's my point. If you hear this stuff, it's because it's okay for that to come out. The stuff that they don't want people to come out and say, and that's why a lot of times you see these insider people be wrong, because there's stuff that the company's not going to tell. And that's why I say that. I know you were kind of, yes, there are people who have the ear of, look, I know Roundtable Thor. I've known him for years. I know very well. There's no secret that Phil tells him things, and there's probably things that Phil has told Rand that Rand will never tell, because that's his trust. That's his trust with Microsoft. Right. That's different to me than these guys that decide, let me just leak this and I'm gonna be cool. That's different. Believe me, there are things that I know about companies from my days with the NLG website that I will take to my grave. I know why Microsoft dropped their XSN Sports line, and I know why, the speculation. We all know, but I actually know the story. And so and it's something that I've never told anybody, because one day I might want to, I might work with Microsoft again or EA again. And I'm not, there are things I know about the Intellivision Amico you guys don't know, because that's what it's not for me to tell. So I'm glad that you brought that up, because that always irks me.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just think there's some people with good track records that may hear things way ahead of time that you would consider insider information just because it isn't public knowledge yet. But like you said, I know there's a lot of controlled ops as well. Yeah. But obviously, a lot of stuff gets put out there because they want it to. And I get that. Absolutely. But like the IOI game with the dragon and stuff that Jez knew about months and months and months ago, I think he got that way ahead of time before they were ready for any kind of announcement whatsoever, right?
Right, but they knew it, but it was something that was coming. It was something everybody knew, that they knew was coming.
Right.
So
no, I definitely think that this show is going to be a big one. Again, with Hellblade 2, I just think with the motion capture problems, I don't think that one's going to be there. But I think they've got so much, as I was talking about. I think, you start off with Halo. They're going to do the multiplayer. They're going to give us a slice of the single player again, but the multiplayer is going to be the focus. I think they start out that way. I think you bookend it on the back end with Starfield, and you show Forza Motorsport Horizon 5 in Mexico in the middle. And I think that's your three pillars right there. And then you just fill around that. But we got Flight Sim announcement. We're going to see Flight Sim for sure. If the GameStop is correct.
Do you think it's going to be a announcement that they acquired Asobo?
I don't think Asobo. I don't think Asobo at this time.
They have a 10-year contract. It makes no sense to make a 10-year contract and then acquire them.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I don't think Asobo's working on anything else at the moment either, are they? No. They might be. I don't know.
Oh yeah, didn't they say they started a new project? I think they did. If I remember. Yeah. But they got their hands full with updating Flight Sim too. So they've been doing a lot. I just think they got Flight Sim. You got Project Omen from Arcane. I definitely think that's shown for sure. I think Wolfenstein, if it's ready, and who knows? We haven't heard word peep out of Machine Games other than they're ready to start on Indiana. But I think with that announcement, whatever they have been working on, unless it's a new IP, it's got to be Wolfenstein 3. It has to be to finish off that trilogy. I expect us to see that. That's got to be ready to go this holiday or spring. How they want to space those out. It's got to be ready to go. I think we definitely see that one there. Project Typhoon, we're definitely going to see that. That's Avalanche's game. And we know that Avalanche is part of that group of studios that may be purchasing. That would probably, get all worked in there together if they announce the purchases and then give a quick teaser for Avalanche's new game. That would be amazing. I think that would work hand in hand. Then In Exile and Compulsion. I think you either see one or both of those with teases. I think they do it like they did with Fable and Avowed last year, and they show us what they've been working on. In Exile might be a little early, but I definitely think Compulsion's ready for sure. Then Obsidian's going to be there. I think they're going to give us a grounded update. In some way, shape, or form. I know not everybody's excited about that, but it is doing well, and it's a big game for them. Something that was a small project that turned into a success story. So I think we're definitely going to see some movement there. And then I think Obsidian may announce Outer Worlds 2 and give us that teaser right there and then. I think that would be huge. I think Avowed sits in the oven for a little bit longer, and I think that they don't necessarily give us any show at this point. I think that might be later this year or maybe rolling into next year, maybe even wait until next year at E3 and starting the whole Bethesda thing where they announce it and then it's ready to rock and roll, because I think Avowed will be ready by holiday next year. I think that's going to be your big RPG next year. I think Phil wants one big RPG per year. I think that's his goal. Sometimes
good with
two.
that.
Yeah, but I think next year's Avowed and then 2023 is Fable. I think it just lines up perfectly where we get one gigantic AAA RPG each year. That's why I'd still like to see Starfield this year. I think ZeniMax Online, they're working on something new. There's been rumors, if Bethesda cut a deal for more than just Indiana Jones with Lucas, we could could be seeing a Star Wars MMO.
Please don't tease.
Oh, I know.
Oh, the third, yes.
But with their success with ESO and that kind of stuff, I think they really have the confidence to go into a Star Wars MMO and do it right. Man, I'd love to see it, but we might see something from that ZeniMax Online studio. And then you're just going to get a montage from the smaller games, 12 minutes, Tunic. We only saw a little snippet of Tunic today. I think we might get a little bigger.
And there's a demo. There's a demo coming.
Yeah, the the demo's coming. Hey, they're going to promote that, the ID at Xbox, the 40 demos next week plus. They'll definitely show that off. Scorn, we got to see on that. Stalker 2, definitely, if it's ready this year, I think we see a nice game, some gameplay from that. Then you got Crossfire X. We haven't heard any delays. Crossfire X is still supposed to be out this year. And then you round it out with the third parties. We know Battlefield's there.
We know it's there.
Sure. And we don't know what else that, obviously if the Worldwide Studios has signed anybody else or done any deals, we don't know. And we don't know about any other third parties. We could see Uplay Plus announced at E3, huge stage dropping in.
Yep.
And then my favorite speculation, as everybody knows, I've been on a lot of shows talking about this, but Splinter Cell to end the show after Starfield would just be absolutely amazing.
You really think so?
I got a gut feeling. I've had a gut feeling for a long time that Splinter Cell is ready for a comeback. We skipped an entire generation. I know it's not Ubi's. I know Ubisoft does not want to do that kind of stuff, but I think Microsoft is in a position of power right now with Xbox. Xbox, they have the bank to go there and say, look, we know you guys don't want to do this IP. What if we finance it? What if we do it? Because we know our players want it. What if we give you the bag and, co-develop, whatever the case may be, co-publish. Let's get this thing done. I think it could happen. It would be a showstopper. Absolutely.
To me, it would be. But wouldn't that be something that they would that Ubisoft would announce at their own? See, that's
probably not.
Xbox is paying for it.
If Xbox was paying for it as exclusive, I could see it being there. But reality, it's so overhyped, and I've said this several times. It's so overhyped that I don't think anybody wants to touch it, because no matter what it is, it's going to come under the hype level, and it's going to be a disappointment.
Yeah, I get that point too, Dread. Trust me, I do. I just have a real gut that they're going to try to bring it back, and I think that Xbox.
I would love. I mean, I would love it. I mean, I am a Splinter Cell fan 10 times over, and
did you buy the Splinter Cell cell phone game?
No.
Oh, so you're not 10 times over. 9 out of 10 times.
9 out of 10. Okay, I'm 9 times over. But and you know, every time he showed up in Ghost Recon, right? And you go, come on, you know, I would love to see it. I don't Ubisoft. I don't understand why companies and Ubisoft and Microsoft and you know, sometimes Nintendo. I mean, these guys. This is a problem where they get these IPs that everybody wants and they go, you know, we don't care. We're gonna try here. Let's bring out Steep. You know, I mean.
Yeah, no, I get it, brother Mike. It doesn't make any sense what they're doing. I know.
No. Yeah, I just think their devs are too scared to touch it because of the hype issue.
Here's what's gonna happen.
Because I mean, look, they're pushing out Extraction.
Yeah.
Did anybody? Yeah, you know what I mean. Rainbow Six Extraction, whatever.
Yep. Well, it's about time.
My point, Mike, was just minus the Splinter Cell stuff. Everything I listed off is a real possibility, right? That's like, and we're not even looking out, right? That's just stuff that's like we kind of know about right now and kind of in the future. That's a list, man. That's like that. If they pack that into 90 minutes, oh my God. You know, but we just have so much content coming, and I didn't even cut into all the indies that they have coming. You know, it's so much stuff that's happening right now. There's so much content being produced right now. It's crazy, man.
I think they have an indie montage, you know, and hopefully we'll get a couple days in there, you know.
Yeah.
I
mean, that's going to be an indie montage.
Yeah, that seems to be the best format for the indies. Yeah. Is the montage, because a lot, you know, and I know there's a lot of people that like the indies, but at least it gives them the opportunity to see those games when they do the montage. But at the same time, the other more vocal, hardcore fans, you want to call them, like I said, they're more vocal about it. They don't want to see this. So as long as they can get through that so fast, it's like, all right, we're done with this crap and move on. Let's see the good stuff. And it's like, no, that was some good stuff in there. That, you know, some people don't get it. But you know, you like what you like, and you can't really fault them for that, because you know, we're sitting through some other stuff that they like and we don't like. We're like, what's up with this? But on the Hellblade side, you know that they're going to go for Unreal Engine 5. It just got released in the pre-beta, alpha, whatever you want to call it. So that's not going to be out till next year at the earliest. And that's Unreal Engine. At the beginning of next year is when it's fully going to be released. So we won't see that till next year. So if we see anything, I'll be surprised at E3 this year.
Well,
but
I'd be surprised too if Microsoft didn't already have at least a mostly fully fleshed out UE5 dev kit or dev set by now. I mean,
nobody's got it.
Yeah, but the thing is, weren't they already
that we know of
to that, so that as soon as it comes out, they're like
they can transition,
easy transition, and you know,
you still gotta tweak everything. I mean, it was an easy transition, supposedly, pushing a button from Xbox One to Series. So same difference, you know what I mean? It is easy transition, but there's work involved. You know, it's like us talking about crossplay with Fortnite. It was a flick of the switch. No, it wasn't literally a switch like some people think.
Right.
There's more to it.
Correct.
You know, but that's, you know, the industry talk. You know, flick of the switch. It's probably took like 30 minutes to an hour to write that and set that in motion.
Yeah, some absolutely great stuff going on in the chat room, by the way. Just some great conversations. One thing that I saw that kind of pointed out at me was where was it? I just saw it. Jeff Rule would love to have another like a sequel to Cameo, and I'm I'm in for that. If that would be. I love a cameo sequel. I don't think we're ever gonna get one,
And
but I would love one.
That's what Kenna feels like. Kenna feels like it could be a spiritual successor of sorts to Cameo. Kind of.
Maybe.
Feels like
Cameo was rare.
Yes.
Cameo was rare.
So
where she would possess the different spirits or animals.
So Rare had what was the studio that did Battletoads?
Delilah Studio.
Yeah,
Lala.
That's right. So I mean, who's to say that? And Banjo-Kazooie is also Rare, right?
Yes.
So who's to say that they're not having maybe another studio working on the side? It doesn't have to be Rare to bring do work on some of these IPs.
I can
Delilah
tell you this.
did say they had another project.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I almost got them to say it by accident.
They've done a great job. They've done a great job on Battletoads.
I was teasing, and AJ was there, and he was listening, and he's like, "Don't you dare!" And I was like, "No, don't say it. Whatever it is, don't say it. I don't want to get you in trouble." I was just teasing because I said AJ said it's okay, and she kind of gave me that look, like, really? And all of a sudden, you see him. Don't you dare say anything. I was like, "Whoa, kidding! I'm kidding. No, don't really say it." But that, they got something else in the works, but I don't think it's a Rare thing. I believe it's their own project.
Okay.
But that's no knowledge of anything.
Yeah.
It's just a gut feeling. I think it's a little bit more closer to them doing their own thing versus trying to do a repeat of somebody else's game.
Okay. Here's another game that we forgot about, kinda. Do we get another look at Project Mara?
No.
No? Wasn't this a side project for them though? Not
Yeah.
It's a tech kind of project too, where they're trying out using Dread. You probably know what's the name of that tech, the scanning tech that they're using on this. I always forget the name of it. It's the new stuff. Yeah, but it's got
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like that project, and it's going to turn into this small game that they're testing. But again, with the motion capture stuff being down and out, especially for that team, and they just got that new studio built with the brand new motion capture theater and stuff. I just don't think they're ready to show any of this stuff. I think we're going to get tidbits like they've been doing. They just released that sound bit the other day, a couple weeks ago, which was experimental sound, which was crazy. It was like Hellblade on a whole nother level with the voices and stuff. That was creepy. I think next year definitely is Ninja Theory's big breakout year. I think E3 next year is going to be huge for them. I think that's when we see everything. Yeah. That's my guess.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I still think it's a fail if they don't show Hellblade 2.
It's okay. You could think that. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Hey.
I love how you said that. You can think anything you want.
There's no wrong opinions here, Mike. There's no wrong opinions.
There's just bad takes. No, I mean, I
understand why you say that.
Because it was shown so far back. I mean, there are things that maybe some of it is my perspective of. I know development cycles now are longer than they were then, but I still know development cycles are development cycles. And when you show off a CGI trailer 3 years ago, it's in your best interest to show 3 years later that you've got something to show. And I totally get that. That's why we didn't see Perfect Dark until late last year. Why we were all going, "What's the Coalition got? What's the Coalition got?" And everybody's freaking out because the Coalition keeps bringing in talent, but they haven't shown anything.
No, you're talking about the Initiative.
I'm sorry, the Initiative. Sorry, Coalition. Yep. Yeah. So, well, you know what? What's funny that I had Coalition on the brain because they were the original ones that had the Shanghai demo. Remember that whole Chazarai means chaos in Yiddish. I'm certainly not expecting a, I'd like to see Perfect Dark, but I don't think we're going to see it. I don't expect Perfect Dark because we just saw the CGI trailer for it. It's probably very early in development. They probably finally decided upon something. And so now I'm not expecting that right away. I'm expecting Hellblade because we saw Hellblade years ago, and you can't not have something to show
We
now.
saw it last year, didn't we not?
It was
2019.
no, it was at least 2019, and it might have been before.
It was 2019 when they showed off the series.
It was at the
I thought they showed it again
Award
since
show.
then.
No, they haven't shown it again.
No.
They only showed that one CGI trailer at the Game Awards 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So.
And then they showed off the whole scanning they were doing in Iceland or wherever the hell it was, right?
Right. You're right. They did that right. They were showing the mocap.
They did a blog. Yep.
Right,
Yep,
on the mocap, but they didn't show any footage. Right.
Okay.
So
yeah, it was December 18th.
Yeah.
What about
Yeah, the good-
Ubisoft?
Yeah,
Saturday?
so I was gonna say I think we've is there
I
so
know-
let me before we get to Ubisoft, I have one more question for the
Okay.
panel. Because it's been talked about. Does Microsoft roll out another studio acquisition at the show like they've done in the past?
If
I've
anything,
already-
I would
There's
expect
been
it
hints of
small.
that.
I've already said
It's
yes.
not going to be a Warner Brothers. That's too soon.
No.
Are you're listening to me again? You listened to the last podcast. That was my my thing was Warner Brothers. Only for the seriously,
Okay.
Warner Brothers. Because what they're gonna do is they're gonna do the same thing they did with Minecraft. In order to get those deals, they're gonna do the same thing like Minecraft. It's gonna be obviously in Game Pass right away, but it's gonna be multi-plat for those specific titles like Harry Potter, and such. That's kind of, and I know it's a far-fetched prediction, but that's the prediction.
Okay.
I mean, you can imagine.
That would
Just
be
like
a mic
this
drop.
They were sitting there.
Mm-hmm. And
And
they
they
might
were
be
jump-
sitting there again after being spun off. I mean,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
it's
They
a
are.
lot more. It's a lot less unlikely than it was a year ago. So I wouldn't discount it. It would be I think for the IPs, it would be a massive amount of money. I think it could eclipse what they paid for Bethesda just based off the IPs they could get. But
But the studios aren't worth it alone.
Right. Right.
no.
For what they want. So you got to
No.
get the IPs, and then unfortunately you might not be able to get the IPs, but you can have the exclusive only. You can only do those IPs for games and such. You know what I'm saying? So that way nobody else could ever do Harry Potter unless Xbox is doing Harry Potter with one of those studios.
Right.
But it goes out to everybody.
Right.
And I
Yeah.
know
They
they
don't. Yeah. They
you know
don't
what I mean?
own
And
the
I
Harry
know
Potter
that they
IP.
want to concentrate on Game Pass, but yet again, this works out in their favor. Look at MLB, right? Game Pass worked out in their favor, but this works out even better because now it can actually stay there permanently, not for a period of time. It can stay in there like the rest of the games.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Peter, if you had a studio you think they were gonna get, or
No, I think there's a good chance with the Warner Brothers stuff, but I don't think they're ready to announce it yet.
Right.
I think it's too soon.
but you think they're gonna get them.
Anything else? I don't know. I mean, there might be some little ones that
What about
that
Blooper?
did a year, but I don't know.
Bloober team?
I don't think so. I think they want to stay independent. I
Yeah.
think they're happy. I think they're happy where they are.
Yeah. Aren't they about
for
to
right now.
aren't they about to announce the medium for PS5? I mean,
Yeah.
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 So
They already did, didn't they?
Yeah.
I didn't know
yeah.
if they did they
I
officially
don't know if
announce
it's
it.
official.
It kind of
I haven't
there was a
I haven't
report
heard it.
that they
Yeah.
were going to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
all right.
Avalanche is a done deal. I think that's the one that gets announced.
You
So-
Avalanche. So why
Yep.
Avalanche?
because they've worked with them in the past, and they're working with them on this Typhoon project, the one that Jez and everybody has been talking about, and it's part of the IP, because there's rumors that Microsoft is also buying IP as well, right? So straight up buying IP, and supposedly this might have to do with one of the IPs that they have acquired. We'll see, but I think Avalanche, with their history, Just Cause, I know Just Cause 4 was not received well at all. However, their previous games, Just Cause was a pretty big deal for a AA studio, and Microsoft likes to find those studios that are up and coming. And I think with the right backing, you've got a lot of talent there. You do acquire the Just Cause IP as well, so therefore you've got you got something to work with there. You got a well-known, established franchise. Yeah, it had a dip in 4, but with the right coaxing, you could bring that back. They're very good at obviously third-person, over-the-shoulder type games, which is what Just Cause is. So I think that lines up with what Microsoft wants to add to the portfolio as well. And if this Typhoon game is either a brand new IP, or if it's an established IP that they're going to take and do something with, I've heard that it possibly is multiplayer centric, then I think that studio fits right in line. And they're not, again, as far as the studio goes, it's something that Microsoft would be comfortable with buying and getting out, having them into the fold. They would not have worries. They've worked with them in the past, so they're good with that. IOI definitely is another one. And I think the Crytek rumors are back on the table again. So I think those are your three.
Crytek.
Now, I got a question for you. It's the Avalanche Studios, right?
Yeah, it's the ones that made Just Cause.
Right. Their parent company is Nordisk Film.
Correct. It's a film company. Correct. They would be purchasing it from them. Yes, absolutely.
Right.
And they have a total of 3 studios. They did also they've got another studio did The Hunter
and Mad Max.
Mad Max, Rage 2. They helped with Rage 2.
Yep, correct.
The Just Cause, Second Extinction. They did the Generation Zero, which I think was a POS.
Wasn't, but
I know some friends that loved it.
But isn't Just Cause, isn't the IP owned by Square? Because they published it.
No, I thought they were. I thought they had.
I know they worked on it. I know they worked
published.
on it.
Square Enix published it. I do know that.
Published. But let me double check that real quick.
Yeah, because Square also published 3, and Eidos. I think it's because I think when Square bought Eidos, I think they acquired that IP.
Did they acquire that IP? Okay,
yeah,
I think then on that. Well, that's no big deal. If you don't get the Just Cause IP, that's okay. If you're planning on them working on some of these new IPs, then
they can make their own.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'd love for them to acquire IO Interactive, by the way. That would be awesome.
Yes.
Square Enix is the publisher.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Because if they acquire IO Interactive, they will get the Hitman license. They will get the Hitman IP because IO owns that.
Transferred back. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
So
that would be huge.
And the funny thing is, Game Pass is prime for that because you just release every other month or so, or every month. Release the next mission.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go in, play it out, and move on.
Yeah, I've been saying that for a long time. That's a perfect candidate.
Yep. That would be a great one to get. It's funny.
But didn't
I was
they just
thinking
acquired somebody though?
Who, Avalanche?
No, IO.
Did they acquire somebody?
Yeah, they did.
Who did they acquire? They
I
acquired
can't remember.
Let's see.
I know they're working on 007 also.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Now it's Project
I remember.
MGM.
Remember a while back they did announce they acquired some smaller studio.
They opened up IOI Barcelona. I can't. I'm not. I don't know. It's possible. I don't know. But it would be that'd be a hell of a. I would be excited for that. So Chris, before we move on to Ubisoft, because I know you want to, if you were to guess a studio, who do you think they would acquire? Or announce? Who do you think who they would announce?
Yeah, I don't know. I think you guys already kind of hit it out. Yeah, I can't think of.
Okay. So the last question. IOI Barcelona, based in Barcelona, Spain, was announced in April 2021.
So they opened.
So it's a studio to assist with detective projects, including Hitman and Project 007 game.
Right.
So there's just gonna be an assisting studio.
Right. All right, so Ubisoft. Let's talk a little Ubisoft. So let's get to a couple of these other studios, because we are. I mean, I know.
Them with the turmoil that's going on down there.
You should acquire Ubisoft. That's what I'm talking about. So, but really, Ubisoft Forward is going to kind of open things up, and we know what we're going to see. We're going to see Far Cry 6. That's about all I know. I mean,
we've already seen a lot of Far Cry 6.
We have.
So no, they said it.
Well, I'm sure we're going to get another Just Dance.
Rainbow.
We're going to get Rainbow Six.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I'm hoping to see Beyond Good and Evil 2.
I think that's never coming.
I mean,
that's
that
coming out the
great.
same year.
They're out of that game.
That's coming out the same time as Skull and Bones.
Yeah.
But they said Skull and Bones was delayed. They haven't said anything. They never gave a date on Beyond Good and Evil.
No,
2.
I know. I'm.
And the last time they showed it, it would look great.
At this point, I'd be happy if they just made a CGI movie and be done with it. I mean, it looks great, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What else?
We're not getting Assassin's Creed.
No.
Or another one released,
Riders Republic, we're going to get an update on that.
We're going to get that.
Sure.
Yep,
we're going to get that. Rainbow Six Quarantine, we're going to get more information about that. That's the co-op game that they
definitely need a lot more information.
A lot more information on that. I think we'll get updates on DLC for Assassin's Creed and probably for a little bit more roadmap on Rainbow Six Siege as well.
Yeah.
So
do you think we're going to get an idea? I mean, it's obviously only 5 months old from the announcement, but do you think we're going to get any new information on their Star Wars game?
Be nice if we get a name.
Probably not. Not this soon.
Yeah.
I think
I wouldn't even think a teaser or anything.
I think Massive is doing that one, right?
Yes.
The guys from Division. Yeah, I think they already came out and said they're not showing anything there. So they said nothing on that. Nothing on Division, Heartland. They're not having anything on that at all. So
yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that. That game doesn't do anything for me, honestly.
I love it.
I know what it's supposed to be, but I know you do. But from a game standpoint, I'm struggling. I'm struggling. Are they going to show some more? Are they going to reintroduce the Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remaster that they indefinitely suspended?
No. I think they said no, or somebody.
All right.
Yeah, because they're going back to work on it, so I can't imagine they're going to show it. They don't obviously like what they see. So
nobody did. Here's a great thought, Ubisoft. How about you just work on a brand new one and let's go there.
Right, exactly.
No one asked, and don't get me wrong, Sands of Time is a great game, but no one asked for this.
Yeah.
So.
I guess they've also said that they're going to have some information about Mythic Quest series and the Werewolves Within film also there. So they're really put filler in there. So it's only supposed to be like an hour long, I think.
All right.
If that.
So we won't see a new Assassin's Creed, but they are going to show. I'm looking at a couple of things
DLC.
here.
Oh yeah,
you're going to get DLC.
Yeah.
We're going to get
Watch Dogs stuff.
We're going to have a full
Legion?
showcase on Skull and Bones for sure.
Yeah. And then they're going to announce it's 2024.
Skull and Bones 2.
Hey, well, back to Massive though. Everybody forgets they've been working on an Avatar game too for a long time.
Yeah,
it was supposed to be out this year.
Yeah.
So
nobody cares about Avatar anymore, though. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, but the new.
What happened to the other two Avatar movies, though?
Yeah, they're coming.
Right?
They're in production.
Are they?
So
yeah, Domino's.
Yeah, he's working on them.
Too.
Yeah,
they're coming real fast with their hands behind their back.
So apparently, Chris, you apparently, according to Watch Dogs Legion's Twitter feed, yes, there will be a new Bloodline. There'll be information on a new Bloodline story trailer at Ubisoft. So we're gonna get so there will be some Watch Dogs Legion. which apparently
You
has
think
supposed to be
Aiden
doing that in the
Pierce.
pre-show though. They're doing a pre-show as well.
So it just says tune into UB Forward on June 12th at 12 p.m. Pacific to watch the Bloodline story trailer. So it doesn't say anything other than that.
Yeah, I think
that's the official.
Yeah, whatever. It's still counted E3.
Yeah,
so
that's the official. Well, that's the official Twitter that said that. So take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, it says it's going to start with a 1-hour pre-show focused on updates on live games such as Watchdog Legion, For Honor, The Crew, Brawlhalla, Trackmania, and more. So they're doing, I guess, a pre-show focus.
Right. Okay, so that's not going to be part of the pre-show then, because they're specifically saying that it's going to be. It says tune in at 12 p.m. and looking at so you're correct. Tune in at 11 a.m. to catch the pre-show featuring content.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I'd be happy to see. I'd be happy to see some Trackmania stuff. It's been a while.
Trackmania is fun.
I like Trackmania.
I don't have any time to go back to it, but it's fun.
Yeah. So let's see. All right. So here's what they officially said. It looks like this thing's going to be an hour because it says the main show kicks off at 12. So that's 3 o'clock my time, Peter's time. Catch all the details about the next mainline entry in the Rainbow Six franchise. Dive into the island paradise of Yara with Far Cry 6. Avalanche of Extreme Sports with Riders Republic. You'll also receive updates from live titles such as Valhalla and Siege, as well as the Apple TV series Mythic Quest and soon-to-release movies Werewolves Within, plus a few additional surprises. Right, so we're gonna get movie shit out of Ubisoft. That's awesome. And then it says stick around for the post show at 1. So apparently it's just an hour.
They're gonna dive deeper into Werewolf Within. I'm looking forward to it.
It's like, okay, so what's the over under that we're gonna get more announcements on Rocket League cars? Come on.
Yeah.
So that's Ubisoft. Maybe they should just go ahead and announce that Microsoft's acquired them and be done.
Yeah.
So,
so
that's
first step
that.
you play. The first step is you play.
Yes. So you guys, I mean, is there anything that's blowing your skirts up on this? Seriously?
Nope.
I don't even know if I'm gonna watch it.
Nope.
Honestly. All right. So then we've got Square, and Square Enix has the Square Enix Presents, which will be on the 13th, shortly after the Microsoft one, and that's going to be done from their Montreal studio. So they're going to be showing off some more Marvel Avengers stuff. They're going to be showing off Babylon's Fall. They're going to show off Life is Strange True Colors, which I do know a lot of people are interested in, and I thought that game revealed well, to be honest. The world premiere of a new game from Eidos Montreal, which maybe that's what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready for the next Tomb Raider, to be quite honest.
They've got a new Tomb Raider anime series in the works, so definitely lines up.
Yep.
So.
New details about Marvel's the Black Panther War for Wakanda expansion and updates on incoming game.
They're just not going to let that game go.
No, they're not. So they're going to announce it's going in Game Pass, right? That's happening.
I can't believe it hasn't yet. I can't believe it.
So this one is only going to be 40 minutes. So I'm not expecting much of anything here either. I know that they
Final
said
Fantasy 16. They're probably going to show a little bit of
Someone
that.
said they
Sure.
said no mention of it, but
No mention of it. Yeah.
And whatever other Final Fantasy remakes they're still working on that hasn't come out yet.
Yeah. Dragon Quest
so-
12, we could see a trailer for that since they just announced that. We could see a little bit of that.
I'm not gonna lie, I can't keep up with these numbers. Like I don't even know what the hell Final Fantasy we're really on. Because then they'll do 15 XIII and that'll be a new game, right? So we're not going to get another. Are we going to get another, say, Kingdom Hearts? Could that be the Eidos? No.
I don't think so. I definitely don't think so. I definitely think it's Tomb Raider's 25th anniversary. They have to be doing another one.
I think so.
They got to be doing something there.
Yep.
If they friggin' remake one of them, I swear I'm gonna turn the thing off.
They're gonna bring out the Madonna cones.
Oh god.
They're gonna remake Tomb Raider Legend. Okay.
I kind of like the game.
All right, okay. So if they remastered or remade the very first original one that I got on the Saturn, I'd be down for that.
Yeah.
That's the only one that I would take a remake on. That original core design game that I loved so much.
Absolutely.
And Crystal Dynamics has to have something to do with it too.
You'd hope so.
So anything on the Square side that knocks you out of your chair?
Tomb Raider for sure. If they do wind up showing Forspoken is a game I'm actually looking forward to on PlayStation 5.
Cool.
But other than that, no. Dragon Quest, if they show more, great. But I saw I saw some of it the other night when they talked about it on the Dragon Quest anniversary. So I'm a Dragon Quest fan. Final Fantasy, whatever.
I mean, the adult theme on Dragon Quest was interesting.
Yes. We'll see how far they go with that. I don't think they can go too far. They're gonna lose a lot.
No,
of
I don't
fans.
think so either.
Yeah.
So
I think what it is they're realizing some of their fans are getting older.
You think so?
You know, I mean, well, look at it. I mean, how many times have we said, I grew up with Nintendo, but Nintendo didn't grow up with me.
Right.
So same difference here. Maybe that's why they're trying to go a little bit more adult, try to get a little bit more controversial. Yep. But like you said, they got to watch how they go.
Yep.
Right. No, we are. People are fading fast in the chat. I do understand that. We were up at 40. At 40 at our peak, we're down to 17, and believe me, I totally get it. So
we're 17 beautiful people.
You're damn right. You're damn right. So
18 beautiful people.
And we're losing Jesse too.
Yeah, we're losing Jesse. No. Sorry, Jesse. Good night, brother. Thanks for calming it down too, Jesse. I know you're passionate about this stuff, but the truth of the matter is, certain people we don't talk about on this show. That's for other podcasts. Anyway, YOBY's still here. Lupa is still here.
Hughes is still here.
Thomas Hughes is still here.
Yep.
We got it's all good. So, Thomas is here till 6 a.m. Keep it going.
Yeah.
Chris will be asleep in his chair. But you have to work tomorrow, Chris?
Yeah.
Damn it.
So do I.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all do. I have a 9 o'clock meeting. I have a 9 o'clock meeting in the morning, but I'll sleep through it.
My body can only.
Isn't that what you do, anyways?
Yeah. Raph, if you're still in the chat room, you didn't hear me say that. All right. It's not a meeting with him. So, let me round out. So I do want to. Okay. So Monday, I do want to talk about Intellivision because I am legitimately excited for Tommy and the Intellivision team. I think that the fact that they are getting the stage at E3 to show off the Amico is a huge deal. I think it's a bigger deal than people might want to give it. The Dinero's still here. That's what I'm talking about. And Lance is still here. No, wait. Did Lupa leave? She said Jesse's. Oh, Jesse's saying bye to Lupa. No, Lupa's not.
Yeah, Jesse's leaving. No,
Lupa's up.
You don't see.
Lupa's a vampire.
Yes, she's a vampire.
Never sleeps.
So Infinite's still here. Our brother Infinite is still here. So I know what they're going to show, and I'm not saying that as an insider that I have any inside information.
There's no such thing as insiders.
That's right. I know that well, he's been honest about what he's going to show. He's going to show stuff that's launching. So we're definitely going to get the latest on Astro Smash. We're going to get the latest on games like MLB Baseball. We're going to get some Finnegan Fox. We're going to get some Evel Knievel. We're going to start seeing the launch lineup, and he's got a good launch lineup. but I'm also expecting that he's going to, he's gonna try, and if he does this, he's a smart man. I think he's gonna try to make the pitch that this could be a second system for people. That he knows, and he said this publicly. This is not an Xbox. This is not a PlayStation. He's not trying to be an Xbox or PlayStation. The games that are coming out for this system, are running on a Snapdragon processor. Yes, they'll be 1080p. They could be 4K. I don't know. But they're not mobile games by any stretch of the imagination. But they're not. He doesn't have ray tracing. The games are going to be $299 to $999. We're talking about that kind of stuff. And that's right, Doggy Dog. That's why I said Astro Smash. I was seeing if you were still in the chat. That's my man right there. We were talking about Astro Smash.
My baby I'm waiting on is not coming out for a while.
Which one?
Earthworm Jim.
That is at best. We think he
like
won't
6
say
months
it.
Out, right?
He won't say it, but no. He has said it's holiday 2021. Like not holiday. He said it's holiday 2022. Okay. They're just getting started working on that with the original team, but he's got some games that I know he wants to show. That and there is a game, by the way. He's announced it. I don't know if he's going to show it, but there is an Echo the Dolphin game coming out called Dolphin Quest that is being made by our brother Ed Annunziata and the Echo team. They couldn't get the name, but they got the man who created Echo, and he is working on it, and that's been confirmed. So we're gonna have Ed back on very soon once they can start talking about that game publicly. So Dread, I know you love you're anxiously waiting for October. Chris, Peter and I are Founders Editions. Chris is a VIP. Pong, where do you sit? How much have you seen on the Amico, and where do you sit on it?
I've watched your shows with Tommy quite a few times, actually. So I respect the man for what he's doing, and I love his vision and what he's bringing back. If I still had kids in the house, I'd be all in. But since I'm an empty nester at this point, for me, down the road, absolutely, I might consider it. Out the gates, no, not there. But again, from what I've seen,
that's fair.
Absolutely off the charts talented. What he's done with the games and the new visions that he's had for those old games look incredible. Flat out. I would never downplay what Tommy's doing because, again, from what I've seen, it's legit. So, like you said, it's definitely not mobile games. These are up and beyond. Earthworm Jim definitely tingles the strings a little bit, right? So that is definitely, I'm an old Earthworm Jim fan, and to know that the original team is doing it, and to hear you say about Echo the Dolphin, yeah, now you're really touching me. So, definitely down the road, I could definitely see myself, maybe making the investment. But since I am a budget gamer, I do have to be careful with things, and where I need to spend my money. So for me, just not now. But if I had kids, I would definitely be making an effort to get it for sure. Yeah, it looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Would it change your mind if I told you that in about 2 years they're going to come up with an Amico Pass?
Well, then, you're starting to speak my language even more, Dread. So, for sure, man. So, for sure. Yeah. But no, shout out to Tommy and his team, man. Doing an incredible job. And I have watched your guys' streams, and it's really good work. I love watching what he's doing.
His passion.
Tommy, I want the credit for that.
Yes, he's real. He's real.
Yes, yes, he is. And Doggy Dog, this is for you, brother. I'm showing this for you. And yes, the Sega CD version of Echo with Spencer Nilsson had such a beautiful soundtrack. That and Tides of Time.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I remember my mom coming in my room listening, like she heard it playing, and she's like, "What are you listening to?" Because I used to, I do enjoy classical music, so I used to have it on in my room. And she came in, and she was like, "That's on a game," and I'm like, "Yeah, Mom." I'm like, "That's on a game." Oh God, that was amazing.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Oh yeah. So, but I know Doggy Dog, he's talked a lot about this game, so I'm showing this again, and I could watch this all day.
Yeah, so cool.
I'm telling him, hey, we're talking about you.
The effects are amazing.
I know.
Yeah.
You know, I'm hoping that I'm hoping that he does. So, you know, you said that Earthworm Jim kind of gave you that tingle.
Yeah.
If I'm Tommy, that's what I need to tap into. Like, this is great. And look, I think people are primed to get back to some of these easier pick up and play games. You know, like this was one of the original shmups that was out there in 1979, or 73 rather. You know, this is one of those. I'm sorry, it was 79. This was a play on. The funny story about this was supposed to be an Asteroids clone, but they didn't want to get sued, so that's where they came up with the idea of the rocks falling down, and then they added all the spinny stuff and things like that, and that's where Astro Smash actually became the game that it is, and not an Asteroids clone. You know, the appeal for me as an older gamer is simply, hey, I grew up with this, so, you know, and if I'm Tommy, I tap into that, and I say, do you remember playing Earthworm Jim? You know, do you remember that experience playing Earthworm Jim? Well, the only place that you're going to get the next chapter in Earthworm Jim's story is here on the Intellivision Amico, and you instantly hook a segment of people that, you know, E3 is not about just the young guys, right? There are a lot of us older gamers, who are out there who are you know, into E3. You hook those guys that go, oh shit, Earthworm Jim, and it's on this system, and it's going to look like some of these games that I'm seeing here. Okay, that's legit. You know, they're going to show off Finnegan Fox, which is it's actually an upgrade to a Steam game called Fox and Friends, but totally totally remade for this system. And the controller, which is another selling point for me, is how the controller is gonna be. And I think there's a pining in a way for people to want a break from, I just bought this game and there's a 150 gig day one patch, or I got this game and it's broken, and hey, I'm just gonna blame the console manufacturer for it being broken. I think there's people that he can reach by talking about things like that, and talking about the price point, and talking about and saying, hey, look, we've got games for everybody. We got games for your mom. We got games for your siblings. We got games for you. And we know we're not trying to be an Xbox or a PlayStation or a Switch, but maybe we can be your second console. You know, that kind of thing.
Right. No, totally 100% agree.
You know what the sad part is? You hook up your Nintendo Switch, and you don't get these clean graphics. Think about that. Oh, you want some cleaner graphics than the Switch can produce? Here you go. So, but I mean, you know, and then the technology, which was very forward thinking, right? We were talking about how, you know, and like I said, you know, I love the studio, I love what they did, but, you know, Battletoads not being set up from the ground, you know, from the get-go to be online was a bad thing, but, you know, it is what it is. But at the same time, Tommy was forward thinking and didn't know that he was that forward thinking to realize that he's going to have products that he can't get. But guess what? We got our cell phones that we can turn into controllers. And that's the beauty of it. You can get 8 players on this. Everybody knows what color they are. And if you don't have enough controllers, you got a cell phone. There you go. You're done.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
You know, talk about forward thinking.
Yeah. Peter, what are you looking for from Intellivision on Monday? I mean, you're a Founders Edition from me.
I don't know. I mean, we've already seen a lot.
You're sold on it already.
Yeah.
What would you like to see? So there's games that we haven't seen yet that he's talked about with us, right? Is there any game that he's talked about that you'd like to see? Like in my perfect world, I would love to see a sliver of B-17 bomber. I know it's far off. I know that I can say it now because he said it on our show last time. But Micah and his team are working on that. But they've got bigger fish to fry right now. They're not actively working on that game because they're trying to get Night Stalker done. I would love to, in my perfect world, I'd love to see that again, just so I know it's there. What about you?
To see some of the basketball. I don't know basketball, baseball.
Okay, that's a launch title, so I'm expecting that.
Yeah, and basketball too. The
Globetrotters.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be nice. And Doggy Dog Burger Time is coming.
Plus even like the whole interface. I don't think they really shown that.
Just like that little hair at the beginning of these videos. Like you see, and you're right. You're absolutely right. You kind of see it there. But yeah, I'm with you. I'd like to see a nice,
but
clean look
maybe
at the
that's
UI.
not for their show though. Maybe it's more like a
maybe
if you want to see more, check out this video.
Yeah. That's fair. It is tough because we are sold on the product already, but there are things that I would like to see. Again, I'd like to know that my $2.99 is with Earthworm Jim, we at least saw it. Pong, did you see the Earthworm Jim slice?
I think so, but no, I can't say for sure that I did. I think I did, but I don't remember. You got it?
No problem. Oh yeah. Of course I got it.
Hey Mike, you got the mots?
Dummy.
Yeah. Hold on, let me get
show
me the mots. I'm fading myself. No. Here we go. Earthworm Jim 4, first look. And I'm gonna turn it up a little bit too so you can hear it.
Later, Jeff Rule.
Later, Jeff.
Hey, ow! Son of a groovy!
And it's got that look.
Yeah.
It's got the feel.
Well, definitely the graphics lend themselves to Miko. Awesome.
Yeah.
For sure.
Now that's all that's all we got.
Yeah, that's fantastic. No, I had not seen that one then.
Yeah.
So,
and
that is awesome.
And for me, that's all I needed to see.
Yeah, right.
Right? So, yeah, that's yeah, and that's in game. Like he said, that's what the game's gonna look like. It's none of this in-engine bullshit. That's what the game's gonna look like.
Yep.
So
it's fantastic. It's perfect. I love it.
All right. So, Chris, are you back? Did I see Chris? Yeah. So how about you? What are you looking for from Intellivision on Monday? Do you need to see anything? Number one, but what would you like to see? That we haven't seen yet, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure because I think about pretty much everything we kind of idea what's coming and the work. I know he's. I would like to see a football game, NFL football game, but I don't think he's ready for that.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe he won't announce that. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe with this football season coming up, everything's a little bit more open. Who knows? He might announce something that there's something, but that or hockey.
I think the next game that he's mentioned that they were working on, the next sports title was going to be like, I know they're working on Harlem Globetrotters, but I think the next game that he mentioned that he was working on is soccer. I think that's the next one coming. So I'd also like to see more on biplanes. That was so. Pong, do you remember the game Triple Action on the original Intellivision? It had three little mini games in it: biplanes, a drag race, and a little tank game.
I remember the drag race. I don't remember the other two though. I can't think of the two. can't think, but I do remember the Drag Race game. I remember the Drag Race game on Atari, and I remember the Drag Race game on Intellivision. Yep, I remember those. Yep.
So it was part of that game. That game was basically like it was called Triple Action. So it was like one of those 3-in-1. So they took the bi-playing game and made it its own specific game, and I'd like to see that.
Cool.
Oh, all right. So, hey, 4 out of 5 of us is not bad.
That's some pretty good numbers.
All right, so then let's round out with one last thing. We have to talk about Nintendo, the Nintendo Direct on Tuesday. What are we expecting to see from Nintendo in the now Bowser era? And what do you want to see from their Direct? I'm going to let you guys have this one. I'm going to let you guys have this one because honestly, I don't have a Switch. I don't know how much I care. Let me ask you this. Are we going to finally see Metroid?
No.
The 2D version, yes.
Yeah.
The 2D version is supposedly done. So, yeah, I think that one we get.
Yeah.
Maybe we get an update on the Nintendo Online stuff.
They don't even know what they're doing with their online stuff.
Exactly.
But I think if they do come out with a Switch Pro, whatever the hell they want to call it, that I think they gotta have a big game to launch alongside of it.
Breath of the Wild 2.
Yeah.
Yep. Makes perfect sense. If they're gonna do this, they're gonna do it that way. They're gonna.
But why would it come out when you?
All right. Let's wait till we're back. All right, it should be back in a moment.
We're back.
Yeah, we're back.
Okay, sorry guys, it did it again. You know what? I was trying to show a Nintendo game, and Nintendo came and struck us down early. I don't even remember what the hell I was going to show you.
Nintendo something.
Nintendo something. Oh, that's right, Breath of the Wild 2. Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, what's
the show's fully like 40 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
it's another not long game.
Who knows? They'll probably just show the latest, greatest, what's coming out soon, and hopefully they'll, I don't know. I don't know if that's enough to really like. Hey, look, here's a Switch Pro.
Mario Rabbids 2.
Does anybody know what Nintendo does anymore? No. So again, not even their own fans know anymore. So
well, this year they're going to sell us 10
instead of cardboard.
Yeah, there you go. So steel.
It has longer life expectancy. And no paper cuts, but you'll actually get good slices when you do get, run your fingers along the ridge.
Nice. And by the way, I want to welcome in late to the party, but it's okay. The Cerebral one.
Except he says not hi to me. So whatever. I still love you, Paul, but you know what? I'm going to block you later. Okay. That's the way Paul is. No, but to answer Peter's question as far as why they do it, Peter, because I think that they understand that their biggest weakness is the docking version of the Switch. Even though a lot of people don't use it, it looks terrible on big screens, and I think they do want to fix that. And I think with NVIDIA's DLSS technology, if all the rumors are true, and they're working with NVIDIA to get that in the Switch Pro so that they can upscale these games. I think it makes sense for them to do it, even though they are continuously selling Switch at this point. Look, they can still continuously sell Switch, and they can introduce the Pro on the market, charge an extra $100 on top of it, and still sell out constantly. Yeah. So they know they're going to print money, especially if they announce like Breath of the Wild 2 alongside of it. I mean, that you're not going to find one for 2 years. I'd say good luck. It's going to be crazy. So I just think that they know their weaknesses, and I think that, they're trying to fix their infrastructure and their online. They understand that eventually, they're going to have to move forward at some point a little bit. So I think that they want to rectify some of that at this point. I don't know. Again, Nintendo's you can roll the dice and get better answers out of what Nintendo's going to do. So,
yeah, that's very true.
Don't forget they got the the Samsung screens, like Pong just mentioned about the 4K. You're gonna want to do that. And right now it's basically a the NVIDIA Shield, and the NVIDIA Shield is a lot more powerful than the Switch, even though it's the same internals, right? So they basically reduced everything so that way they can maximize the battery power. So when you look at it like that, and you start piecing things together, right? This is actually the third iteration of the Switch, not including the Switch Lite, of the Switch itself. This is the third iteration because of the hacking.
Yeah.
Right. So once they came out with the first one, and it was easily hacked. They came out with the second one. It was almost as easily hacked. Now they have a third one, and as far as I know, it's not been hackable just yet. But I'm sure there's somebody out there that's already done it. But that you look at it, and it makes sense. You look at the 3DS. Where did it come from? It came from the 2DS. So it makes sense for them to keep on doing something like that because that's in their nature. How many Game Boy Advances do we have? There were so many different variations. It makes sense in that aspect. And this time, technology is a little bit better. It's a lot cheaper. And just to upgrade your base to allow it to push out 4K, or at least even 1440p, and have that DLSS. And by the way, it's also between Microsoft and NVIDIA. It was dual technology there between the two of them. It was whatever. You know what I mean? The both of them worked on it.
Right.
So it makes sense to get that and work in that that part of it, because to have that low resolution and then all of a sudden have it the AI to automatically pop it up to a higher resolution, than just standard, that's awesome. How many games do we have right now that you have to stream? There was quite a few games at first only in Japan that you couldn't play because it was too big to fit on the cartridge. They had to stream it. So you're talking about cost saving, space saving. I don't know if they're going to do anything with the cartridges, but I have not heard anything in that aspect. But it makes sense to now you can have some bigger games. You can have more power at your fingertips, and they really don't even have to do as much as long as it's certain things are in place. Because maybe the base could be the assistant. It doesn't have to be in the Switch. It could be the base itself that can do more. So there's different avenues that they can go to do all this.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Dreadp00l, they're still using off-the-shelf parts too. So it's not like Nintendo's going out of their way. So they're going to get a deal on the OLED screens. They're going to get a deal on the internals because they're still using older technology. But at the same time too, if they do this stuff, and like Dread was talking about, if they can get better performance out of this, it'll entice more third parties to put their games over there too, right? So if they can put bigger games over there, great. They'll get just more third parties into that too. So they'll get a piece of the pie there as well. Nintendo's all about making money. They're going to continue to print it. And so making another iteration falls right in line. Like Dreadp00l said, with their entire history, it falls right in line with what they do.
Right.
So
every few years, push something else out, and it's going to sell like gangbusters.
Yep.
It's guaranteed. You know it. And they don't even have to push that it's got new tech.
No.
You just push it out and put it. Here you go, new color.
Switch Plus. Everybody goes wild. That's all it is. It's crazy.
With as Pure Flack Monkey says, with a new Rob.
Definitely.
So, all right.
Rob or brother.
Anybody else have thoughts on Nintendo? It sounds like, again, big gun here is Microsoft.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we kind of skipped over me a little bit, but that's fine.
No.
Go.
No.
Yeah.
Amico.
Right. I thought I did get you. I'm sorry. Good Lord.
That's fine. That's fine.
No. Please, no. Bring it to Amico, because Tommy said he's listening. So please.
All right. Football. What about the Tecmo license? Get some Tecmo Bowl. Right? That would make sense because there's names. It's all fictitious characters, and with what the Amico has, you could do a lot more now than you could back then. And you look at how Tecmo is on right now on the Xbox One. They've got the old school setup and they got the new school setup. You know, Amico could probably benefit off of that, and it's a brand name. You know, and maybe, you know, tweak it out a little bit. You know, get the Amico, you know, Intellivision heart behind there. And, you know, change it up a bit, give it its own thing. You know, this is the only way to play this version of Tecmo Bowl.
Yeah, and then you can have that one OP'd character called Joe Baxon.
Yes.
The Running Man.
Right. I will let him know that too. He should get the Tecmo license. I mean, he has been getting some decent licensing, so maybe it's, you know, maybe it's up for grabs.
He probably already thought about it, but just in case, that was one of those things. It makes sense, you know. Blitz, I don't feel it for the console.
Who owns Blitz at this point?
It would be Midway, and whoever owns Midway would be probably WB, but I think it got sold. So I don't know where
some of the IPs got sold off because Microsoft bought a couple IPs from them as well while they were going out of business. So
so the only other person that I could, or the only other people I could think that actually would buy it just because would be THQ Nordic.
Oh, okay. Because
think about it. They were on those buying sprees. They were buying IPs left and right.
You know who might still have it? Who bought it in 2009? EA.
Of course they did. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
It was their competition.
No competition.
NFL Street.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
NFL Street. Yeah.
Yep.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll never see it again.
You know what would be cool to see again? NFL Fever.
Oh, geez.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me tell you.
If I had my camera, I would show you the disc right now. I have the original Xbox Live box.
Wow.
Okay, I've got the box, and the games are inside there.
Mm-hmm.
I bet it's that thing.
One of my favorite videos that I ever made was of NFL Fever 2004, and I still have it. And the only reason I can't upload it to YouTube is because I get copyright. See, back in the day when we were hosting videos on our own server and there was no YouTube, I could use whatever music I wanted to.
Right.
So I had Don't Stop the Run. I'd get struck. They just destroy my channel if I tried to post this thing. So maybe one day, Dread, I'll show it to you privately. The one thing about NFL Fever that I thought was in 2004 that I thought was so unique was the read and lead passing, and that was one of the best control schemes for a football game I had ever played.
Yep.
Where you basically hit the button, highlight the instead of throwing it with the button, you highlighted it, and then a cursor was out there in the field, and you used the right stick to move the cursor, and you threw the ball where you wanted to. You could make a receiver come back and break a route. You could under and overthrow a receiver without anyhow you want. It was awesome. So.
It was great, man. I forgot about that, but that was like some of the smart ingenuity of making the game as real as possible. Yep. You know what I mean? Trying to overthrow the ball, underthrow the ball. I mean, depending on what you did, you would make some great plays or some lousy plays.
Yep. Hey, second best basketball game on the market was NBA Inside Drive. Straight up. One of the best golf games on the market was Lynx. Just
Lynx
straight
was
up.
amazing.
Yeah, Lynx was great.
Yeah, Lynx was.
Top spin tennis, and then all that XSN sports stuff. And Peter will love this one. The last entry in the XSN sports lineup, Rally Sport Challenge 2.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. It is almost 1:30 in the morning, and we still have one or two more things to talk about. Does anybody else have anything on Nintendo, or at this point anything else that we are? And Chris has to roll out because he's got to get up at 6 in the morning. So, Chris, good night. He's fallen asleep. I don't blame him. you know, don't get me wrong. This is an epic show. I'm thoroughly enjoying this, but how many people are left in the chat? We have 14. You guys friggin' rock. So, and Paul showed up late, so he's got a whole show ahead of him. But anything else on E3 that we want, expect anything, or we pretty much run it into the right area here? We did a great job. Well, I'll talk to you offline about where we're gonna be. So we are. Let me just put it this way: in the near future, we're gonna get our hands on it. That's all I can say right now. So, okay. I know this is usually the rapid fire news section, but there's really only one big piece of news that I really want to go over, and that is Microsoft. Microsoft got a little they got a little noisy today. A little ballsy, but a little noisy. I'm going to go over a couple of things for you guys real quick. We talked about Game Pass earlier, and I remember there being an argument that that Game Pass wasn't profitable, was not a long-term solution for Microsoft. This was just a way for them to delay the inevitable, blah 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 blah. So let me hit you guys with some stats. Xbox Game Pass members play. This is from Xbox's own website. Xbox Game Pass members play 30% more genres and play 40% more games. And more than 90% of members said they played a game that they would not have tried without Game Pass. On average, across the Game Pass library, partners see engagement go up by more than 8 times than when they enter Game Pass. Here's the money shot. Whether it's purchasing games inside or outside of what's available in the library, and notice how they said outside, or purchasing additional content for the games they like, members spend 50% more than non-members. Let that sink in. People buy stuff within Game Pass because some games leave, and they simply want to own the game. They play it, they like it, they feel like they want to own it. And for a lot of us, having Game Pass means we have games, we have money to buy games that aren't in Game Pass. And some of that is on other platforms. Because I have Game Pass, I can afford Ratchet and Clank when I get my PS5. I can afford, that's how I got Ghost of Tsushima. I had the money for it. Why? Because I don't have to pay for half the games over on the Xbox. So Sony, of all companies, is a beneficiary of me having Game Pass. Yeah. EA is loving this. EA Play has seen record usage, driving hours played on Game Pass platforms by more than 200%. Don't think for a moment that doesn't translate into microtransactions for them. Right? Outriders, a game that, by the way, I don't think sold that well on other platforms. Just saying. Was the #1 selling digital game on Xbox during its launch week and a top 10 selling digital game on Xbox in the month of April. Why? Because people saw other people playing it on Game Pass that don't have Game Pass, guys like Noof, and said, well, shit, I want that game. And they bought it. Right? During launch week, MLB The Show 21 was the biggest sports game of the last year on Xbox. Think about that. This is the company who puts Madden in with EA Play now. They're the second biggest sports game of all time. This is a company that markets Madden. Game Pass added millions of new fans and grew Major League Baseball's player base significantly. You think Major League Baseball thinks they made a mistake? No. Now, here's what's coming. Xbox is working with global TV manufacturers to embed the Xbox experience directly into internet-connected televisions with no extra hardware required except the controller. Xbox is exploring new subscription offerings so that more players around the globe can experience the most fun and immersive and fun games across devices, geographies, and financial realities. Which means they're going to break out. They're going to break xCloud out into its own mini service. Working with telecommunications providers to provide purchasing models. They've talked about that before. They've talked about having Comcast or Verizon subsidize Xbox All Access. Here's another one. Tell me where you've heard this before. Xbox is building its own streaming devices for cloud gaming to reach gamers on any TV or monitor without the need of a console at all. Luna. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hey, Paul. Mm-hmm. We always said the Xbox S is basically a Game Pass machine. Right? Sure is. Hold on. Oh.
A series, but you can play it. You can play it, with Game Pass.
Dread, isn't that part of the blades getting updated, which they said are going to be done over the coming weeks here? Isn't that what it is? Because they got the server blades.
Blades are still getting updated, but that doesn't mean that the software's there. If they didn't build the software for it to go into the console,
right?
And the same difference. I mean, we got two different versions of the software. We've got the actual software that goes in there, like an app, right? So you got that, or you have your browser, right? Because that's why we couldn't go on iOS with the Xbox. You need a browser. Now you can do it. So they've got two different ways how to do this.
Also slightly ties in the try before you buy. So you stream the game first, get a feel for it for a certain limited amount of time. So you don't have to, download anything.
Right, but at the same time, you're streaming it. Like you said, you don't have to download anything. You have an Xbox One. You're just plain streaming. If you have an Xbox One S or an Xbox One X, you can stream 4K HDR. Because you can do that with Netflix. So you should be able to do that with your games too, right? I wouldn't recommend it, but I'm just saying, you have these capabilities, right?
So
and the server blades, each one will hold 4 consoles, and each console will do 4 720p games. 4 separate games on one console. So that's 16 games coming out of one server blade at a time. And that's, primarily for, your phones and tablets and stuff like that. So I'm sure they'll probably double it up or or I'm sorry, reduce the amount of games that's playing on a specific server blade if you're going to a console in that aspect to get you more than just 720p.
Yeah. No, and the funny thing is that is what they were talking about in that article. To your point, we're in the final stages of updating our Microsoft data centers around the world with our latest generation of hardware, the Xbox Series X. This means gamers will see faster load times, improved frame rates, and experience Xbox Series XS optimized games. Now, if you could stream that, now, you know, that's get your data plans ready, folks.
But it's only like 9 megs. So versus 20 to 40 for Stadia.
Yeah, well, that's if, you know, look, I still have a 4G phone, so whether or not that's going to really, you know, now what helps me is cloud gaming on the browser. So here's for you, Chris, or for Peter. In the next few weeks, cloud gaming will open to all Game Pass Ultimate members, Chrome, Edge, Safari, and I'm assuming that they're going to fix all the issues with Safari. So they got to be, you hopefully your experience will be better.
Hopefully.
So, but the other one for me, later this year, we'll add cloud gaming directly into the Xbox app on PC and integrate it into our console experience to light up scenarios like Dread, try before you download, or Peter, try before you download.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, one more quick thing. With more than 23 studios worldwide, soon to be 26, right? Is that the joke?
Yeah, what was that? More than 23?
It was more than 23 studios. Our goal is to release at least one new first-party game to Game Pass every quarter. Role-playing games, shooter strategy, adventure, and more being built by our first-party teams to ensure there's a steady stream of compelling exclusive content. Our independent developer ID at Xbox has earned developers over $2 billion since the program's inception, with over 2,000 titles and many more on the way. This model is now being used for ID at Azure, allowing independent developers to build cloud-based experiences. These programs bring new voices from diverse backgrounds into the world of game development. Gentlemen, I said this earlier in Discord, Peter, when you said, you know, no one is doing it like Microsoft. Microsoft has they're in position right now to lead this industry for decades, in my opinion. Decades. They are so far ahead of everybody, and maybe, just maybe, they stewed on 2013 to the point to where they're like, you know what? Let everybody keep talking. We'll just keep building the back end. And the back end is built.
Yeah, and they said, we're going to fix this, we're going to fix this, we're going to fix this. And they did it step by step. They figured out what they were... Nobody listened. You know what I mean? It's like Xbox still got no games. Xbox still got no games.
It takes time. They had to bail the ship out. The ship was taking on water. They had to bail it out.
That's all we hear is, well, how long do we have to wait? We've been waiting for so long. And it's like, you guys, you know, you finally got certain things that you wanted, but yet you still keep on complaining about other things. I mean, we could say Xbox got no games, but did we forget that PlayStation got no crossover?
Yeah, or not without money. Not without
you know what I mean? Exactly. But that's the funny part is there's so much going on. And right now, PlayStation fans are harping at PlayStation. Why don't we have something like Game Pass? It's becoming more and more prevalent of how well Game Pass is. It's no longer never was. It shows you how well that they've designed their product within Xbox and their internal economy on how it operates.
Look at it in this term. Also today, who spoke on Xbox?
Yeah.
In a Halo Infinite hoodie.
Yeah, saw too.
And the inside joke and the big joke was what's on his shelves.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Because
he had an original flight sim box on his shelf.
And he spoke about that. That was one of his points was, you know, Microsoft has been making video games since that time, since before Windows.
Before Windows. Yeah.
Right.
Isn't it funny though, when it was first announced, and released, Bill Gates.
Yeah.
And then in between, it kind of fell off the wayside. Yep. And now it's back in. Now you got Satya.
Yep. I mean, the fact that Satya Nadella spoke and was the focal point of that video, and Phil just said a couple small things and stepped back. And Satya didn't just talk like he was talking from a broad, we like gaming, stuff. He spoke about Game Pass. He spoke about engagement. He spoke about the ZeniMax acquisition. This is a man who while Phil Spencer is running this department for him, obviously as an executive, this man has his eyes in what's going on in Xbox. He knows it's not just, okay, Phil, you go off and do your thing and just let me know that we're not bleeding money. No, he knows what's going on in gaming, and he sees where it's headed. And I think some of the things that he said were more than just the lip service of, yep, we like gaming. Yep, we're in for no. When he said we're all in, he was saying it from a position of knowledge. And that's something that, and I'm not trying, look, I'm saying this objectively. I watch every Sony investor meeting, okay? And I know a lot of people give Jim Ryan a bunch of crap. And for some of it, rightfully so. The man needs to have a pacifier put in his mouth, and he needs to go in the corner and let some other people talk for him. Seriously. But I don't blame what he's trying to do.
No,
because I think some of the moves that Jim Ryan has made have been spot on, because that's where the industry's headed. But I have watched, it's almost like the two companies juxtaposed in the last 10 years, because I watched the CEO of Sony, not PlayStation, of Sony, look their investors in the eye and say, the PlayStation's a niche product.
Yeah.
I watched Satya Nadella look gamers in the eye and say, Xbox is a piece of our DNA. That we can't go, we've gone from, well, Microsoft might spin off Xbox to, we can't survive without Xbox. Xbox is a vital part of our business. That's what I got from Satya Nadella. I didn't get that. I don't get that from current day Sony. I got that from Sony 2013. I got that from Sony PlayStation 2. I don't get that from them today. Jim Ryan's trying his best, and PlayStation, to their credit, that Jim Ryan just sits back and lets the product sell itself, to an extent. And all the missteps that they have made, and they've made missteps with the PS5, hasn't hurt them at all. At all. They're still the number one selling console in the universe.
Because the cult.
Yeah.
It is, but it's also the power. Share. But it's also the power of it's the power of the brand.
Correct. It's mind share. Correct. Absolutely. 100%.
And so they can get away with hearing the CEO of Sony say, I don't really care about the PlayStation, but it's good to see that, Satya Nadella isn't just, it's Xbox is it's our gaming division, and, but I play over here in Microsoft Office. No, he's invested.
He's a different type of, when you look at it, right, he's a different type of businessman. He's more into the now with what's going on than previous generations in Xbox at the table. Because, when you have people that run Office, not know anything but spreadsheets and stuff like that, and they're trying to run a gaming division, right? Didn't they own a cell phone? Didn't they own the Zune? Didn't they own, what I mean? You look at all this stuff, and it all got pushed under the table. There was no belief or backing from those that should have had it to push to the higher ups to say, hey, look, this is what we got. And this is where Phil changed the mindset. You have Satya that's a lot more hip to what's going on. and he sees it. So obviously, between Phil getting that promotion, because he was able to turn it around and get everything going with his vision, Satya seeing that, and it's not that I'm, pushing for them, but it's like you can kind of see he's not your old man, stereotypical businessman where it's like cold hard facts. I need my money. Where's my Excel file? You know what I mean?
Steve Ballmer, he isn't, for sure.
But you're looking at all this, and you can see that he's more involved in everything in the business than before. You know what I mean? Than other people in that position. You got Sony that's going, hey, by the way, PlayStation's a niche field that we have. It is what it is, and we just signed a contract with Azure for the servers. And PlayStation's getting blindsided twice. We got dissed, and we're going to Microsoft. What's going on here?
Phil,
and then you have Ryan, right? And I understand his part of it too. He's trying to push the new product. He's not trying to lie. And I know the Lion Ryan dance moves, whatever.
Yeah,
that's fine. Yeah. But business is business. People forget that. Right? You don't tell your employees you're selling your company. You just like, okay, and then you find out that they just bought a house that they could barely afford when you know that you're selling the company and they're going to get laid off. You can't say nothing. It's part of business, and that's what people forget. They're there to make money. They're not there to be your friends. They say that they're here to be there for us, right, and give us, our choices, and it's all a gimmick, right? They do care as people, but at the same time, it's a corporation. It steamrolls everybody. So at the same time, they're there to make money, and the only way to make money is to what? Appease us. So they're appeasing us by giving us things like Game Pass that we can pay $15 and play 200 plus games. You know what I mean? So this is consumer friendly. We're using marketing terms to get us going that way. That's why a lot of people are like, oh, you guys are just stuck on this and this and that. And then we get into this infighting amongst gamers, but at the same time, everybody forgets Sony, PlayStation, Xbox, Microsoft, they're here for money, because if they're not getting their money, they don't have jobs. You know what I mean? Right. It's bigger than that, than just giving us what we want. The whole reason that these studios are being acquired and having multiple devs work on everything, right, is because they're trying to make money. They're appeasing us by giving us what we want. And what are we doing? We're appeasing them by giving them the trade of money. So there's a mutual thing that everybody keeps forgetting. You're giving me a service. I'm paying for that service.
And the reality is that Phil got Satya and the rest of the board to sit up and take notice, because he started speaking the language of Microsoft. He started talking about, he created not just him. I always do that, but Phil's the quarterback, so whatever. But Phil and his team came up with an idea that played to Microsoft's strengths, which is software and service. Right? Mm-hmm. That's what he did with Game Pass. Forever, it was always about console, because they were trying to fight the same war that's been fought since we've been in gaming, right? That's always been the hardware side of things. It's always been console. Phil sat there and took a look at the sinking ship and said, okay, what do we have to do? And this was probably in the works prior to even this, but I'm sure Phil was on the pro Game Pass side of things talking about a new service, a streaming service. But the point being is he watched the sinking ship and he said, okay, we can't play this battle anymore. We're done. We can't do it. We can't compete on the same level. Sony has the mind share. Nintendo has the mind share. We can't do this anymore. What are we going to do to bail out the water, get the ship back floating, and then not only that, not just try to catch up, but leapfrog everybody and get ahead of the curve? And he must have, again, this Game Pass must have been in the works somewhere. I'm sure there was a lot of naysayers within Microsoft because technology wasn't there yet, but they sat there and watched Netflix grow. And Phil and his team watched Netflix grow and how they did things. And I'm sure the light bulbs were all on. We can do this too with gaming if we have the backing. Because we've already got the infrastructure, we've already got the servers. Nobody else in play right now has these servers, right? So Phil made the board and Satya sit up and take notice when he started coming in and talking about how we're going to use what we already have in place. And we're going to create this streaming service like Netflix, but for gaming. But what we're going to do is we're going to leapfrog the competition. We're no longer going to be in the same playing field. We're not going to be talking about console sales. We're going to be talking about engagement. Right? We're going to be talking about all these other numbers, and they all knew what he was talking about. And then I'm sure all the light bulbs went on around the table. Wait a minute. We're going to create a service that's going to not only expand our gaming division, put us ahead potentially of everybody else, but also we're going to be able to use that success to sell our Azure servers elsewhere in the world. We're going to be able to use this success to prove why our servers, because we are now competing with Amazon for their servers, we're going to prove that this works on this kind of scale, and we're going to have proof in our own house that it works. Let's start doing this, and let's see what you can do. And I think it took a total different turn once he started speaking their language. And again, all props to Phil, because to go in there and to be able to not only be a gamer at heart and to understand the culture behind gaming, and he understands us and he gets us as a gaming community and what we do here, but also you'll go into a room like that where you're looked at as the stepchild, as you're looked at the, oh, that's cute, that's nice, you got little Xbox guys, you're going to go play over there. And to be able to pull that all together and talk to these guys and get them on board so that Satya goes, know what, Phil, you're coming to the big boys table. You're coming to sit down at the actual main table. You're going to become a staple of what we do here at Microsoft, not just Xbox. You're going to come here and you're going to tell us what your vision is, and you're going to sell us on this. And Phil did that, obviously, in spades. And now he has the room. Now he controls the room when he walks in, because everybody knows that Xbox is now a pillar. Satya is behind him 100%. The treasure chests are open. The war chests are open. Nothing's off the table. And Phil continues to prove and his team continue to prove every step of the way that his vision was the correct one. And like you said, Mike, now they're so far ahead of everybody. They are now playing on a game all by themselves. And they can only screw up by tripping up themselves right now. Sony's come to them for Azure servers. We're talking about Nintendo possibly, trying to get something done with them to help them with their infrastructure. They've got it all. Right? They've got the whole total package of where this is going, right? And now they come out with consoles that are up to par, actually surpassing the competition, but those are secondary. They don't care.
And they're not
Game
done.
Pass is a vehicle. Right, they're not done. Game Pass is the vehicle to the future. And everybody understands that. That is now the platform. Game Pass is the platform. You throw in xCloud on top of it, you got the magic potion. And that's why we're seeing the success that we now have. That's why Satya, the investors, everybody's on board, because they know the potential of this. They've seen what Netflix has done. They know there's even more potential in gaming, because you can't sell things in Netflix. Netflix doesn't sell movies. Netflix doesn't have DLC. Netflix doesn't have all these add-ons. You could do more here if you do it right. And they get that, and they are on board, and they're all behind it. That's the beautiful part about this. Kudos to them.
The funny thing is, the xCloud we're playing right now is a second rendition.
Right.
Years ago, they had an internal Xbox or xCloud going on. They shut it down. And they said it worked great, but they shut it down because the technology wasn't ready yet, and they wanted to improve their experiences with what the technology they saw coming in the future. So there's a lot more
kind of like VR
strategy. Yeah, there's a lot more going on with strategy. Yeah, Phil said VR. Yep. It's capable of VR. Oh, and by the way, in 2016, Major Nelson was playing the Xbox One. Which one? I can't remember which one it was, but let's just say it was the 1X. But he was playing, because it couldn't have been the 1X in 2016. But anyway, he had VR going, hooked up to the Xbox One console. He actually had it. And the funny thing is, I throw it out there to everybody. I lost the track of where that video is, but I'll find it again later. But he's not actually playing the games in VR. He's in VR, and then the game is on a solid screen. But That was a setup way back when, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So the consoles could do it. It's just not in the way we want them to.
Right.
Now they can, but yet again, who's going to make
vision?
Right.
Right.
Who's going to make the headset? We got the HoloLens, right? So we got all that, but that's going to industry. So it costs way too much. Even the second version of it is still costly. So where are you going to go with that? It makes sense to go to HP or one of the other ones and do that. But yet again, it's not the vision right now. The vision is grow this where Xbox is bigger than just a staple, bigger than just a brand, bigger than anything. And it's not xCloud, it's Xbox.
Correct.
When you're playing it on TV, you just buy a controller. You get that X stick that was talked about earlier.
Yep.
You hook that up on non-smart TVs, whatever. You hook up and you get a controller. It's easy in, and it's Xbox straight up. There's no Xbox Live, no xCloud, no it's just going to be Xbox, and Game Pass is part of it.
Yep.
And just to kind of round this out, because we're hitting 2 a.m. For those of you who are afraid that means that Microsoft is getting out of the console business, Liz Hammerin today made it very clear. Cloud is the key to our hardware and Game Pass roadmaps, but no one should think we are slowing down on our core console engineering. In fact, we're accelerating it. We are already hard at work on new hardware and platforms, some of which won't come to light for years. So
Correct.
There will be another Xbox console. It's simply, it is simply a vessel to play games on like any other vessel, but it's still an important part of their vessel. And I'll leave you guys with this quote, because this is to me what wraps Satya Nadella all up in this. Actually, two quotes. Gaming is fundamentally aligned and woven into our mission as a company.
Correct.
When you talk about Xbox's mission to bring the joy and community of gaming to everyone on the planet, which I absolutely love, that is precisely what I think of when we think about Microsoft's mission. That's quote one. Quote two, and I think this is the more important one. We believe, this is Nadella speaking, not Phil Spencer. We believe we can play a leading role in democratizing gaming and defining that future of interactive entertainment, quite frankly, at scale.
Mm-hmm.
Which they are telling the world. There we go. Reconnection successful. They have the money, they have the resources, and they have the drive to do exactly that. And don't forget, guys, my final bit on this, they paid for ZeniMax in cash.
Correct.
They don't owe anybody a dime for ZeniMax.
And they have more to burn.
And they made it back in a month and a half.
Right.
They made it back in a month and a half.
And they have more to burn. They got to get it out of the bank accounts overseas. It's not making any sense with inflation.
They made their money back on Mojang already and Spades. And they basically walked into the dealership and laid down money and bought ZeniMax and walked out with the title.
Yep.
So, yeah,
it's beautiful.
Yeah, Peter, I feel bad because we all kind of drove, and I want you to get the last word in.
Peter's got 5 pages of notes written down. He's ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
So we're going to 3 a.m. Here we go. No, I want you to have the last word, brother.
No, I mean, it's, kind of what we've been saying what I've been saying for quite some time, the 3 some pillars that Phil tried to correct, and we're finally there. And, now we're, reaping the, now we're kind of on the harvesting side of it,
Ooh, harvesting. Game simulator.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it's, and now it's full steam. I mean, Xbox has also the 3 things. They have the hardware. They will have the, first party games. and they have the cloud and streaming. None of the other big guys out there, PlayStation, Google, Amazon, have all three. They might have one, they might get two,
correct,
but not all three.
Correct.
So Microsoft is in a huge position for time to come.
Mm-hmm. Excellently said. That yeah. Excellently said.
Yep. Perfect timing.
They have the trifecta that no one else has.
Correct.
Oh. Wow. All right. How long have we actually gone? I haven't looked.
Well, I started at like 8:15 my time, so we've gone for nearly 5. So we're at 4:50.
And there are still 15 diehard people who have been with us. Guys,
one person is me, so that's
okay. 14. So
We got
I'm another
5
one.
hours, 6 minutes, and 36 seconds and counting.
Good grief! This I'll tell you though, I've enjoyed every single solitary effing minute of it.
What's up, Cog? You got nothing on us. You guys are weak.
Oh man, wait till I tweet that out. I might have to. Hey ILP, you guys gotta catch up.
And we have less people here.
Yes,
Yeah, right.
yes,
Exactly.
Lance Jennings. We broke the GoGameGo record. We broke the Tommy Tallarico record. Wait till I tell him that. So this is officially.
I think we broke our record, right?
Yes, this is officially the longest show we've ever had. I have
got like
never
a
been on.
6-hour
Thank God you didn't have Steel on here with us too.
I've got a
Nice.
6.
No,
I have a 6-hour interview with Stubbs.
damn.
Wow.
Wow.
I don't know.
Can you even call that an interview at that point?
No, that's just. You're
That's just two guys chatting.
Yeah, you're
like hanging out.
No, hanging out. That's dinner and a movie. Is what that is.
It was about my life. It might as well have been a movie.
Oh,
Wow.
Jesus.
No.
Oh, boy.
But the 15 people who are left, you guys, unbelievable, man. You guys just absolutely rock. But you know what? To everybody, the entire folks who are here tonight with us, you all are awesome. So hopefully some of you will come back and hear that later. But we do have to wrap up. It is after 2 a.m. here. And I'm not getting a workout in tomorrow because I'm going to be too tired. But, guys, I don't even know what to say. What an absolute epic show we had tonight. Covering Summer Game Fest, covering E3, covering the Microsoft stuff, and then just being with the chat. Pong, man, this was what I thought it was going to be, and that's a good thing.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, we love you, man, and you are one of the goods. This was a pleasure, and Dread. I mean, you're here because you are one of the ones who actually takes us up on the the open invite, because you're the one who comes to me and goes, yeah, get me on, and that means a lot to us too. And you bring such a wealth of information too, and just this show is gonna go down as one of our best because you guys were here with us to help us. And I know Chris went to sleep, but Peter and Chris, you guys, I say it every week. You are my gaming brothers. Peter more so than anybody, because you and I have actually met. We
have,
and we'll meet again.
We will.
And it's nights like this that remind me why we do this. So,
now, just to clarify, I don't say it like that when I say, hey, get me on the show. I don't say it like that.
You don't say,
I don't say, hey, yo.
it's in my contract. No, I know, but what
Dreadp00l says, "F you, I'm coming on."
Yeah, make room. Yeah, he goes. I
know
ask
if he can make it. Yeah, he'll be there.
Yeah, no,
well,
he knows.
This
he knows
last
how to
one,
cry.
I was like, "Hey, wait a second, I'm supposed to be on what? not July."
I don't know why I had July. I don't know why, but
I think I know why, but we'll leave it at that.
True, that's true. But I don't think we could have had, no offense to any of our other guests, because our guests are awesome, but I don't think we could have had a better crew to talk E3, pre-E3. And we're going to have another great guy on after E3. ACS Husk will be with us next week to break down everything we saw, and I'm looking forward to that. Nice. And then on Sunday at 1 o'clock, the only real live stream we're doing is the Microsoft Bethesda conference. And our great brother Back from the Dead is going to be here with us to help us break that down live. He's an awesome guy. And again, I hope people will. Yep, we're still live. We're getting I do hope that people come check us out. Make sure that you do check out the rest of the Gamers United Guild, because there is going to be coverage all weekend long, and leading that way honestly is going to be Mav Fun Speculation, that he's got, and I mean he's actually going to be covering it as kind of press, and I'm so proud of him to get his credentials for E3 the way he did. I really am. I'm so proud of him, and I'm going to live vicariously through him this weekend, except but we'll be back. We'll be here on Sunday. Then we'll be back on Thursday with ACS Husk. And then we've got another slew of guests lined up. Some of our other Gamers United Guild folks. Geeks with Cash, Retro Rich Hayward. We're going to have Retro Advisory Board. We're going to start talking to some retro people. And we're going to have some fun. So, Pong, where can everybody find you? The 9 million places where people can find you.
Well, whoever's still listening, congratulations, guys. The wait was worth it. We made history tonight on NLG. So guess what? All I said before about talking about waiting for the invite and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, whatever. I broke history tonight, guys. I was on a show with my brothers and Dreadp00l, making it happen for 5+ hours. So, man, this was awesome. Brothers, you know how much I love you guys. I tell you every time in chat, and I mean it. I can't believe I finally got on here and got to be a part of this. You guys are part of my extended family, as Dreadp00l said, as we all are. Dread, it was amazing to be on a show with you as well and to do this. Great topics. I even sped up my prediction section by like 3 times. So, man, I mean, you don't have any idea. So, but no, this was incredible. The E3 hype is real. I can't believe you guys invited me on for this show. This was perfect, guys. So thank you so much, chat. Amazing. Again, so many of my friends in the chat that I've seen around for so long. Love you all. Thank you for coming out and supporting us this entire time. And even those that couldn't make it, I totally understand. We appreciate your support coming out each and every week. Pong Soul, you can find me on Xbox, Twitter. You can find me tomorrow night, Xbox Ultimate with Fun Speculation, aka Mav, his wife, beautiful wife, Caitlin, and the rest of the Magnificent Seven. I'm sure we're going to have a great show. We got Dreadp00l coming on. So, man, maybe it'll be 5 hours tomorrow night as well. We'll see. And then Saturday.
If it's 5 hours, I'm not playing Halo afterwards.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Saturday morning, myself, Steel Rain, Living Split Screen, all one word. Come check us out. Community has been amazing with us. We are growing. We just hit over 200 subs live on the air last week. We want to keep pushing this. We just have a really good time. Steel and I can talk your ear off, but we do try to give you a lot of information, give you different perspectives, always with energy. So wake up in the morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central. Be there 3 p.m. UK time. We'd love to see you come out. And then otherwise, Saturday night, the Shop Podcast with PTK Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere, Centurion, and Stag Gorilla, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Again, all these shows are going to be huge with E3 coming right here. It's going to be an amazing time. We're already going to have stuff to talk about. Saturday, keep your ears and eyes open on Twitter for me. I don't know if he's announced it yet, so I don't want to spoil it, but I got something else I will be doing Saturday for one of the shows. And then otherwise Tuesdays, back on Xbox Factor Podcast with Zemi Games, and of course the one, the only Mr. Boomstick. And now we have just added 3-Bit. 3-Bit is moving from his Thursday slot to our slot. So
nice.
we get 3-Bit on
3-Bit.
Tuesdays. Correct, and that's
by
at
the
12
way,
p.m.
By the way, shout out to Boom on his on his fitness, man. I saw his picture.
Yeah, he's rocking it out too.
Yeah,
he's doing really. Yeah, absolutely. So 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central. That's Tuesday's Xbox Factor Podcast. Come check us out there. Man, again, brothers, this has been great. Thank you so much for the invite. I appreciate all of you so much. Brother Chris, I know you had to go to bed. Totally get it, man, but I do appreciate and love you too. Just keep going, guys. Man, each and every week I look forward to Thursday nights with you guys. So thank you. Thank you.
This was the show we actually wanted you to be on. Of all the shows to get you on, this was kind of the one we really wanted to have you on, because we knew you were going to bring the thunder, and you did. So, and Dread, where can everybody find you?
This is the show we really wanted to have Pong on, but Dread ended up showing up too.
Oh, for God's sakes. Come on, man. Jeez.
And then we made history, Dread, so that's okay, man. That's okay.
Right. That's right. You are part of history.
We're at 5:16. I'm trying to push it out to 5:30 plus. Maybe we can actually get 6 hours. All right. So
no.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, good night, everyone.
Yep. Good night. Leave Dread here live by himself.
No, I'm just kidding. All right, go ahead, Dread. Where to get find you?
No, it's great hanging out with the three amigos, and also Pong Soul. You know, it's always great to.
He has a way with words.
We get to do it again tomorrow night, brother. So get excited.
But yes, thank you everyone for showing up in chat, especially those that hung out this whole time. And you know, congratulations to you guys. You guys are part of this epicness. And you know, we beat ILP, right? This is the main thing. So again, thank you everyone for showing up. Thank you again for having me on, even though there was a little scheduling mix-up. Thanks, Pong, for letting me share your spotlight. But
always honored.
Look for Dreadpool with zeros on Twitter and TikTok. And then YouTube and my gamer tag and my real name is Dreadpool with all letters, all caps. Breaking Bread with Dread. Yes, I know that was a little jab at you, Mike. Breaking Bread with Dread is on anchor.fm, Dreadpool. Okay. Just look for, when you do Breaking Bread with Dread, you'll see my icon, my gamer tag, whatever you want to call it. Spotify, Apple, Google, Audible. I mean, it's getting bigger and bigger. I'm up to like 12 different platforms now. So just be on the lookout. And Infinite, thank you. By the way, I'm going to do a special one because, yesterday was my daughter's birthday. So happy belated birthday
to Mini Dread.
A Tiny Giant, yes, thank you. So we're going to actually do a little sit down. We might get some ice cream and do a one-on-one with a Tiny Giant for her birthday. Whatever. Just because, you know, Infinite wanted to see something like that. So we might do just a small little Breaking Bread with Dread for that. Gaming Beyond the Box Wednesday nights, Breakfast with Boom tomorrow morning. Whew, that's going to be a hard one. And then interviews with ItalianClownz.
He's really going to hate NLG now.
I'm just going to have
bastards.
I'm going to have to hop up on some coffee and sugar on that one. And then obviously ItalianClownz with 4GQ TV doing the interviews. I was just on right before this show too, so it was a great time there. And then as Pong Soul already said, I will be on tomorrow night with the Magnificent Seven. So On to you guys. Like I said, thank you guys very much. It's always great that you guys actually do let me know when to come on. And I got another 10 minutes to go.
No.
How do I?
Oh,
okay. No.
No.
Go ahead. I'm done. Good night, everyone.
All right. So thank you, everyone. Seriously, this was an epic night. If we were gonna break records, you guys are two great guys to break records with. So and you guys in the chat who have hung out for these 5 hours, you are part of this record. Lupa, you are part of this record too. I mean, it's 7:15 a.m. where she is. So you guys are all part of history for us.
Hey, can I break plates? Because that's my heritage. I don't break records. I break plates.
No, I wouldn't do that. You need those to eat. All right, guys. Seriously, thank you all. We'll see you on Sunday afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll see you next Thursday night here back again with ACS Husk to round out our E3 coverage. And hopefully we will have lots of great stuff to talk about. And Mike will be back into E3 glory, and Doomhammer will be happy again. So, chat room, you rock, guys, you rock. Peter, love you, brother. This was an amazing night. Thank you, everybody. We will see you later. Getting on out of here. Play on, gamers.
E3 Christmas time. Let's go.
Happy gaming.
And Hanukkah. Forget the Jews on the,
And Kwanzaa.
Good night, there you go. Good night, everybody. Play on.